Thank you so much. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Tabling of documents.
Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Madawaska.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages entitled Adaptation of CBC Radio Canada's audiovisual report content for the international market. Mr. Speaker, this was a unanimous agreement by the committee to condemn a decision by CBC with regard to a recording studio, to use a recording studio in Paris rather than in Quebec to avoid having people have to hear the Quebec accent. It's quite shameful. So I am prepared to table the documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drug Act, Natural Health Products. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, which will amend the Food and Drugs Act. This bill will reverse the changes made by the NDP Liberal government in their omnibus budget bill C-47 earlier this year. It will return to the status quo for natural health products, ensuring that these products are not classified as therapeutic products, like synthetic drugs, and therefore not subject to the same regulatory regime as other drugs. Previously, natural health products were classified separately from pharmaceuticals due to the minimal risk they pose to their users. However, after the NDP Liberal coalition passed C-47, bureaucrats in Health Canada now can implement their self-care scheme, which, according to the National Health Products Association, will reduce choice, increase costs for consumers, drive businesses, investment and product development out of Canada. The existing regulations, Madam Speaker, already keep Canadians safe, and as such I urge all members in this House to listen to their constituents and the overwhelming amount of correspondence they received and vote for this bill. After 8 years, enough is enough. It's time to undo the damage done by C-47, kick out the gatekeepers, and save our supplements and vitamins.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Viss, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Halan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Christian Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to table this bill on Christian Heritage Month.
It's an honor to rise and to present this project members bill to make December Christian Heritage Month. Canada is a country that celebrates all faiths. We have Sikh Heritage Month, we have Hindu Heritage Month, we have Muslim History Month, we have Jewish Heritage Month, and so many more. But you know, Madam Speaker, it's only fair and right that we would have a Christian Heritage Month, since there's 19.6 million Christians in Canada, according to the last census. And what better month to pick week than December, which starts with the season of Advent, the lighting of the hope candle, the lighting of the love candle, the lighting of the peace candle, and the joy candle, and culminating in the lighting of the Christ candle as we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ at Christmas, the Savior of the world. We've heard the Bloc speak even last week about the importance of Christmas in Quebec. We heard the Prime Minister talk about the importance of Christmas to all Canadians. And so I hope all my colleagues will join me in supporting this private member's bill to make December Christian Heritage Month. Merry Christmas et Joyeux Noël.
Madame Gladu, appuyée.
Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Halan, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. The honourable member, I apologize.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Desilets, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Thursday, November 9th, 2023, be concurred in debate. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Good day, Madam Speaker. Since September, I have been following this file, and we're talking here about the National Monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan. I had the pleasure of asking a first question in the first week that we returned to the House after the parliamentary return, but things have happened since that time. And each week we discover new things, new elements. I can tell you that the Bloc is not going to stop asking questions in this with regard to this terrible injustice. Today I'm here to try to shed light on what happened and demand that this terrible injustice be righted. For those who do not know what I'm referring to, I want to give a brief summary. The government organized a competition for the design of the National Monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan. There was a request for proposals. There was a jury that was composed to pick the winning team. The members of the jury of experts, and here we're really talking about international experts, after spent hundreds of hours, unanimously decided that the winning team was the one made up by the Daoust architecture firm with Lisette Stecker. It's Daoust, Lestage, Lisette, and Stecker. So you will have understood that this is a Quebec team. But to the great surprise of everyone, the government rather decided instead to ignore the jury's decision and to give the contract to another team coming from Alberta and Ontario, a little contract of $3 million. So let's go back in time, if I may, Madam Speaker, to understand what has happened and how it happened. So the war in Afghanistan and the mission for Canada went to 2001 to 2014. It included Canadian Armed Forces, obviously, police officers and civilians. In August 2019, the Department of National Defense and Heritage launched a first step in the competition called the Request for Proposal in August 2020. They unveiled the 5 finalist teams that would put forth concepts for this monument. And now we'll jump forward in time. It's the end of May. Beginning of June, the government organized an online poll that was open to the public to get comments with regard to the 5 projects and the 5 designs that were on the table. So there was a press release published that the government is going to select the design, and this will be made public in the fall. So veterans and their families and Canadians are consulted before the competition and during the competition. There were concerns of the veterans that were taken in consideration to ensure an enlightened and free decision. So the jury of experts was to determine the best project and would also take into consideration the results of the poll, as well as the comments by the technical committee. So the technical committee had 30% and the jury 70%. So the poll was a 90-second video with an idea of some of the projects. And to date, up to then, there was nothing to be said. There were precautions to ensure equality of the voices with regard to the concepts. In an email dated November 17th, 2021, with regard to the poll, we can see that from the beginning, consultations on this national monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan were broad, but not preferential. All voices and opinions were considered to be equal, and it seems irregular for one group to have more weight in terms of the opinion than another. And this preferential treatment was never discussed during the development of the project. So in November 2021, the Department of Canadian Heritage and Veterans Affairs were advised of the jury's unanimous decision. The expert jury decided that the Daou group or firm won. They had one decision, and they all decided that it would be the Daou group that would win. Once again, we're talking about a group of experts. There were 7 members from across Canada, and they included 4 people who had a very close connection to Afghanistan. So 2 hours before the press conference, the Daou group and others were advised 2 hours before the press conference, the winning team was told that ultimately it was not the winner and that the national monument would be designed by a different group among the finalists. So what happened between November 2021 and June 2023 for the government to decide to overturn the jury's decision? I just need a drink of water. One moment. We know that in the winter of 2022, the Department of Canadian Heritage asked for a legal opinion in order to determine the risks. And in the documents that we received, the 400 pages, which we got last week, there is mention of the word risk. This is an admission of guilt, at least an initial admission. And the government offered a compensation to Daou Group for loss of income, and we can understand that they won, and then their prize is being taken away. That is the right to create the national monument. And because they would therefore lose income because of the process that would not take place, they were offered a sum of money. A second admission of guilt from the government. Would you ask for a legal opinion and offer money to a team such as this if it had been a legitimate decision? I think the answer is quite simple. In the regulations of the competition, it states that the Department of Canadian Heritage, as the department responsible for the national monument on federal lands, as well as the Department of Veterans Affairs, would be jointly responsible for this concept that would be selected by the jury. And I repeat, the jury. So they were responsible to endorse the jury's selection, not to amend that choice, and even less so to overturn it. So acting like this would be going against the way that the government had set out the process. So how can the Department of Veterans Affairs justify this by first saying that they wanted to select a design that best reflected what was needed and picked what was popular for the veterans based on the online poll. Except I did a little analysis. It's a little given how big this file is. And this was, everyone knows Leger. It's the largest polling company in Canada. And so the government had polled about 10,000 people, and they confirmed that the results were biased and that it was a pseudo poll and there was nothing that could be used from it. So there's no way to verify the identity of those who responded to the poll. We don't even know if there was a single woman who responded to the poll. In the emails that we obtained from the government over the past 2 weeks, the Department of Veterans Affairs knows full well that we cannot rely on the online polls. It says it so in black and white. The polls, and I quote, were designed to collect overall data and not to get segmented data. Demographic data cannot be separated out. Respondents said that they belong to a number of categories, for example, member of family, member of the public, etc. So we can understand that the poll does not represent in any way what veterans really think, and that it didn't represent much, unlike what the current Minister of Veterans Affairs has said a number of times. So that's one of the many reasons why they selected the Dow firm, because I would say that this concept best reflected the sacrifices made by Canadians who took part in the mission and to ensure that their participation was not in vain. It reflected education and the education of women in Afghanistan and young women in Afghanistan. It wasn't about going to war. We were supporting and helping the Afghan people. And the reasons given by the government to justify not going with the firm selected does not make any sense. So what's the reason that it did this? Why did it do that? Why did the government say that it wouldn't be the winning team, but rather the Stimson team?
We can all agree that it's easy to understand that the decision came from above. There was meddling. There was interference with this decision. Currently, there is no other credible explanation than that. Now, when I asked questions of the department and I asked questions of the Minister for Veterans Affairs, I asked if the decision came from her department or from the PMO. And she said, I quote, "The decision was made by our government." She was not certain whether the Prime Minister's office had intervened. She said that she would follow up. That wasn't very reassuring. Then I asked the same question again in Veterans Affairs Committee. The answer was different. The answer was that the decision to go with Stimson and not Dow was a decision made by the Department of Veterans Affairs. All right, fine. That's her decision to say that it was the department's decision. Then the Canadian Heritage Minister, Minister Saint-Onge, tried to say that it was the Department of Veterans Affairs that was in charge of the project. Though we all know that the project was led by both departments together, Heritage and Veterans Affairs. But through access to information requests, we obtained documents saying that the Department of Veterans Affairs needed the signature of the Heritage Minister in order to decide not to go with Dow. So the two ministers kept punting the responsibility over to each other, and they continue to do so. According to the Heritage Minister, the decision was made in May 2023. So this decision-making process went from November 2021 through to May 2023. Why was the jury and why was Dow only informed just 2 hours before the official announcement was made? It was done so that they wouldn't be able to react. They were presented with a done deal, a fact. that they weren't given a chance to respond to. So we called in witnesses to the Veterans Affairs Committee, all of whom are specialists in public art and architecture. We heard from Jean-Pierre Suvet. He is the Research Chair of Canada in Architecture, and he's from the University of Montreal. Truly an expert. He confirmed, listen to this, he said that it would be a first in the history of Canada to not retain the jury's choice of a firm, to go, in fact, with another firm. He said it would be a first in Canadian history. It had never occurred before, never. He referred to 500 contests. 500 contests he was aware of. All studies show that in order to judge the complexity of projects for buildings and public monuments, a vote among the people, will never be a reliable, equitable, fair, and transparent process, not as fair and transparent as a well-organized contest with a jury. A jury for a public contest is like a court jury. They represent a variety of interests, and they do so thoroughly. I'll just have a sip of water here. Another witness, François Lemoine. He's a lawyer who specializes in arts law, and he's a true expert in domain and everything to do with copyright and public buildings and heritage buildings. He said, I quote, "The government, under the rules of this contest, simply did not have the discretion to grant the contract to a team which had not been selected by the jury. The jury has the decision-making power, not a minister and not a prime minister. If the withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021 truly was a game changer, as the Minister for Veterans Affairs claimed, well, in that case, then there was only one choice, Denouille. In the decision-making tree that the government gave us, it was very clear that the jury's selection should be chosen. If not, then the contest must be launched again. In the documents which were tabled for bidders, there was no possible third voice or third option. And this same Mr. Lemoine, lawyer, said the only solution open to the government would have been to cancel that contest and launch a new contest. But that was never discussed in the 400 pages of documents we received. That possibility was never explored, the possibility of a new contest. He said, this lawyer, that it goes beyond the matter of public art. But what is at issue is the integrity in granting of public contracts and the integrity of the government itself. This is a political system, in any political system based on the rule of law. Governments must follow the rules. So the government set out credible, legitimate rules which absolutely matched the process that we should follow for public tendering for public art, especially for a project of this scope. But it was requested that discussions between the Prime Minister's office and departments be published. We received the 4 pages of documents I've mentioned, and, surprise, there were dozens upon dozens of redacted pages, all blacked out. But there was an interesting element that they may have forgotten to redact. In email exchanges with the PMO, the PMO asked to have a meeting with Couture, about the monument. So a meeting with all key stakeholders. In June 2022, Couture had a meeting with the PMO asking if things were moving along. The PMO, yes, the PMO, that is who was involved in these meetings, and that's in the documents. The two ministers refused to mention the PMO and its involvement when they testified in committee, but the PMO was absolutely involved, and we have proof of that in the documents we received. The Prime Minister intervened in that process and then pressured two departments to find out how things were moving along. So maybe the ministers and the departments tried to hide the PMO's interference. Why? Is it because the decision to cast off Daou and go with Stimson was a PMO decision? That's what the non-redacted part of the documents seems to suggest. Mr. Speaker, we have many unanswered questions, but the most important one, in my view, is why did the Prime Minister's office decide to intervene in this contest? Why did the ministers lie to us and say they decided to give more credence to the polls because of the situation in Afghanistan? While, Madam Speaker, do I not have much time remaining? I would like to remind the member that the member should not suggest that someone has lied in the House of Commons, so I wanted to mention that. The Honourable Member, I'm sure that the member has a lot more to say, but he can perhaps speak more during questions and comments. Questions and comments.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the most important thing to recognize is the sacrifices of many in support of our allied forces and having a monument. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts and maybe his comments and recognition of those lives that were lost and those that actually served. Madam Speaker, I think that's an important thing to recognize right offhand. And then, if the member doesn't mind, just to provide his thoughts in regards to what degree the committee actually had the minister, I understand, I'm not sure, attend the committee and provide an explanation or an answer to the member's question.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you for the question. I like the question a lot. Here's why. Canada went to fight in Afghanistan for democracy. For democracy. This whole contest, though, is undemocratic, anti-democratic.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member's speech. Of course, I sit on the committee as well. I share many of his concerns that he has raised here today. In particular, two things. First of all, this is such an important monument for those who served in Afghanistan, and this is being delayed by this bungling of the government. And most importantly, being delayed by the fact that the PMO has gotten involved in this situation, interfered in this situation. He indicated that in his speech. And I would like to just ask him, his thoughts and his feelings around the fact that the PMO interfered and is therefore delaying this monument from being able to be built. But if he could indicate to us why he believes the PMO interfered in this matter inappropriately.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I thank my colleague for the question. Yes, it is dragging on. The process was very long, but I tried to describe the sequence of events, but the sequence of events could have been shortened. But at some point, there was a breakdown in the decision-making process. I am more or less convinced that the two ministers and the two departments wanted it to be Daou. But there was a breakdown, and the breakdown meant that time was lost, and the Prime Minister's office gave itself the authority to make that decision, which, I must repeat, had never been done before in public art contests in Canada, and which will have major consequences, not just for the credibility of this government, but for all those who will one day want to bid for public art contracts.
Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this to the House today. I know that him and I sit in committee together and share similar concerns on these issues. My question specifically is around the fact that this is not the first time that we have seen the department be very unclear in the process of communicating the facts and information. And in fact, they were saying that they reached out to veterans, but everything was done in a way that it wasn't measurable to make sure that those were in fact the veterans and those were in fact the family members. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about methods that this department might take on to actually talk to those veterans, like in this one in specific, the Afghan veterans and their loved ones.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, in the current case, they attempted to consult. There was an attempt at consultation, but as you know, the poll wasn't even a poll. Léger was very clear about that. It was absolutely unusable. It's really sad. It would have been nice to truly have the opinions of veterans or of those who participated in the mission over there. So if there are rules, the rules should be followed. And if in the rules a poll is called for, it should be a properly conducted poll rather than a botched one. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, here is my question for my colleague. My colleague has done a lot of work on this file, excellent work. He has been searching for the truth because there have been undescribable errors. My colleague ran out of time during his remarks, so I would like to know, in fact, what he would conclude. So I'd like to ask my dear colleague what he would like to leave us with. What final thoughts? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a horrible, horrible mistake. Some people are even calling it the shame monument. That hurts me. That cuts deep because this is a monument for those who worked in Afghanistan. There's only one solution. Only one. The government must take back its decision. Yes, that's what I said. Take back its decision. And the government must give the contract to the Daou firm. That's the only way out of this. And the government should do so as soon as possible. Because these are Canadian works of art in Europe and in the United States. And our allies are looking at us and wondering how a democratic country such as ours could have such an error. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Yorkville Melville.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I apologize for not being in the House in time to hear the full speech of my colleague. However, I sit next to him in committee and am very aware of the circumstances here. I would like to ask him what he sees as the ripple effect of this decision by the government in impacting future procurement opportunities.
Honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, on two levels. First, the government's credibility. I must repeat that. The government implemented a process which was fine and fair, but then did not follow it, did not follow its own process. So how are we supposed to trust the government? The government decides to flip-flop whenever it feels like it. Nothing sticks. There's a trip abroad, then an issue, then another trip abroad. And there's another element, the second level, is Canada's credibility abroad among our partners. And especially when it comes to artists. Canada's artists community is mobilized on this issue. Daou has received thousands of signatures from people who are deeply offended. You can't do that. You can't proceed this way. Public art's being disrespected, architects are being disrespected, designers are being disrespected, and so on and so forth. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for, just a moment, I'm forgetting the riding name, Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our veterans fought not only for democracy, but also for justice, fairness, and equality. Our veterans have fought so that rules that are not always followed could be followed, nationally and abroad. So the situation described in the report and the situation that my colleague described in his speech, do those match the values that our veterans fought for and continue to fight for? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles in just over a minute. Well, of course not. It's a mismatch. We're referring to military personnel and veterans, all those who participated in the mission. They have values, just like any of us. They value fairness, respect, solidarity. But with the government's decision, there's none of that, none of those values. And there's something quite obvious that I must mention. I've received a host of phone calls, like many of my fellow committee members, calls during which I've been told that they feel like they're being used with that sham, phony poll. They feel like they're being used so that the government can say that this is what we want as a monument. And I'm not criticizing the monument, Madam Speaker, but a decision was made by experts, by the expert jury. The government is not a public art expert, nor am I. But this jury was made up of public art experts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to pick up on the member's concluding thoughts in terms of the government not necessarily being an expert, and I think it's safe to say that is in fact the situation when you have a government that is very much consulting with Canadians on the whole issue of the monument and the conceptual design of that particular monument. And I think what's important here to recognize is that we're not talking about hundreds, we're talking about thousands of people that have provided input, and the ones that we need to be very sensitive to are in fact the veterans and family members of the veterans. And I do believe that the decision that has been made has been weighted in that favor. And I think that's an important aspect to recognize. But before I go into more of the details, Madam Speaker, what I'd like to be able to do is to put things into a proper perspective. It would be wrong for me not to recognize that I don't necessarily agree with the timing of the debate itself and the decision of the bloc to use a concurrence motion in order to raise the issue, given that we are now talking days left of the session and there's so much that still needs to be done under the government agenda. So, for example, many members that would have come to the House today would have been thinking in terms of the affordability bill legislation, C-56, I think is what it is, Madam Speaker, that was supposed to be debated at this point in time. I know that members are very much wanting, at least on the government benches, to hear debates and discussions on that issue, because those are the issues that Canadians are facing today, Madam Speaker. They're looking for to the government and for responsible opposition parties to recognize that the issues of affordability and this legislation that we were supposed to be debating today, I would suggest to you, should have been allowed to continue the debate. And so I'm a little bit disappointed and somewhat surprised that the Bloc would have used this particular opportunity to raise this specific issue. When the Bloc do have other opportunities to do it, Madam Speaker. Even given the discretion that is often used in terms of relevancy to legislation, the member could have raised the issue that he's raising right now in the fall economic statement, not to mention even this legislation. You probably could have found a way to raise that issue, or to make the suggestion of a take note debate, or to wait until there's an opposition day opportunity. In other words, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that there would have been other ways. Now, it's not to underestimate the importance of the issue. Madam Speaker, as a bit of a background, prior to getting involved in politics, I served in the Canadian Forces. I had the privilege to walk and march, I should say, side by side with World War II veterans. I've had the opportunity to visit the legions with many veterans, Madam Speaker, especially when I was a member of the Canadian Forces, serving both in Alberta and doing my training in Ontario, and a portion of it in Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. And you gain a very genuine appreciation of the horrors of war when you see people in the legions that have had the odd drink, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, where they'll, in tears, try to get through the Remembrance Day. And, there have been many different awkward moments where discussions have become very emotional, because even though the actions of the war were decades prior, to talk about it, to relive it, would bring tears along with a wide spectrum of emotions. And it wasn't necessarily those that fought on those front lines. You could even see it at times with family members. And I appreciated every opportunity I had, especially while I was in the military, Mr. Speaker, in having those talks and expressing my gratitude and appreciation to those that returned from war abroad, Mr. Speaker. I understand and I value the importance of war monuments. And it is important that we never, ever forget, Mr. Speaker. Like members across the way, on November 11, I too participate in recognizing the sacrifices that have been made in order for us to be here. I can recall an incident when I was serving inside the Manitoba legislature, where we had veterans on the floor of the Manitoba legislature. And I remember very distinctly being able to sit in my chair in a chamber of democracy, where I could actually turn my chair around, because it was on a pivot, and I could actually touch the knees of war veterans. I find that is profound, much like when we get veterans that come to the chamber here and sit in our galleries. It is very touching, Mr. Speaker, because it speaks volumes in terms of the sacrifices that have actually been made so that we can do the things that we do, and we can have a society based on freedom and liberty and operate on rule of law. We have been blessed by the many men and women that have served our country, that have served in the Allied forces, and have ensured that we have the benefits of what we have today as a direct result of those efforts and those sacrifices. And it is important that we recognize that. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why I do find it difficult to say that we could have had this debate at another time. And I still believe, having said what I have said, that we could have, Mr. Speaker, because of where we are at in regards to the session. And there's, I believe, a lot more that we could be doing and saying in dealing with our veterans. I have known, as a member of Parliament, many issues that have come to the veterans' files. When I was in opposition, we opposed, for example, the number of veterans' offices that were being shut down across the country. Many members at the time raised questions on that issue and challenged the government of the day as to why it is that they would be closing down offices. There has been concerns in regards to how it is that services are being provided to our veterans, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. And again, what we've seen over the last number of years is a great deal of attention focused on Canadian veterans. Whether it is the reopening of the veterans' offices that were shut down by the previous government, or it's reinvesting and topping off hundreds of millions of dollars in many ways to support our veterans, Madam Speaker. And we do that in different ways. Whether it's direct in terms of financial compensation, Madam Speaker, where we have seen overall budget increases, to the services that are provided, Madam Speaker. We also recognize, as previous governments have, that we need to do what we can to support veterans when they come home. Veterans in particular that have had some of those, what I classify the horrors of war, come and return, and the impact that that has on them. I think General Dallaire, a former senator, highlighted many things for Canadians. Whether it is...
J'ai un appel au règlement.
Point of order. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Belles-Îles. With all due respect for my colleague, he has 20 minutes to talk in the House, and he hasn't talked about the commemorative memorial. Could he at least explain his position? Is he comfortable with the survey? Is he comfortable with the position of the two governments? Should his government... It seems there'll be a question and comments period, as the member knows well. There is some flexibility during speeches. And yes, I'd like to remind all members that when you do a speech, there is some flexibility, but you also must specifically talk about the issue that is before the House. On, in this case, report 13. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'm sure he will bring his speech back to the motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, and at the beginning of my comments, I made reference to the fact of monuments, and that I was going to be giving some background as to the importance of monuments. And I am going to be talking about monuments. Even in the question that I put forward to the member, I highlighted that when we talk about monuments, what we're talking about, I believe, is something that's well worth the expenditures that government is actually making towards it, and providing the background information as to why it's so important, Madam Speaker. Why it's so important that we support our veterans. I don't understand why the member from the bloc would not recognize the relevancy to everything that I've said. And it's a bit offensive that the member wouldn't recognize that, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, as a government, we need to appreciate and value the sacrifices by many that have enabled us to have the privileges that we have today. And a part of that, Madam Speaker, I have been listing off. And if I circle back to the very beginning of my comments, it is in regards to monuments. And monuments take place in many different ways, Madam Speaker. You know, the member makes reference to, in the report, in the Afghanistan monument. Well, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that we are going to have a monument. And as I said earlier in my comments, I indicated that what's important is that we take into consideration the fact that there were thousands of people that were consulted. Thousands. And I do believe that the people that we have to listen to the most are those that were the veterans and the family members of the veterans. And then I went in to explain why it is important that we listen. And that's, in fact, what has taken place, Madam Speaker. In fact, if I was to, the member has raised the question. He's raised it earlier this month. And he received a response from the minister, Madam Speaker. Back on December the 4th, he posed the question, and the minister responded by, and I quote, "The creation of a national monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan will at last recognize the commitment of Canadians who served in that mission. The Department of Veterans Affairs conducted a survey or questionnaire. More than 12,000 Canadians, most of whom were veterans, responded to the survey. The Stimson concept was chosen because we were told that it better reflected the sacrifice, bravery, and loss of our veterans." The member was told that, Madam Speaker. He chooses not to believe that. And now I am attempting to explain to the member that why it is so important that we listen to what it is that the minister explained, member across the way. He might disagree with the member, and ultimately, Madam Speaker, that would be a dispute between the member and what it is that the minister has explained. I am providing a great deal more background as to why it's important, Madam Speaker, that we recognize and listen to what veterans are saying, and that's been what the entirety of my speech has been, Madam Speaker. I might sound a little bit offended because the fact that, as I said, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I like to think that I have listened to many veterans over the years. And Madam Speaker, I am now giving a clear indication as to what I believe veterans of today want. And that's why the opposition doesn't have the clue, Madam Speaker. Member from Abbotsford.
Order. I just want to remind members that if they want to make comments or have questions, that to wait until the appropriate time, and there should be no heckling while another member has the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just a little over 4 minutes to finish up.
Madam Speaker, the member from Abbotsford says, well, I don't have any clue in regards to what veterans want. Let me remind the member from Abbotsford, when he was in Stephen Harper's government and sat around the cabinet table, he shut down 9 veterans' offices across Canada. And he says, I don't have a clue, Madam Speaker? I would suggest to you that members of the Conservative caucus don't have a clue in regards to what veterans want. This is a government.
Order. There still is some individuals who seem to want to contribute to the discussion. I would ask them to please wait. There will be opportunities, 10 minutes at that, for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And look, the Parliamentary Secretary is entitled to attack political parties, but when he attacks all members in this House, including within my party, when some of us are actually Afghanistan veterans, right. I take that personally, Madam Speaker.
Debate. It's not a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't participate in the Afghanistan, but we have had members on the Liberal government side that have participated, including the former Minister of Defence. The former Minister of Defence that reinstated the veterans' offices that were closed down by the member from Abbotsford in the Stephen Harper government. And at the time in which I opposed...
Order. Again, I want to remind there's a couple of members who have been repeatedly interrupting the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I will ask them to please wait until it's time for questions and comments, the appropriate time, should they wish to contribute to the discussion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What's important, and I see because my time's running out, I'll try to keep this as brief as I can, Madam Speaker. What is important to recognize is that monuments play a very important role for our entire society. And at the end of the day, recognizing that it does take time to do the consultation and to work with people in order to ensure that we get the right monument. And that is, in fact, what we are seeing with regards to Afghanistan, Madam Speaker. And I do believe, once it's all complete, that all of us will be proud of that particular monument, Madam Speaker. And I support the government's initiatives that we have taken to date to support our veterans and recognizing. You know, I like to, as someone that has served in the Canadian Forces for over 3 years, Madam Speaker, and has marched alongside World War II veterans and others, I always take the time to have a personal experience of reflection when it comes to November the 11th. A couple of years ago, I was actually in the city of Manila with the Mayor Honey, and we actually were at a monument where there were Canadian soldiers as a part of the Allied forces. So they weren't technically Canadian soldiers, but they were Canadians that participated in the Allied forces at a special monument in Manila, honoring Canadians. Whether it's there or in my own city of Winnipeg, at the Brooklyn Cemetery, or the armories, or in churches, or it's here in Ottawa, Peace Tower, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. There are many monuments that are scattered throughout. And being able to take the time to reflect and value those monuments and the sacrifices that ultimately had taken place that justified those monuments being put into place. I am a big fan and support us as a government or any government recognizing the contributions of veterans, Madam Speaker. And that was the purpose, and believing that the monument that's being proposed and will be put together and constructed for the Afghanistan, people that have served in Afghanistan, Madam Speaker, I believe is the appropriate one. And ultimately, I look forward to its completion and its dedication. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude my remarks.
Comments? The Honourable Member Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to Veterans Affairs, when it comes to recognizing the ultimate sacrifice that many of our veterans and Canadian Forces personnel have made, in particular in Afghanistan, where we left 158 Canadian Armed Forces members behind. it should be nonpartisan. This process about recognizing the incredible contribution that these veterans have made to this country and to freedom in Afghanistan should be nonpartisan. However, what we have here is we have a government that took 8 years to actually come up with this so-called design. And again, I'm not actually criticizing the design that was selected. I'm criticizing how the government messed up the process and interfered in the process, and that's what this motion's all about, to actually make it so that veterans are being penalized once again and not being respected. And I just want to know, in the member's viewpoint, does he not think it should be proper to make this as non-political as possible and to actually recognize the incredible contributions that our veterans have made?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I believe that it would be a wonderful thing to see it being done in an apolitical fashion. The problem that I have is that the member is pointing to the government, saying that it's the government that is messing up, when in fact that is just not the case. It is the opposition, and I won't say which opposition, that also plays a role. If you haven't noticed, the last number of years, it has been a minority government. Where is the opposition on the file, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition on this particular file? The member qualified his comments by saying, well, he gives the impression that he supports the one that the government has accepted. He didn't give clear indication. Does he support it or does he not? He is in Afghanistan. He served himself, and I appreciate and value his contributions to Afghanistan on behalf of Canadians. But he never did give his personal opinion.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard for me to believe that our Liberal colleague endorses a failure to respect law. The process is clear. The government set it out. It was great. They did not respect the rules. They decided to grant it to a team that did not win the competition. The government is acting as the judge and jury for artists. My colleague is endorsing once again a poll that has been demolished by the biggest polling firm in Canada. That's what my colleague is endorsing. He is endorsing the fact that they made a political decision that goes against anything that refers to art. He's talking about honoring veterans, but I think this is sad.
Madam Speaker, what I am supporting is when the minister makes this statement, and she's made this statement to the member across the way, and I quote, "The Department of Veterans Affairs conducted a survey or questionnaire. More than 12,000 Canadians, most of whom were veterans, responded to the survey. The Stimson concept was chosen because we were told that it better reflected the sacrifice, bravery, and loss of our veterans. That's the reason why the decision was made."
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just have to say that I do agree with my friend from Bruce Grey Owen Sound that this should be a nonpartisan issue. We know that the people who sacrificed for us in Afghanistan, not only did we lose them there, we lost them when they came home. So this really matters. So my question to the member is simply this. You know, during committee when the minister came, one of the things that I asked was how did they verify that the people who answered these surveys were veterans? What was the process of doing that? Now, I trust veterans, but perception matters. So we hope that it was the veterans and their families that made these voices and opinions heard, but there's actually no way of knowing that. So I think that's why this concern is here and it's very real. And I'm wondering if he could respond to that, knowing that the minister herself said that they did not do a process where they knew the people who answered the survey were veterans or not.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I have confidence in Canada's civil servants to ensure that there's a process that is reflective of being fair and transparent. And the information that was gathered, I believe, is in fact accurate. There's been no indication whatsoever from any political party that there is some major fault in that consultation and feedback received by Canadians. I suspect, Madam Speaker, that what you will find is that out of those thousands and thousands of people that participated, most of which were veterans or family members of veterans, is a true reflection in terms of what we're going to be seeing as a monument. And unless there's evidence to demonstrate that there was something wrong, the civil servants or whoever applied the questionnaire/survey didn't know what they were doing, I would suggest that we accept it as we have done on many other policy points, I suspect.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member two things. First of all, if this government truly believes the words that he's saying, that they care so much about trying to ensure veterans are honored and appreciated, why did it take them 8 years just to announce a design of a monument? And then, most particularly, when the jury made a decision in November of 2021, it took them from then until June of 2023 to announce this. And in between there is all sorts of evidence of the Prime Minister's office interfering in this process to change the decision. No one knows why they wanted to change that decision, but maybe the member could shed some light today for us on why exactly they spent 8 years and a year and a half of the Prime Minister interfering and showing such disrespect for our veterans. Why did that happen? Why did the PMO interfere and show so much disrespect for our veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, his colleague says that we should try to depoliticize, and at the end of the day, I think extending or having 8 years, as the member puts it, I do not believe that is the complete fact of the matter, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, there's a great deal of discussion that had taken place. Yes, it didn't happen immediately after, and then there's a consultation process that takes place. I could level the same sort of criticism on many Canadian Forces projects that Stephen Harper never got off the ground and took 10 years. And the classic one would be the F-35. It took this government to actually get that one off the ground because the Conservative government previously spent over a decade trying to figure out that they needed to get a replacement.
Order. Members know full well that if they've had a chance to ask a question, they should listen to the answer, and even it may not be what they're looking for. However, if they have other follow-up questions or comments, they should wait until the appropriate time.
I have the time for a brief question. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the beginning of his speech, the colleague spoke about the fact that the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles could have talked about the report at a different time to get a response in a different way. And yet when I look at routine proceedings, there is a spot for tabling of committee reports. Even in the House, are we to stop respecting the rules of the House, the standing orders, because the government decides that is the way? Will they do a poll on that as well?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I don't know that question is related, but I will. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think that the member in herself has to answer to her constituents as to why the Bloc decide at times to coalesce or work with the Conservative Party in preventing government legislation from passing. We are supposed to be talking about the affordability legislation today, and the Bloc want to minimize the number of hours being debated on that particular issue, when in fact the issue that we're actually debating today, there are other ways in which it could have been brought up and addressed. So we'll have to agree to disagree. I'm on the side of supporting the issues that Canadians want us to be talking about, legislation that they want to see us passing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Banff Airdrie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I will tell you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Charlesbourg Haute Saint Charles. Thank you.
And now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to get to the issue at hand. This Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, has infamously said they're asking for more than we can give when referring to our veterans. And that's been a source of great consternation for our veterans ever since that time. And this government has shown that disrespect in so many other ways. But that comment sums it up exactly how the Prime Minister feels about our veterans and their sacrifices and their service. And I think this issue that we're speaking about today, at hand today, is just another example of that absolute disrespect from this government and from this Prime Minister to our veterans and to the families of those who've served. When you think about the delays in this monument, this government took 8 years just to announce a design for a monument to those who served in Afghanistan. And not only did it take 8 years to do that, but it bungled it so badly that now nobody knows when this thing will ever actually be built. Because you've got a design firm that was chosen to build this monument by the jury that the government selected and with the process the government set up. And that was decided in November of 2021. But then in the next more than a year and a half, up to June of 2023, June of this year, the government spent all of that time trying to figure out how to disregard the decision of that jury. No one knows why they want to do that. You know, is this another typical Liberals trying to find a way to award a contract to their friend? Is this something else? No one knows. But we do know is that the Prime Minister's office interfered in that process in that period of time, in that year and a half. There's all sorts of evidence that that occurred. And nobody in this government will answer to that. They won't explain the reasons for this. They claim that there was this survey that, you know, that they heard from veterans, and it's been already indicated in this House that there's no way to verify that there was actually veterans they were hearing from. But most importantly, in the original talking points that this government had about this when they were planning to announce it back in 2021, they were indicating why they felt that it was important to follow the jury's decision above that of this survey. And now they're using this survey as their reason for it. So everyone knows that's not the truth. That is not the reason that they are not proceeding with the monument that was originally chosen by the jury. No one knows why, but we do know the Prime Minister's office interfered and therefore has disrespected all of those who served this country during the Afghanistan mission. They've disrespected and dishonored the memory of the 158 Canadians who laid down their lives. They've disrespected the families of the fallen and all of those who served this country by delaying this monument for that period of time and by putting this cloud over it and by leaving us in a situation where no one knows when the heck this thing will ever be built. Those who served this country in Afghanistan deserve that monument, and they deserve it now, and they deserve better than what they're getting from this government. So just to speak again to that timeline, You know, this government spent the period of time from when they were elected in 2015 until November of 2021, just to have this process that they set up arrive at a decision. That process arrived at a decision in November of 2021. And then in the next year and a half, with all sorts of interference from the Prime Minister's office, they fumbled around to try to figure out and tripped over themselves to try to figure out a way to change the decision of that jury. That's something, as was mentioned by the Bloc member who brought forward the concurrence motion today, has never been done before. Not only has it never been done before in Canada, but there's no precedent anywhere in the world for this sort of thing. When these types of jury processes are set up, this is the first time that anyone can ever speak to that this has occurred, that this jury process has ever been disregarded like this. Shame. And nobody knows why, except for the Prime Minister and probably a few other people. Now I'll note, Speaker, you know, obviously we cannot refer to the presence or absence of members in the House, but there is one person who could have stood up when the Liberal member got up to give a speech today, and that's the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, the current Minister of Agriculture. Now, I can't refer to whether he was present or not, but he could have stood up, and he could have clarified the situation, because I'm sure he was told what to do by the Prime Minister's office. So he could have told us why it was the Prime Minister's office told him that he needed to disregard the jury process and mire this project in such controversy that now we know no one knows when the heck it'll ever be built. He could have stood up and clarified that for us. But no, instead, we had the Liberal parliamentary secretary who always stands up and just spout out a bunch of drivel. He didn't speak to what happened, why it happened. I mean, he gave us the typical talking point we've gotten. That's the justification that we all know is false, that we all know isn't the truth. But that's all we got from that member. We could have had clarification on what exactly happened. Maybe there was a good reason, but if there was, you would think that in the last 2 years, somebody from the government would have provided that justification. So we can only assume that their reasons are not something that they want to divulge to Canadians, and that would mean that there's something fishy going on here. And that's at the expense of our veterans. That is at the expense of our veterans. That's at the expense of the 158 Canadians who gave their lives in Afghanistan. That's at the expense of their families who mourn them, who grieve. And imagine what they must feel like to be witnessing what this government is doing. I think it's the least that anyone who serves this country could expect is a monument to the mission that they served in, a monument to the lives that were given in service of this country. That's the very least anyone could expect. And this government isn't even willing to provide that without getting some kind of political interference involved and therefore delaying and who knows for how long delaying this project. They can't even answer as to when this thing will be built right now because of the controversy that's now been created. And so one would have hoped that today might have been the day when the government realized the error of its ways. They were given the opportunity today, through this motion, to stand up and clarify the situation. The former Minister of Veterans Affairs could have stood up in his place and told us what happened. And maybe could have even better, could have stood up and told us, you know what, we were wrong. And we'll do better. And we'll do right by our veterans. We'll do right by those 158 Canadians who gave their lives. We'll do right by their families who were left behind to mourn them. But did we get any of that? No, we certainly didn't, Madam Speaker. Far from it, in fact. What we got instead was more disrespect for those veterans, more disrespect for their families, more disrespect for those who serve this country. It's shameful, Madam Speaker. It's absolutely shameful. This monument has been delayed now for 8 years by this government, and who knows for how much longer it will be delayed. And all for what? No one knows. No one knows except for the Prime Minister's office. Why did they interfere in this process? And why did they delay this? And why did they disrespect our veterans who served this country? Why did they disrespect those who gave their lives for this country? Why did they disrespect the families of those who have fallen? No one knows, Madam Speaker, but I wished the Liberal government would just stand up and say, we were wrong, we shouldn't have disrespected our veterans in this way, and we're going to fix it. I really hope that maybe at some point in this debate that will still happen, Madam Speaker, because that's what our veterans deserve. That and nothing less.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you something about disrespectful and shameful. In 2014, the Conservative Party of Canada in government announces through a press release, we have a site for the monument. Didn't consult one veteran, not one veteran. It comes out in the form of a press release. Contrast that to what we have done. Thousands, well over 10,000 people, most of which were veterans or family members of veterans that were consulted and ultimately led to the monument that has been selected. I'll compare our record to Harper's record anytime. The one that consistently hits down our veterans is the party across the way, Madam Speaker. He's the one that should be feeling ashamed of himself.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
That member stands up and says he's proud of their record.
Shame.
He's proud of a government that says to veterans, you're asking for more than we can give. He's proud of a government that spent 8 years to announce a design, just to announce a design. And then they bungled it so badly, and there was so much interference from the PMO that now it's mired in controversy. It'll probably end up in court. And the veterans in this country are left wondering, when will they have the monument they deserve? The families of the 158 fallen are left wondering, when will they have the monument that their loved ones deserve? He's proud of that? I'll tell you what, he should be absolutely ashamed.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm still struggling to understand that the Liberals' media line is similar. So they're referring to a survey that is a complete sham. Are they telling us that Léger is incredible? I don't understand. But I'd like to hear my colleague on something. We asked to have the former Minister of Veterans Affairs and the former Heritage Minister in committee. But at our latest committee meeting, we heard that they were refusing to testify. How does my colleague feel about that?
Well, that is, the member is absolutely correct. We know that the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the Minister of Canadian Heritage at the time, they would have some knowledge of what exactly occurred. Now, we know the Prime Minister's office interfered. The Prime Minister's office likely directed them on what they were supposed to do. But they could have come to committee and clarified that for us. If there was a good reason why they needed to change the design of the monument, why that 1.5 year extra delay needed to occur, and why they needed to leave this mired in controversy, one would have thought that the ministers would have gladly come and clarified what that good reason was. But they won't even admit who made the decision, let alone come and clarify their reasons for it. Once again, more disrespect to our veterans, more disrespect to the 158 Canadians who gave their lives in Afghanistan, more disrespect to the families who mourn them. That is shameful, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I have some concerns about this. We know very clearly based on the testimony from the minister herself, that this was never verified, that it was actually veterans answering those calls. So I'm just wondering if the member could talk about how we need to talk to veterans a little bit more inclusively and maybe reflect on the fact that during the Conservative time of government, we heard very similar concerns that veterans were being disrespected and not listened to. So what would he think should be different, and why should veterans believe the Conservatives when they've repeatedly betrayed veterans as well?
Brief answer from the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Certainly. What we're talking about here today is a situation where a Prime Minister who has told veterans that they're asking for more than we can give, delayed a monument for 8 years. And I absolutely agree with the member that it's critically important that we listen to our veterans. And I have served as our party's critic for Veterans Affairs, and that's exactly what I've done. I've listened to veterans and I'm hearing what they need, and they're not receiving it from this current Liberal government, and a Conservative government will bring that home for our veterans.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning, unfortunately, I rise to speak again about an unfortunate situation which, very unfortunately, occurs too often in this country. After 8 years of this government, it's apparent that there's a lack of respect for everything related to the institution generally speaking, the institution of the House of Commons, the institution of departments of the Government of Canada, and more specifically today, as relates to the commemorative monument to Canada's participation in Afghanistan. There was a political decision in this file. So there will be a monument. It will be built. We don't know when, though. A monument to honor and commemorate the 158 fallen in Afghanistan and all civilians and all those who participated in the war effort. This monument will represent the decline of our country when it comes to the Canadian Armed Forces, veterans, and civil society. In this file, what the Liberals have done is order a sham léger poll. It's disrespectful to veterans, and they've done all this to justify a political decision, purely political decision. And why did they make this decision? Even though there was a process in place, and it was a professional process, there was a jury made up of professionals, and those professionals had heard the opinions of veterans. They took into account the results of the pseudo poll. Then, at the end of that process, the Liberal government took a purely political decision, which it is unable to justify. The only justification the government seems to be able to come up with is the pseudo survey, the pseudo poll. What occurred between the PMO, the former Veterans Affairs Minister, and the former Canadian Heritage Minister? What happened that they all decided to throw out the jury's decision and make a different decision, go in a different route? So what happened? Because, Madam Speaker, this is the first time in Canadian history that a professional process implemented by the government has been cast aside by that same government. And in fact, the very day that the winner of the competition was announced, that very day, Daou was informed, well, your firm won the competition, but we're going to go with another firm. And that was a political decision. So what went on in the PMO, between the PMO and the Department of Veterans Affairs? And still today, we don't really understand what occurred. There's an issue that my Bloc Québécois colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille, brought up, and I thank him for that. This is a Québécois company. Lucas Fortin, who works for the firm, he's a Québécois artist. They won the competition, And what's worse is that the Canadian Heritage Minister, the former one, is from Montreal. The current Canadian Heritage Minister is a Quebecer, but they didn't do their work. They didn't do their job. The former Canadian Heritage Minister authorized this change of firm without asking any questions. He seemed to be totally okay with it. And the new minister, I asked the new minister questions, the new minister for Veterans Affairs. She had not an inkling about the file, even though the two departments are supposed to share this responsibility for Canadian heritage monuments. So there's been a total breakdown in departmental responsibility. These departments and these ministers disregarded the professional process that had been implemented, and the process was established in order to ensure that there would be a jury made up of experts who are competent to make this type of decision. There were interviews on the radio, for instance, and on the radio, experts were saying that this decision was political only and made no sense. It was illogical. On the other hand, Madam Speaker, we've done everything to insist about this. And I'd like to come back to what I was saying earlier. This purely political-only decision shows yet again that the Liberal government has no respect for institutions. The Liberal government likes to do things its way by skirting the rules. That's in their DNA. Skirting the rules. They set up a process, they set up some rules, and then they cherry pick, they pick and choose. We like to do things our own way. All right. But they are using veterans to justify their decision. And in the veteran community and in the armed forces community, people are sick of it. They're sick of this government that disrespects institutions, because respect is the first thing that veterans and military personnel want. And what that means is respecting decisions and making proper decisions, not making decisions willy-nilly based on nothing. Those who are above, making decisions above and the highest ranks, sometimes they change their mind, and then these decisions trickle down to the lowest levels. And at the lowest levels, among our troops, our soldiers, our military personnel, our veterans, they have no trust, no confidence in this government. And if the decision about the monument is not changed, then it will be, in fact, a testimony of these 8 years of Liberal governments. My colleague was in Afghanistan. 40,000 Canadians took part in the mission in Afghanistan. But if the government doesn't reverse its decision, then it will speak loud and clear about the style of this Liberal government over the past 8 years. And what's this debate today about? Is it about whether we personally prefer the Stimson Monument or the Daou Monument or one of the two other monuments that was proposed? No, what this is about is that the government implemented a decision-making process and then skirted it. We need our government institutions to be respected. What is an institution, Madam Speaker? An institution has principles and rules which must be respected, and currently they are being disrespected. Institutions and rules are being totally avoided, and now there's been a political-only decision based on what? Based on a pseudo poll. Now, back to this poll. I'll tell you what Léger said. This methodology shows that the online consultation is not legitimate and does not represent the opinions of the Canadian Armed Forces or of the Canadian population. The results of the online poll cannot be generalized to the Canadian population and should not be considered as objective enough to be used to select the commemorative monument for Canada's participation in Afghanistan. Léger is the most widely respected Canadian poll firm, and they themselves say that the survey is not legitimate. that the poll was not legitimate. So there was a purely political decision to disregard the jury's selection in order to go with the Stimson Monument. These decisions impact all Canadians, but the government is way off the mark. The government has forgotten the basics, which is respecting Canadians, respecting the troops, respecting the Canadian Armed Forces. True respect, not sham Liberal respect.
The government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in 2014, the Conservative Party demonstrated no respect for veterans when they, in a press release, made their announcement in terms of the land allocation or the site location. Not one veteran. The other thing that we're being criticized is the number of years. They say 8 years. The Korean War monument took 40 years. That's 4 decades. Now, the Liberals ultimately did get it put into place. It took 4 decades, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives have no idea in regards to what it is that they're talking about. And if you base it on their past history, I'd give them a strawberry when it comes to, or a raspberry, I should say, when it comes to dealing with our veterans, because they have clearly demonstrated while they were in government a true lack of respect for veterans, and then they say that we're not doing the job, when in fact we reopened the office, we've invested hundreds of millions of additional dollars, and we get the job done when it comes to war monuments, Madam Speaker. That has been clearly demonstrated in the past.
Again, there seems to be some other individuals that want to participate in either responding or asking questions. I would ask them to wait till the appropriate time. L'honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my colleague is trying to shift the responsibility. He's trying to depict Conservatives as a party that doesn't respect veterans. But during the war in Afghanistan, a Conservative government was there, was present, gave the troops the equipment they needed on the ground. The Conservative government changed things because we started out that mission on the wrong foot. But when the Conservatives took office, the first thing we did is bring pride to our military personnel on the ground to give them the equipment that they needed to fight a good fight. And now the Liberal government is in office. They need to respect these people. We supported these people during the war, and they need to support them now after the war. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I congratulate my colleague, the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, for his speech. He mentioned elements that I did not address during my speech, and it was very interesting. The Liberals continue to try to defend the indefensible. Here's what I'd like to hear his opinion on. There's been a massive blunder. A massive Liberal blunder. The Liberal government is making this monument a shame and controversy monument. Would my colleague agree that it's not too late for the government to change its decision? That it's not too late for the government to give Daou the contract? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, Madam Speaker, I think we're at a very crucial stage. It's not too late. We can still turn back. The government just has to show some humility and say this isn't a good thing. And the survey results weren't really what they were expecting. And they could go back. They've already done this in politics, I think. So this monument will be here for decades and centuries to come. So it's a very important decision. And we would support such a change. We have a time for a quick question.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks, as a former constituent himself, veteran himself, rather, about the lack of respect shown by the Liberal government. In this interference from the Prime Minister's office. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles in less than 50 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I also like to thank him for his work as the critic. The use of veterans is what bothers me most in this file. Using a poor or sham survey, saying it's the decision of veterans is shameful. And as my colleague who was in Afghanistan said earlier in this debate, this should not be political. This mission was done on behalf of Canada, and we should all be proud of having a monument that would recognize our efforts in Afghanistan and not just reflect a purely political decision.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first would like to start by letting this place know that I will be sharing my time with the member from London Fanshawe. So first of all, I just feel that it is absolutely critical to start this speech by recognizing the Afghan veterans for their tremendous service and a very hard process to go through. And I think it's also important to recognize the family, because we know the truth is when it comes to military, it's the members who serve, but it is also their families who serve. And I just want to recognize them and thank them so much for their service today as we start. As the Member of Parliament that represents the 19 Wing here in Comox, I also want to take an opportunity to thank them for their tremendous service. They've done a lot of incredible things for our region in the last while and for many years. And, you know, when they are needed, they show up to work. I remember, you know, spending some time with some of the search and rescue service members and talking to one particular woman in particular. And I talked to her about her ability to deal with situations like she dealt with, like jumping out into the water and how you do that when it seems so terrifying to me. And she said, we just train so that when we are called, we just do the work that needs to be done. So I think that really outlines the reality that people who serve this country, they work hard, they practice hard, and they prepare themselves to do things that the majority of us can never imagine doing. So here we are having this discussion today about a monument and the process that unfolded to have that monument. And I know that so many have been waiting for this monument to happen. They want a place in this country to go and acknowledge the history, to acknowledge their service, and to acknowledge those who never came home, and to acknowledge the loved ones who were left behind so often. And I think that what is very clear is that the process has been unclear. And we heard from the minister that there was not a clear awareness or understanding of how to connect to veterans directly. And I think of all of the situations, that's the one that concerns me the most. We need to see veterans who served in Afghanistan and their loved ones voice is clear. And we keep hearing from the government, oh, that's what we're doing. This is about focusing on the people who served. But we know that the process that unfolded was not clear. We know that there was no verification process to assure that the people that were giving their opinions were in fact veterans and their loved ones. And this provides a perception that that wasn't done correctly. And that's very concerning to me. And I think when we look at how processes unfold, it is important that connection is made with veterans. And this is something from the department that we've heard again and again from veterans isn't being done effectively. So I think, for example, when services moved to the PCVRS for rehabilitation services for veterans, and how many veterans did not know that that was happening. They saw changes to their services and they didn't understand why. The intake process was long and they often were re-traumatized, having to share their stories again. We heard from folks that were providing rehabilitation services, in some cases for 40 years, who were excluded from the process. So it was just not clear. And part of the problem was the method was not explained to the service people, to the folks that are veterans, or to their families, which is very concerning. And you know, this is not how it should be for veterans. They should be getting the services they need. And in fact, what I have talked about in the Committee on Veterans Affairs repeatedly is the fact that we need to see veteran-centric services. So we hear again about, things like sanctuary trauma. And I think that's something we need to be taking really serious, Madam Speaker. Veterans who are trying to access supports and services from Veterans Affairs are feeling like they're being re-traumatized instead of being provided the services that they desperately need. Those things need to be addressed. And a lot of the training that we know that people are doing at Veterans Affairs, good people trying hard to do the work, is not as effective as it could be in making sure that there's an understanding of what people need, of what veterans need, and what their families need when they call. And of course, when I think about this, we've talked several times to the minister in our committee, and one of the things that I've brought up over the last 4 years since I've been serving in that role to the minister is, why isn't there direct contact, letters, phone calls, follow-ups? If this is a department that I would hope is focused on service delivery, then those things would be happening. And if that was the case, then right now we would not be sitting here having this debate, because there would be a clear process that would show that Afghan veterans and their loved ones gave the feedback and a decision was made respecting their rights. But we don't have that information. And we know that Leger has come out very clearly and said this was not a method that is clear. It's not consistent. So it becomes this thing we're going back and forth. And who's really hurting through this process is the members who served and their loved ones. And that concerns me greatly. So here we are, Madam Speaker, again, looking at this reality. We know that in the last Conservative government, veterans really struggled. They were really frustrated. Their offices were shut down. Access to services was becoming a bigger and bigger concern. I heard then about sanctuary trauma, heard from veterans that they were frustrated. They kept trying to get support and they couldn't. And so it just seems like what we're hearing in the House today is the Liberals and the Conservatives fighting about who was worse. And we're not talking about what needs to change for veterans so that that debate doesn't continue to happen. And Madam Speaker, this brings me back as well to the fact that in my office, I keep hearing from survivors of veterans, mostly women, mostly in their late 70s, 80s, and early 90s, that are calling my office and they are talking to me about the survivor's benefit. They are asking me about the fact that in 2019, this government made an announcement of $150 million that they would be getting out to these largely women who were rejected from getting a survivor's benefit because they married their husbands after 60, even though they cared for them in some cases for 20, 25, 30 years, they get absolutely nothing when their partner passes on. That $150 million was allocated. It was supposed to get out the door and start supporting those women, to respect the veterans who served our country, to respect the women who cared for them as they aged. And we still have not seen a single cent of that going out to those survivors. That was 4 years ago, and I'm still getting phone calls from these ladies who are struggling every day to make ends meet. They are seniors. They are going to their MPs. They are asking for help. They are asking when that money's coming out the door, and they don't know. And what do I hear from Veterans Affairs? They haven't figured out the process. So these women who cared for senior veterans, who helped them to the very end of their life, are getting $0, even though they sacrificed in support of the sacrifice that their partner made. So this is the challenge, Madam Speaker, is here we are again, seeing again and again and again this repeat of unclear process, not very good communication with veterans and their families. We see a department that may have good intentions, but somehow is missing the mark. And we need to see that better. We see sanctuary trauma, where veterans are coming forward talking about being traumatized trying to access the service that they need. And of course, I know I only have about a minute left. It also reminds me of the fact that right now in committee, we are doing the largest study that this committee has ever done, and the first study that it's ever done on women veterans. And what we're hearing from women veterans is horrifying, and it repeats this pattern of them being left out, not being able to access the services that they need, not being acknowledged while they served of the health challenges, the mental health challenges they had. So when they get to Veterans Affairs, they have to prove the things that they went through. And there's no acceptance of the fact that when the Army and the military and the Air Force and the Navy opened up, they didn't have the processes in place to support women. We need to do better by veterans. They definitely deserve it because they served us so well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I did appreciate the question of concern that was raised by the member when I had given my remarks. And I'm interested in hearing her thoughts in regards to the process of how one can do verification when government, because it's not just Veterans Affairs, I think it applies in other areas, other forms of government, when government looks to get feedback from Canadians on a wide variety of different topics. Here we're talking about the important Afghanistan war monument. And there was, a survey questionnaire that went out, and the feedback that we have received is that it was a majority of veterans and family members that actually responded to make up most of the 12,000 that were returned. Does she have some thoughts in regards to how it is government can validate those type of questionnaires or surveys that go out, not only for this department but other departments?
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for the question. The reality is I'm not a pollster, but I'm pretty darn sure that people who do that work would know exactly how to do it. And I think it is important and it's respectful to veterans to make sure that there is no perception that this might not be the case. That is my concern. I hope that those 12,000 folks that came forward and shared their thoughts and their opinions are veterans. The government keeps telling us that they're veterans, but there's actually no way to measure if they are veterans or not. And that is what is leading us down this path. So my advice would simply be, please be thoughtful in the process, ask experts to help you when you need it, and let's respect veterans as decisions are made.
And comments, the Honourable for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this conversation that we've had today in the House, and we know that our veterans want to be supported and want to be valued. They respect protocol, good governance. They respect order. Valor and honor are really important to them. And here we have a circumstance where the government has usurped the role of the existing procurement process and used a survey or questionnaire that, as has been mentioned, cannot be verified. And this is deeply disturbing to our veterans to consider that possibly there are individuals who've responded as veterans who aren't veterans. And this is something that is very, very inappropriate in their world. So I would ask the member, can she confirm that these two things, usurping the role of that procurement process and using as an excuse a questionnaire that has no validity, is that what has undermined the trust and confidence in this government by our veterans on this case, and should they reverse this poor decision? Thank you.
The Honourable for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the member. We've spent many years together on committee, serving veterans in our roles, and I deeply respect her commitment to veterans. I can't say what the outcome should be, but what I do agree with is that it should be veteran-centric. So we need to go back. Obviously, this is unfortunate. Afghan veterans have been waiting for this to happen, and they have not seen it happen because of so many mistakes. So I hope that the government will roll back, do this right, and make sure that veterans are acknowledged for the important work that they've done in this monument.
Time for one brief question. L'Honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Belles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to hear my colleague, for whom I have great respect. I'd just like to know, does she believe in the conclusions of the Léger poll in terms of the government survey, that there's nothing really in it?
Our River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member so much for his intervention. And again, I've worked with him for many years in the committee, and I respect him deeply. I think that Leger was very clear, and I think it's unfortunate that the government did not do their homework to make sure that there was a verification process, to make sure that the people who were giving the input were either from serving veterans or veterans who served or their families. And so here we are in a place that there's more chaos when there should be something that we're all proud of in this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too am honoured to be able to stand in this place and represent the folks of London Fanshawe and to talk about the 13th report of the Veterans Affairs Committee. So that committee denounced the government's about-face and lack of respect for the rules in deciding not to award the design of the commemorative monument to a team linking the artist Luca Fortin and the architectural firm Daoust Letage Lizette Stecker, which won a competition conducted by the team of experts set up by the Liberal government itself. Now, I find this all very, I'm not saying surprising, but certainly concerning, that something that the government went ahead to do to try to honor veterans from the Afghanistan war is now backfiring so much and doing so much damage. And it's so important, this process to build such an important monument that would honor the 40,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces. 158 Canadians died while serving in Afghanistan. This is an important process that needed to be followed, and that process was ignored. And I simply just don't understand why, after going through so much of that process to have that jury determine who the winner was as the artist for that design monument, to go through 8 years, that the government would do such an about-face. Now, again, this is about honoring veterans in our communities, and I said it before, the honor that I have to serve people in London Fanshawe is incredible, and London as a community holds that commemoration of and honoring of what veterans have done for our community so highly. I think in terms of when we're talking about these monuments, in London, we have the Holy Roller, which is an 80-year-old tank from the Second World War, a Sherman tank that actually it needed a lot of repair. And it took several years. It took a lot of effort, but the community came together and worked on that restoration. And when it was revealed again, when they took it back to our downtown in Victoria Park, hundreds of people came out, and hundreds of people see that monument constantly when they go through Victoria Park, and they have that connection to what the sacrifice means, to what soldiers in throughout Canadians' war history have fought for. And that's really, really important. I mean, I think about all the incredible veterans, too, that I've come to know over my term of service so far. And they are truly remarkable. In London Fanshawe, we have Parkwood Institute, which is a veterans hospital. And, you know, throughout COVID, I haven't been able to visit like I had wanted to, but the doors have finally reopened, and we've been able to go back. And I actually got to go back for Remembrance Day this year. And the ceremonies that we partake in, that I have the honor to lay a wreath at, are part of that commemoration. And I think about incredible veterans that I have met in my career, like Pete Schuessler, who I spoke about in this house, actually. And Pete died recently in the last few years, but Pete was a retired chief warrant officer. He served in World War II. He served in England, France, Belgium, Holland. he re-enlisted after he was after 1948 and served again for the Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. He served in Korea. He was a peacekeeper in the Middle East. He served with NATO in Germany. He received 16 honors and awards. He received the Order of Military Merit. He was knighted with the National Order of the Legion of Honor because he helped liberate France. Another incredible veteran in my community is George Beerchaw. George actually just celebrated his 100th birthday, and he was a member of the Queen's Own Rifles of Canada. He was a second World War II vet. He was also awarded France's highest honor, that Legion of Honor. He was made a knight. These are the kinds of veterans in my community that I am so honored to know, but also that need to be commemorated, and they need to be treated with the respect that they ultimately deserve. And just in terms of speaking of respect, my colleague, the member for North Island Powell River, was just speaking, and she went into a great deal of detail about the survivor's benefit that this government was supposed to provide to, again, also try and honor the family members of veterans. Now, I come from a long line of members of Parliament, and my mother also had introduced a similar bill to C-221, which is what the member from North Island Powell River has introduced. And it's that gold digger clause. It's the removal of that, because right now, spouses who married veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces or of the RCMP who were over the age of 60 are now ineligible of receiving that survivor pension. And that forces mainly women, these family members who have supported veterans for a huge part of their lives, with nothing. They live in poverty. They struggle to get by. And don't they deserve the same kinds of respects that ultimately we are talking about here? And so I'm proud to support Bill C-221, and I can't understand, again, why numerous governments, both conservative and liberals, have denied mainly women these benefits, but they continue to do so. And again, that speaks to a disrespect for our veterans. It's perplexing to me why this government would specifically go out of its way to set up this competition, to have a jury select a specific artist, and then interfere in that process and completely do a 180 and choose somebody else. Now, I mean, even I have a quote here from a University of Montreal professor, Dr. Chupin, who is the chair of the research, or the Canada Research Chair in Architecture, Competitions, and he told the committee, the Veterans Committee, that the uproar over the planned monument represents a turning point in the history of competitions in Canada, and that there is no precedent for the kind of government interference that took place to overrule the jury over seemingly a process that the government set up themselves. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'll also note that one of the people who is part of this outrage is former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour. Now, I had such an incredible honor of working while as the NDP's defense critic, while former Supreme Court Justice Arbour was ruling on sexual misconduct in the military, and so she's probably very familiar with such disappointment, I guess you could say, in this government. And I just say that at a time that we're seeing such recruitment and retention crisis within our military, at a time where these incredible women and men who give their entire lives and build careers to defend our country, see how we are now treating our veterans with such a breakdown of process, I can see why they continue to lose hope in wanting to volunteer and get into that service in the first place. Not to mention the sexual misconduct crisis, of course, that is raging through. This is an opportunity right now today, I think, for the government, and I do hope that they change their mind in this. And I know that I only have a few seconds to wrap it up, but this is an opportunity for this House, for the government, to change their minds, to honor veterans, to see what we need to see in terms of the commemoration through this memorial. And I certainly hope that the government does so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Colchester, Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for her intervention. You know, I just want to highlight a project that happened in Nova Scotia in my riding of Cumberland, Colchester. Military veterans with great input from those who served in Afghanistan were able to construct in 1 year, at a cost of about $37,000, a memorial which is very befitting to honor those 158 Canadians who died in service to our great country. You know, there's 3 families of Silver Cross families in my riding, the Mellish family, the Reed family, the Tedford family that we see often. And it's an incredible honor that their loved ones are honored on this memorial. I'd like to also highlight, Madam Speaker, very sadly, that during the unveiling of this monument, there were no members from the Liberal Party there at all. And this is an affront to veterans. And the process which was messed up by this Liberal government is also an affront to veterans. But projects like this can get done with the will of great veterans who served this country.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, and I appreciate the honourable member trying to stand up for things that are happening in his community. I know that I certainly have done that, and I've worked very, very hard to try and find supports for other institutions that are commemorating veterans in our community. I have the 427 Wing, who has actually just been awarded the Veterans Ombudsman Award for service to their community. I have the Victory Legion in London, who and all legions across the country, the incredible work that they do and the supports that they need from this federal government in terms of their places that are the infrastructure that needs supports. This government can do a lot to support those institutions that help veterans in our communities.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. This monument was the result of a process that involved a jury, and the jury chose a monument design that was done by Daou. At the same time, the Department of Veterans Affairs launched a massive consultation where that included numerous veterans groups, and overwhelmingly the preference was for another project, one that was put forward by Stimson. I really appreciated during her speech how she cast light on the wonderful contributions of veterans in her community. What would those veterans say if the government had ignored their wishes and gone ahead with the jury selection?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, it's my understanding, actually, that is being called into question in terms of who they can't ensure who was part of that survey. They can't ensure that veterans groups were, in fact, polled in the way that they're suggesting. And the fact, again, that the government set up an expert jury who had done that consultation as well and rejected the findings of that expert jury is extremely questionable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 quick questions to ask. First, does she believe that the Prime Minister's office is best placed to assess a work of art? Second question is this. To get out of this mess, we're calling it a monument. It's being called a controversial monument. Is there not a simple solution, which would be to respect the result? That is the decision of the jury. That's all.
For London Fanshawe.
And again, I thank the honourable member for his question and his work this file. We had the opportunity to travel together to Dieppe, and that was a beautiful trip, beautiful commemoration. Yes, for the government to set up an expert jury, to have done the work, expert jury, and then to override it is beyond understanding. And ultimately, the government could go back to the findings of that expert jury and respect their wishes and respect their findings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Desilets, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Thursday, November 9th, 2023, be concurred in.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the end of the time provided for oral questions.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Orders of the day. Well, motions. Motions. Présentation de.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to table a petition E4648 signed by 9,202 individuals across Canada. This petition asks, in short, that the Governor General's expenditures be reduced, as well as her salary, and suggests a number of ways to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present to you today. The first is in regards to climate change on the Intergovernmental Panel's most recent report, indicating that we are feeling the impacts in Canada today with increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sectors that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets for Canada to reduce its emissions by 2030. I also have a petition, Madam Speaker, and this comes from community members at the Kingston, Frontenac, and Lennox and Addington region, in particular Frontenac Secondary School. They are calling to the attention of the government that school food programs are recognized around the world as essential to health, well-being, and education of students. They indicate that in data from Statistics Canada 2022 indicates that 1 in 4 children in Canada live in food insecure households, and that Canada is the only G7 country that does not have a national food school food program. They are calling on the Government of Canada, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to prioritize funding for a national school food program through Budget 2024 for implementation in schools by the fall of 2024. Thank you.
Here. Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1803, 1808, 1814 to 1820, 1823, 1828, 1829, 1832 to 1835, and 1842 to 1845. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's responses to questions 1804 to 1807, 1809 to 1813, 1821, 1822, 1824 to 1827, 1830, 1831, 1836, 1837, 1839, 1841, 1846, and 1847 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately, Madam Speaker.
He did all that last night.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que...
Is it the pleasure of the House for the questions mentioned be transformed into questions on the Reports agreed.
Agreed and ordered.
Madam Speaker, finally.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
And then finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
That makes sense given the word.
Agreed. Agreed. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of C-56, Affordable Housing and Groceries Act.
There are 3 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-56. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 3 to the House.
Motion number 1, Mr. Hallen, seconded by Mr. Epp, moves that Bill C-56 be amended by deleting Clause 1. Pursuant to Standing Order 76-12, notice also received from Mr. Sorry. Motion numéro 2.
Motion number 2, Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Epp, moves that Bill C-56 in Clause 3 be amended A, by replacing lines 26 and 27 on page 3 with the following. Quote 10.11, the Commissioner may conduct an inquiry into the state of competition. B, by replacing line 30 on page 3 to line 6 on page 4 with the following. The come.
Motion number 3. Mrs. Gould, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez. Mrs. Gould for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-56 be amended by adding, after line 16 on page 8, the following. Disposition de
Coordinating Amendment 12.1. If Bill C-59, introduced in the first session of the 44th Parliament and entitled the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023, receives royal assent, then on the first day on which both subsection 2472 of that Act and section 7.2 of this Act are in force, subsection 79.4.1 of the Competition Act is replaced by the following.
4.1. If, as the result of an application by a person granted leave under section 103.1, the tribunal finds that a person has engaged in or is engaging in a practice of anti-competitive acts that amounts to conduct that has had or is having the effect of preventing or lessening competition substantially in a market in which the person has a plausible competitive interest, and it makes an order under subsection 1 or 2 against the person, it may also order the person against whom the order is made to pay an amount not exceeding the value of the benefit derived from the conduct that is subject of the order to be distributed among the applicant and any other person affected by the conduct in any manner that the tribunal considers appropriate. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We who live in free market societies believe that growth and prosperity and ultimately human fulfillment are created from the bottom up, not government down. That's a quote by the great Ronald Reagan. And after 8 years of the Civil NDP government, it's abundantly clear that they're not worth the cost. Their economic mismanagement, malpractice, and neglect on the economy has led to some of the most miserable outcomes for Canadians today. I mean, when you have a prime minister that says budgets will balance themselves and doesn't think about monetary policy, but is the same cause and effect of that monetary policy and the misery of Canadians, it truly shows that they have absolutely no idea what they're doing today. And what's happening because of that cause and effect is that Canadians today are more reliant on the government. And whether this is intentional or not by the Liberal NDP government, at the end of the day, it's the pain and the misery that Canadians are facing that is making what we used to know as the Canadian dream fade away. And whether your family has been here for generations or you're working hard to become a Canadian citizen, more and more it's clear that that same Canadian dream is gone. When we see that this government spent more than every one of them before them combined that led to 40-year highs in inflation, the most rapid interest rate hikes not seen in Canadian history, putting Canadians most at risk in the G7 of a mortgage default crisis. That Canadian dream is gone. Everything is up in this country. Rents, mortgages, food prices, the debt, taxes, everything is up. It's sad that the only thing that's truly down right now is the economy. And it comes back to the cause and effect by this Liberal NDP government that doesn't think about monetary policy, but is the cause of that monetary policy. And everything feels like it's broken. Canadians that open their fridges, open their bank accounts, are seeing that the government is not only taking more, but leaving them with less and worse outcomes than ever before. The misery is real. We travel across this country, we hear that pain from everybody. Because when the government is taking more, it means they're taking more from somebody, and that is more from Canadians. Their paychecks are shrinking. You throw on a job-killing carbon tax scam on top of that, that's not only making the cost of food prices go up, but it's also taking more away from Canadians on their utility bills, from when they're filling up gas, just to do everyday basic necessities. Under this Liberal NDP government of 8 years, the most basic things have become a luxury, like heating your home, filling up gas, even buying groceries these days. People are cutting back after 8 years of this government. And there's a phenomenon that has begun in the middle class. It's that a middle-class family with 2 income earners are now going into food banks because they cannot afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. This is the cause and effect of a Prime Minister that doesn't think about monetary policy. Housing. Housing has doubled. There's double trouble everywhere. They've doubled the cost of rent and mortgages because of all that deficit spending that they did and the debt of more than $500 billion that led to those interest rate hikes to tackle the inflation that was caused by this government. But the other side to the equation is also housing supply, which is also affected by the mismanagement and all this government spending. Because not only are people not able to get into homes because of the low supply, but because of the high interest rates caused by all this spending, new home buyers cannot get into the homes, new homes that they want to get into. And the other side of that equation is the builders. Builders are affected by not being able to build because of those high interest rates. That's why it's double trouble by this double trouble of Liberal NDP government. And once again, everything is up. The cost of everything is up. It's exploded. Housing is not being focused on, or the issue is not being tackled. We're seeing a lot of photo ops. There's a huge fund that they put aside for photo ops, but there's nothing concrete for things getting built. And in fact, the CMHC warns that Canada will see a decline in a number of new homes being built this year. This is at a time when the government says we have a housing accelerator. It's too bad everything they're doing is decelerating homes being built in this country. They're decelerating the economy as well. As we see the American side, America's productivity, their GDP per capita, their economy itself is booming. It grew at 5.2%. Canada's contracted, and it will stay that way for a very long time. That means investment won't come in to help get those homes built. Investment won't come in to create good jobs and more powerful paychecks for our Canadian people. It means that less and less productivity will be happening, which ultimately means that Canadians are getting poorer as this government is getting richer by taxing them more and more. Anyone renewing their mortgage today knows the pain. When they look back, it was just a few years ago when this Prime Minister and this Finance Minister said, go out and borrow as much as you want. Rates will stay low for a very long time. That could have been true, Madam Speaker. But what those people didn't expect was for this Liberal NDP government to dump billions and billions of dollars of fuel on the inflationary fire that this government started. that made those interest rates go up because it increased inflation. All that inflationary spending is the misery that mortgage borrowers are seeing today, that their rates are up, and now when they go to renew their mortgages, they're renewing at a minimum of double and sometimes triple the rate. So that misery itself, and there is a huge crisis looming if this government doesn't get its act together and balance the budget. The dream of homeownership is dead. When 9 out of 10 young people are saying that that dream is gone, they will never be able to afford a home. Unless someone's parents are rich or they owned a home, it is impossible for anyone else to own a home today, all because of this economic mismanagement. We see rents are up, and this is causing more people relying on rent and not being able to afford homes. The rental market is booming, but it's also suffering. Anyone who's renting today would have seen their rent double, and that's just after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? It just took 8 years for all this misery to come to fruition. And what are they doing for housing? Well, they've created billions of dollars of photo op funds that they keep re-announcing, recycling, and that's all that they have. What they're not doing is any action or meaningful action towards this. I mean, they put billions of dollars towards a program, and some where they've completed 13 projects. And, you know, it seems like there's people on the Liberal benches that probably flipped more homes than what they've gotten built under some of these programs. It's time for a common sense Conservative government. And I encourage everyone watching today and members on the other side to watch our Common Sense Leaders Common Sense documentary on the housing hell that Canadians are seeing today and actual solutions how to get that fixed. We have a common sense Conservative bill right here tabled in this House under our leader called Build More Homes and Not Bureaucracy. And on top of that, I would encourage everyone to take a look at our common sense Conservative plan. A common sense Conservative plan will bring home more powerful paychecks by lowering the cost, by axing the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating. We're going to bring home more powerful paychecks by balancing the budget so we can bring down inflation, that would bring down interest rates and let people stay in their homes. We're going to bring homes, more homes people can afford. And again, I would encourage everyone to watch that documentary. It deserves awards, I would say, and it might even get some awards. And maybe the Liberals could actually learn something and take something away from that as well. We're going to bring home safer streets by making sure we focus on jail and not bail for repeat offenders. And instead of taking guns away from lawful gun owners and hunters and sport shooters and our Indigenous communities, we're going to use that money at the border to stop the drugs and the flow of crime that's coming in and out, and illegal guns. And most importantly, we're going to bring home freedom once again. Many people who came to this country, like myself, might have left countries where there wasn't much for freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And when they come here, they say, why did we leave the country that we came from? Under a common sense Conservative leader, we're going to bring home freedom and make sure we bring home powerful.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, bring home freedom. This is something that I heard a lot from Donald Trump. And if I take a look in terms of the Conservative Party today and what's taking place in the leadership office, I think of MAGA politics. Here we have the Conservative right that has consumed the leader's office, and one of their key words, freedom. Maybe can the member explain to us what it is when the members of the Conservative Party talk about freedom, especially if you want to contrast that to, let's say, the war that's taking place in Ukraine today?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, it shows completely how out of touch that Liberal member and all of his party are when they're telling an immigrant to this country that he's a far right just because I'm a Conservative. And we will bring freedom from the grip that this Liberal government has put people under, where they're not able to afford the cost of groceries, the cost of rent or mortgages, where every single malpractice that they've had on the economy has caused the misery and pain that we see in Canada today. Of course, we're going to release those Canadian people that are working hard just to stay afloat, the freedom to be able to make their own decisions and keep more in their pocket.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker.
one of the principal things that Bill C-56 does is it removes the GST off purpose-built rental, and that's a policy that's very much designed to try and incent the building of more market-based rental units. One of the ways that government could incent the building of more units that have affordability conditions would be to release land and to tie affordability conditions to released land to ensure that if there's going to be new units built, that a specific percentage, whether that's 15 or 20 or 30 or 40%, whatever it happens to be, of the new units on that government land built are either affordable or social housing. In the Leader of the Opposition's bill on housing, he doesn't attach any affordability conditions to the release of public land. I'm wondering why, and I'm wondering why that is. We have a measure here that's meant to incent the building of market rental by removing the GST. What we need are accompanying measures for affordable and social, and it seems to me attaching conditions to land release is one of the best ways to do it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, I would argue that every plan that our common sense Conservative leader has come out for is about affordability, because our plan to build more homes and not bureaucracy not only tackles and gives a goal of 15% of increased permits, but I talked about the other side of the equation, which the Liberal and the NDP have yet to meet their promise that until they balance the budget, even if land is sold, builders cannot build because one of the biggest drawbacks they have are the high interest rates that were caused by this Liberal NDP's non-stop deficits that made inflation go up and made interest rates go up. And until that budget gets balanced and we start getting lower inflation and lower interest rates, builders won't build and people cannot get into new homes. They need to get out of the way and do that for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague and to the critic for finance who's painted a really great picture and has this lived experience and shares it wholesomely as an immigrant who came to Canada for a better life. And I think there still seems to be some misunderstanding, especially from the Liberals and NDP side, that doesn't understand if you spend more than you make, you create more debt. And we actually have the lowest GDP growth per capita since the Great Depression, which means Canadians are getting poorer. And I would like to ask my colleague, the finance critic, on what is the basic thing that is happening on the other side, the Liberals, of how they're mismanaging Canadian taxpayers' money that's causing this misery.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you to my great colleague and great advocate from Peterborough Kawartha. Everything that this government touches breaks. We've seen that in Canada. I'd like to highlight the great people of Calgary Forest Lawn. I have one of the most diverse ridings. I have 108 languages spoken in my riding, and in fact, there's a strip of land called International Avenue. That should literally be the Canadian dream, where anyone that wants to can open up a business on that strip of land. But today, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, it's become an absolute nightmare for the newcomers in my riding because of high interest rates caused by those deficits, by this job-killing carbon tax, and all the other spending that this government has done that has made life more and more expensive and unlivable for them. We need to get this country back.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always interesting listening to the Conservative members talk about Canada's economy. It's almost as if there's this dark black cloud that covers the chamber when a Conservative wants to talk about the Canadian economy. And ultimately, they love using the word broken. That everything's broken. Madam Speaker, I'm here to say that there is a great deal of light, a great deal of opportunities and hope. That Canada, especially if you do a comparison amongst other countries in the world, whether it's within the G7 or the G20, on the major indicators, whether it's interest rates, inflation rates, employment rates, you will find that Canada is always around the top 3 or 4, Madam Speaker, Speaker, most of the time in those categories, including today, Madam Speaker. And it doesn't mean that we sit back and we don't do anything, because Canada, in comparison to many of those G20 countries, is doing well. No. What we have seen is a Prime Minister and a government that has made a commitment to continue to work at building Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. We want an economy that works for all Canadians, from coast to coast to coast, Madam Speaker. That is why it is we brought forward Bill C-56, the affordability, housing, and groceries legislation, Madam Speaker, because we know that it is important as a government to be there in tangible ways for Canadians. And we have demonstrated that virtually from the day one. And I have often made reference, Madam Speaker, to one of the very first actions that we had taken to support Canada's middle class was a tax break a number of years ago. That was the first real substantial piece of legislation that we had brought forward, Madam Speaker. So you take it from there, going through the pandemic and the many of supports that we put into place in order that we would have the backs of Canadians, to getting out of the pandemic, Madam Speaker, and building our economy. In good part because of the supports that we put in during the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we have rebounded out of the recovery. I would suggest to you second to no other country in the world. When you take a look at the million-plus jobs that have been created based on a population base of 40 million people. So when the Conservatives crisscross the country and their leader crisscrosses the country saying Canada is broken, he is misleading Canadians, Madam Speaker. Yes, there are areas of concern. And that's why we bring forward legislation like this. Legislation, ultimately, that the Conservative Party doesn't even want to see passed, that they will filibuster, Madam Speaker. Yet, it is there to support Canadians in real and tangible ways. For example, it deals with the Competition Bureau, giving more power to the Competition Bureau, Madam Speaker. I would think that members would want to see that. You know, when you talk about grocery prices, and I use it as an example, what Canada needs more than anything else when it comes to groceries prices is competition. And at the end of the day, one of the biggest arguments against buyouts of large corporations is the efficiency rule, where a corporation will say, well, for efficiency purposes, here's what we want to do. We want to consume that other business. And it shrinks the competition. I'll give you a tangible example, Madam Speaker. Shoppers. You know, Loblaws bought up Shoppers. Well, that was back while Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. The leader of the Conservative Party today sat in cabinet when Shoppers was acquired by Loblaws. What did they do back then? Absolutely nothing, Madam Speaker. That has an impact, more of an impact on the price of groceries than anything the Conservative leader has actually said in the last year plus to try to bring down prices. I would suggest to you that his actions back in the day in which he was a cabinet minister speak louder in terms of policy on the issue of grocery prices than what he does when he's leader of the official opposition, Madam Speaker. This legislation, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the Conservatives are filibustering it, helps deal with that. Because we realize that when Loblaws acquired Shoppers, it wasn't necessarily to the advantage of consumers. It's one of the reasons why I take a great sense of pride of when we get grocery stores opening up in the riding. The smaller grocery stores in particular. Some of those diversity grocery stores, whether they're of Punjabi heritage and providing wonderful foods and a wide variety of product, or members from the Filipino community, the water plants, Madam Speaker, that are there in the community of Winnipeg North. They provide competition. And you know, you can see how the bigger chains then start following suit by taking some of those products. Why? Because of competition. That's why the minister had called upon the big 5 grocery chains to come to Ottawa to justify. That's why the Standing Committee pushes the issue, Madam Speaker. We recognize that housing is an important issue. This legislation deals and helps deal with the issue of housing. Prior to this Prime Minister and government, Madam Speaker, the federal government's role in the last 30 years has been negligible in regards to housing. The housing strategy that was adopted by this government is historic. Never before. You'd have to go 50, 60 years plus to see the type of investment that this government has put into housing. We finally have a government under this Prime Minister's leadership that is taking a proactive approach at dealing with housing in Canada. Never before have we seen a government as proactive, but it takes more than just the government of Canada. You need to have provinces, municipalities, and other stakeholders to also get on board, to look in terms of how it is that we can work together. The Conservative leader says you beat them over the head with a stick. We say you work with municipalities, Madam Speaker. That you work with the different levels of government in order to increase housing supply, in order to increase the nonprofit sector. Whether it's legislation or budgetary measures, we have consistently seen over the years a government that's committed to developing and promoting and encouraging, supporting housing, Madam Speaker. We've seen in the fall economic statement, for example, the Deputy Prime Minister brought forward a housing co-op proposal to look at expanding again nonprofit housing co-ops, a true alternative to whether they're condominiums or single homes, single detached homes, or duplexes or townhouses. It's an alternative to being a tenant, Madam Speaker. Highly successful. The government understands the importance of jobs. You know, show me a government that has done more in regards to the creation on a per capita basis in regards to creating new jobs than the government of Canada in working with Canadians has provided since the pandemic. And if you want to talk about pre-pandemic, Madam Speaker, over 1 million jobs back then before between 2016 and the pandemic getting underway. This government understands you have to build the infrastructure, support Canadians, create the jobs, and by doing that, you're supporting Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and providing the programs that are so critically important to support those that are in need. And to bring down where we can the issue of affordability by bringing in things such as childcare for $10 a day, Madam Speaker. By supporting programs for people with disabilities, by increasing by significant amounts CPP for, not CPP, OAS for seniors over 75, by investing in things like CPP years ago so that people, when they retire, they're going to have more money, Madam Speaker, in their retirement. This is a government and a Prime Minister that cares about the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and our budgetary and legislative actions clearly demonstrate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And talk about affordability. You know, it's unbelievable. My riding of York Simcoe is now classified as Toronto. There's been a second carve-out on the carbon tax. They've actually rolled the census data back to 2016 to help other ridings. And my riding of York Simcoe, that's home to a First Nations farmers, where clearly rural is not going to get the doubling of the rural top-up from the carbon tax. You know, you are an hour and 45 minutes to get to the hospital in my rural riding for someone on the Chippewas of Georgina Island. And this government now looks at us as Toronto, of all things. So I wonder if the member from Winnipeg North could comment on that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
In the legislation, and what we've been talking a great deal about is the purpose-built rental housing, which takes away the GST in order to be able to get more homes built. It's such a good idea, Madam Speaker, that the province of Ontario, his home province, and Premier Doug Ford, by the way, he's not a Liberal, right? Premier Doug Ford is on board with it, and he's doing the same thing now. Madam Speaker, it's only the Conservatives. They got this preoccupation. There was a time in which, before they were taken over by the far right, where they understood the benefits of a price on pollution. Now they're fixated on that, Madam Speaker, and they want to get rid of the price on pollution, Madam Speaker, at all costs. And there will be a substantial cost for that reckless policy that's coming out of the leader of the Conservative Party in dealing with getting rid of the price on pollution. Shame on them, Madam Speaker, for being so reckless.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for his contribution and the debate on C-56. I'd like to put him in his place, Madam Speaker, because I think sometimes that he does hard work in the House, and it's so essential to defend what is indefendable for the government. Can we not have some help from his colleagues, particularly in a context like this one, on housing? The real funding should come in the budget, and real measures won't really happen until 2025 when another government will probably be in place. So the government's not really offering real solutions for housing before the next government. So for him, who defends this government every day, I'd like to know what he thinks.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, whether the member likes it or not, the facts speak volumes in terms of reality. And this government has invested more in housing than any other government in the history of Canada. Period. End of story. And at the end of the day, we need and have continued to work with provinces and municipalities because we understand and appreciate that in order to maximize the efforts of good, sound public policy, it always works better if you have stakeholders also at the table making sure that we're maximizing the investments of tax dollars, Madam Speaker, and trying to make a positive outcome for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And other provinces do get involved, along with municipalities, because they recognize that there is a great deal of resources coming from Ottawa today.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, the best help that Canadians can get with affordability challenges is a well-paying job. And we know that there are 605 media workers when Metroland Media decided that they would shut down 70 print community papers who are going to be out of a job. And one of the things that this Parliament did, and I'm quite happy to say worked with other opposition parties to get done, was Bill C-228 to provide pension protection in the case of bankruptcy. The NEP had also negotiated amendments to protect the severance pay of workers. The member for Winnipeg North struck those provisions out on a point of order and then later denied unanimous consent in order to get them put back in. I'm wondering if he wants to take this opportunity to talk to those 605 families and explain why he wanted to put the creditors of Metroland Media ahead of those families getting their severance.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that the member from Elmwood-Transcona would try to misrepresent often the actions that I take inside the House, especially on this matter. I have been a passionate, strong advocate for workers, Madam Speaker, in many different ways. When members bring forward unanimous consent motions before the House, there is an expectation that they would have had consensus. In my role, I take very serious on the floor of the House, and unless I've been given or assured of consensus, I always will say no, Madam Speaker, because there needs to be negotiations that take place. To try to exaggerate or to place something, I find is very irresponsible. I, too, was frustrated, for example, when I tried to get unanimous consent in recognizing the 1919 general strike in Winnipeg and its 100th anniversary.
We have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-56, which has just passed another important milestone. However, it's with a touch of disappointment that it took a mega gag order preventing the Standing Committee on Finance and maybe even the Industry Committee to do the necessary work on competition. I'll go back to that later, Madam Speaker. In less than 24 hours, the committee settled the fate of the changes that could have been made to this bill. Yet, there were plenty of good recommendations from committee members and witnesses alike. Given the lack of time, this is the first bill that was announced before we even started this session. And we didn't have enough time to think about solutions brought forward and to reflect on witness testimony. And the only solution that was being considered was Part 1 of C-56, namely a GST rebate for builders of rental housing. So I'd like to talk about housing, Madam Speaker, because we are facing a housing crisis in my riding for the past 15 years or so. And it's also the case for many of my colleagues, because federal government programs, are in no way adapted to the reality of the situation in regions, particularly in my region of Timiskaming. So, Madam Speaker, in a 4-unit project in a town like Ville-Marie, Timiskaming, with a population of 2,600 people, is the equivalent of building 2,000 housing units in Calgary. And an 8-unit project in La Serre is equivalent of building 1,800 units in Montreal. And a 16-unit project in Amos is equivalent to building 3,500 units in Calgary, or 32 unit in Rouen is like building 2,250 units in Toronto. The calculation may seem simplistic, but it reflects the reality of how important it is to adapt programs to projects in remote regions. And when you don't achieve targets because you're not building in the regions, it doesn't work. It may seem simplistic, but we do have to adapt programs to remote regions, particularly through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, or the CMHC. Our region has seen a housing shortage for 15 years. Since 2005, Abitibi has reached the break-even point of 3% vacancy rate only once, and on 7 occasions, the vacancy rate has been below 1%. Recently, over the past 3 years, the average price of a 2-bedroom rose from $681 in October 2019 to $845 in October 2022, a 25% increase, Madam Speaker. Add to this the price of 2-bedrooms built since the early 2000s averages $1,250. This reflects clearly the higher construction costs in the regions. And when I look at the government's measures, I don't see anything that would reverse this trend. So we've seen a nice promise, but it's pushed forward for the next government in 2025. And I will also focus on cooperative housing as well, but it's also been pushed forward. So as a reminder, in regions, and particularly in mine, a lot of the construction took place between the 60s and 70s, and this means that affordable housing and that owned by cooperatives need to be renovated. And adapting programs means opening the door to ensuring that our regions, including my own, have the tools they need to become economic drivers in Quebec. We need to also renovate them. And I'm still waiting for tools from the government to do this. And Part 2 of C-56 deals with amendments to the Competition Act. The government could have gone even further and seized the opportunity to discuss the modernization of the Competition Act, a crucial subject that was addressed under exceptional circumstances. The committee's recent report took place in an unfortunate context, marked by the House's adopted of a gag order last week, as stipulated in Motion M30. Therefore, the government was deprived of the recommendation of the Industry and Technology Committee and the comments made in the Competition Commissioner's consultations in his excellent brief. Such a shame. And for years, the Bloc has been asking for a deep reform of the Competition Act, and it's essential to understand the challenges faced by the committee I'm talking about Finance Committee here. A single session with witnesses took place on November 27th in the evening, and it lasted until 10 p.m. MPs had to submit their amendments translated and certified by legal experts by noon the following morning. This tight schedule hampered the possibility of carrying out serious work and taking proper account of witnesses' observations. And unfortunately, the substitution by discussions on the gag order between the government and the NDP contributed to this situation. And despite these challenges, the committee did adopt some significant amendments, some of which are worthy of note. First, we chose to significantly increase fines for serious offences under the Competition Act. A cap of $25 million for a first offence, with stiffer penalties for repeat offenders, is designed to effectively deter misconduct. Previously, fines were often perceived as the mere cost of doing business, failing to have a real deterrent effect. Secondly, we adjusted the legal threshold required to convict a major player taking advantage of its dominant position to reduce competition. Right now, the burden of proof was twofold. You had to show that an illegal act had been committed and that this act had actually reduced competition. However, this requirement to prove that competition was being reduced was often difficult to meet, rendering the Competition Act inoperative. This amendment now makes it possible to convict a major player, even in the absence of direct evidence of the effect on competition, and making this law more effective and stronger. Thirdly, we are giving the Competition Commissioner, the power to initiate a market survey themselves. Although the previous law gave the Commissioner extensive powers to initiate such studies, they were previously restricted to undertaking them only at the request of the Ministry of Industry. And now the Commissioner will be able to initiate such studies himself, strengthening his ability to proactively monitor and regulate the market. Proactively. And finally, the Bloc has tabled an important amendment targeting the negative effects that a lack of competition can have on consumers. It's imperative to prohibit a major player from taking advantage of their dominant position or quasi-monopoly in a market, to prevent the exploitation of consumers through abusive pricing practices. Right now, the Competition Act targets the source of the lack of competition without directly tackling its harmful effects on consumers. The abuse has taken place over many years, facilitated by a lack of regulation and a law clearly biased in favor of industry concentration, have left the government indifferent. In committee, the Bloc's crucial amendment to remedy this shortcoming was ruled out of order by the committee speaker. So all too often we let things go, and we saw doubtful conglomerates take possession of housing, perhaps that needed to be renovated, but it was affordable. And we've seen this in many cities, in many metropolises. And this has also helped to kill affordable housing, particularly for rental properties. And that's why we're facing this issue right now with this act. We let things go in terms of housing. We let things go in terms of the oil industry and banks and telecoms for quite some time. And this means that prices have soared. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, although the process has been marred by extraordinary time constraints, the amendments to the Competition Act represent a significant step towards more effective regulation adapted to current market realities. We hope these changes will help promote healthy competition, deter illegal practices, and protect consumer interests. However, I invite the government to give us this long-awaited opportunity to clearly modernize the Competition Act during the current session, and we should also clearly revise copyright acts as many other pieces of legislation. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there was the purpose-built housing, and I had indicated that within government policy, we have actually seen a general acceptance by other provinces. I know the province of Ontario is one, and other provinces are looking at it. And that initiative in itself will see thousands of new homes built by working with the private sector and providing this type of support. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to whether or not the province of Quebec, I'm not too sure if Quebec as a province has taken up the challenge as other provinces have and getting rid of the sales tax in order to ensure that there's going to be more purpose-built rentals. From his
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question. And under the circumstances, obviously, everything that can be done to improve access to housing and lower costs, I think, is good. When he says that a government has never invested as much as their government, of course, that's in absolute terms. But under current dollars, it's been years that the federal government hasn't invested in social housing, and this is one of the major problems. And when we are told about historic investments, including an agreement in 2016, it took 3-4 years before Quebec got the funds that they were promised, even though it was during COVID and costs exploded. There is a longer time to build in Quebec than in Ontario because it takes longer for the money to get to Quebec from the federal government. So we're trying to increase or accelerate the agreements. I had a meeting with an association, and one of their recommendations is very interesting when they talk about a national assessment of infrastructure in order to have a long-term strategy, in order to see the infrastructure needs in the communities. Why don't we have this kind of long-term vision and a review of the funding so that we can see what will happen in the spring of 2024? We need to ensure predictability, and that's what the industry is asking for. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. With regard to a social housing, we knew that there were announcements, but not really money. In the economic update, would my colleague like to speak a bit more about the problems that will be created while waiting for new funding for the implementation that will happen in 2025 and not this year? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona for the question. I would like to be able to speak like my colleague because we see there is inaction. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, we see a lot more visible homelessness. This is a direct consequence of the government's inactions. We see that this is a potentially useless exercise of having a fiscal update if there is no real measures. There is a crisis that is occurring. We see visible homelessness increasing where there was never visible homelessness before. And this is a consequence. If there is no solution before 2025, the Liberal government will no longer be there in 2025. So we need to do something now, Madam Speaker. It's so shocking to put to a later time and on other people the responsibility when they have the means to do so. This austerity measures will have unacceptable consequences.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I very much appreciate listening to the speeches from the member. And the member always makes good comments about how the Liberal government has the opportunity to spend money and they decide not to. And I wonder if the member would just like to expand a little bit on how them not investing in housing, not spending the money that they have for housing has manifested on the streets and in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, 20 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is claiming to be a responsible government, but it's a political government that's afraid of seeing the Conservatives rise in the polls. And They're going to say we're going to have austerity in place until the elections, and probably with the NDP's complicity, and then there'll be some pre-electoral gifts. And I think it's not a means, it's not a solution.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise at report stage to speak to Bill C-56. There were some important amendments that were made at the committee stage that were based on the good work of the NDP leader and his own private member's bill in respect of the Competition Bureau. Those amendments give the commissioner the ability to launch their own investigations without having to get permission from the minister first. They raise the penalties, and they make it easier to show an abuse of market dominance. Right now, you have to show both that there is a dominant market player, that harm has been done by their activity, and that they had the intention to do harm. And getting all of those three things together is often very difficult, particularly in respect of intent, particularly because traditionally the commissioner hasn't had the authority to subpoena documents. Lowering that threshold so that you have to prove market dominance and either harm or intent is going to mean that it's a lot easier to address anti-competitive behavior. And of course, there are a number of amendments, again, based on the work of the NDP leader and his private member's bill that'll be coming in the Budget Implementation Act, C-59, that was just tabled not long ago. So New Democrats are very proud to be working at improving the powers of the Competition Bureau to try and protect Canadian consumers by ensuring that in markets where competition is possible, companies aren't abusing their market position in order to reduce that competition. We're likewise pleased to move forward with getting rid of the GST on purpose-built rental, because we know there is certainly a housing crisis. I've talked a lot about that in this place. Many others are talking about it today, rightly so. One component of that crisis and addressing it is to get more purpose-built rental of any kind, including market rental. But what we've said all along, and ever since C-56 was tabled, was that it has to be accompanied by direct action to build more non-market housing, because that's the housing that can be built and sustained at rents that people can truly afford. So yes, there are Canadians who have the means to pay for market housing but are struggling to find it. Yes, there can be a salutary effect on the price of rent and drive it down if there's more supply than there currently is. We know it's a pretty tight market. But we can't kid ourselves into thinking that that alone is going to be sufficient in terms of addressing the housing crisis, and that's why direct investment in non-market housing is so important. It's why in the Budget Implementation Act that was tabled recently, I just made reference to, C-59, there's also an amendment that will see this GST rebate extended to cooperatives, which were left out of the government's initial drafting of Bill C-56, something that New Democrats think is very important. But I also want to take a moment to express our disappointment. And I had a conversation with the Minister of Finance when she appeared at the Finance Committee on Bill C-56, that the government refuses still, and we would encourage them to do this as soon as possible by whatever legislative vehicle is required, and we're certainly willing to help pass it, to extend that GST rebate to projects that have secured funding under the National Housing Strategy that are led by nonprofits. So whether that's the Co-Investment Fund or the Housing Accelerator Fund or a number of the funds that are available, we know there are nonprofit organizations that started out and things looked promising, interest rates were low, they secured government funding, they were going to build either affordable or social housing in their community, and then interest rates started going up and the projects were put on hold because those organizations no longer had the money that they needed in order to make those projects a success. Our point is that even though those projects may have started prior to September 14th, if the GST rebate is extended to those projects, that could be the difference that they need in their project in order to accommodate those higher interest rates and nevertheless be able to proceed with the project and get those units built. We know that the government is out there talking about those units as part of the total number that their National Housing Strategy has funded, even as they know that those units have stalled out. And even as there's a mechanism, the extension of the GST rebate to those projects, in order to get them to move ahead. And I think it's inappropriate for the government to be out there talking about those units as if they're going to get built when they know full well that the changes in the interest rate have meant those projects are not going to go ahead, even as they refuse NDP calls to extend the GST rebate to those projects so that they can move forward in any event. Because for New Democrats, and I think unfortunately this is quite unlike the Liberals, we're not satisfied at the announcement. What we're looking for, and the metric of success for New Democrats, is when a family moves into a new unit. So the fact that the announcement got made just means that the work has begun. It doesn't mean that the work has ended. And if we're going to follow through on those units that have already been announced, that means extending the GST rebate to those nonprofit organizations, projects that started in advance of September 14th, so that real families can move in to units that they can afford. And that's really important, and I exhort the government again to take another look at that. It's a drop in the bucket cost-wise, and what it's going to mean is a lot of units getting built for families. It's an example of the kind of intentional policy we need to adopt, and that is absent not only in the Liberals' national housing strategy, but also in the Conservative leader's so-called plan for housing. He attached affordability conditions in his plan to the GST rebate. I think one of the challenges of that isn't that New Democrats don't endorse affordability, it's that the GST rebate is meant to make market projects pencil out. And so if you give a GST rebate, but you attach an affordability criterion that also stresses the budget, then you end up with a net effect being that developers who want to build market rental housing don't necessarily see the financial incentive to move ahead, because the GST rebate is offset by the fact that they have to offer more affordable rents. So that's why we think it's acceptable to have a blanket GST rebate for purpose-built rental, because it's going to incent market housing, but you have to have a real policy that addresses the need for non-market housing, properly affordable and social housing. That's just simply not in the leader of the Conservative Party's plan. It's just not there. He talks about releasing federal land in order to build more housing, and he doesn't talk about requiring any of that housing to be affordable or social housing. And when we talk about the major levers that the federal government has at its disposal, beyond its ability to tax and spend, one of the big things that the federal government has as a lever in order to incent more affordable and social housing is land. And so attaching conditions to the release of that land is one of the best things that a federal government could do from the point of view of developing more affordable and social housing. And so I think it's remarkable, particularly in light of the controversy around another Conservative government, Doug Ford's government in Ontario, taking rules off development of the Greenbelt that they've subsequently had to put back on because it was scandalous and because developers were set to get rich on that, including a lot of developers that showed up at the wedding of the Premier's daughter. I mean, none of that looked right from the outside, and apparently now not from the inside either. And so that's why it's really important when you talk about freeing up land for development, that the process is transparent and that there's a lot of accountability in that process. And if part of the idea of releasing that federal land, as it should be, is to create more affordable and social housing, all the more important that that be talked about up front, which is not done in the Conservative leader's bill. What is talked about in the Conservative leader's bill is withdrawing resources from municipalities that don't meet an Ottawa set target. Now that's problematic because we know Canada has many different kinds of communities with many different kinds of needs, and I, for one anyway, don't believe that as a rule, people who are elected to public office at the municipal level are plotting how to kill development in their community. Quite the opposite. They're looking at how to develop, whether it's business, whether it's housing, which is needed for business, or the underlying infrastructure, like wastewater and sewage and electricity. These are all things that you have to have access to in order to build housing on any particular lot. So the idea that municipalities that are already struggling to get enough housing built in their own community need to have their resources cut, which will make it harder for them to build that underlying infrastructure that nobody else is going to pay for, makes absolutely no sense. It's a recipe for failure. So what can we do? We can pass Bill C-56. We can extend this GST rebate not only to co-ops but to nonprofits that were already in the pipeline before this announcement.
and a lot more besides, Madam Speaker. Hopefully I'll get a chance to speak to some of those things in the question and answer.
Okay, il n'a pas proposé d'amendement. Hein? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate a number of the comments that the member has made. And just to emphasize, or re-emphasize, that the federal government has agreements with jurisdictions that see substantial numbers. Like in Manitoba alone, you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood, and my best guesstimate would be 20,000 plus housing units that are currently non-profit that the Government of Canada subsidizes. But over the years, we have seen ongoing support to expand nonprofits. And I think of Habitat for Humanity in particular, who's done a lot of fine work. Actually, the best program that's been administered in the last 20 years, this is in provincial or federal, even municipality, when it comes to infill housing, it's been Habitat as a stakeholder. They're the ones that are actually building and putting in new homes, and they're affordable homes, Madam Speaker. And I don't think we give some of those outside stakeholders enough credit for the fine work that they do. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts, because I believe Habitat's headquarters, I think it's on Archibald in the member's own riding, and the fine work that they do, but to point out that stakeholders also play a critical role, not just any specific level of government, but there's a larger picture that needs to be looked at.
With Transcona.
Well, there's certainly a lot of actors in the space, and Habitat for Humanity is an excellent one. I'm very proud of the work that they've done in the communities that I represent. I would say, though, I think that the number that really captures the National Housing Strategy is Steve Pomeroy's number, who says that for every 1 unit of affordable housing this government is getting built, we're losing 15. And part of that is because of the end of operating grants. In fact, the renewal of those operating grants was something that the Liberals ran on in 2015 and then didn't do. And that's why there's so many buildings with affordable units coming to market. It's because they can't keep their business model going without the federal operating grant. This government has not been there to renew those grants. So as those volunteer boards say, you know, the numbers don't work anymore, we don't know what to do. Some are developing new business models. Others are putting the building on the market. And that's where we're seeing REITs and big corporate landlords come in, buy up those buildings with the cash they have on hand, renovate the building, evict the existing tenants, and then invite those who can pay more in rent into those buildings. And that's why the National Housing Strategy has been such an abject failure in respect of creating more affordable and social housing units. We're losing more than we're building.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Thibier. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked about social and affordable housing, about the national strategy that doesn't work. There was a Radio Canada journalist that talked about the strategies, and the federal government should have social housing built. And there's even land here in Ottawa that was declared excess land, and we won't have any building on it until much later, so 23 years later. It makes no sense. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Yes, we need a federal government that is much more ambitious when it comes to housing. So the member for Winnipeg North earlier talked about the absolute total amount spent by the federal government being higher than ever. But if we take away the billions from that amount that the government said that the provinces would also contribute, and we just have the basic numbers, it's not true that we're spending more than ever before in a real sense. And if we want to know, we can look at what happened in the 1950s when the government did focus on building housing. And we don't see that today.
For Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
rise, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I do thank him for that speech, Madam Speaker. And one of the things he highlighted is the fact that as parliamentarians, we shouldn't be really satisfied based on announcements and based on photo ops. And this is a government that has really functioned based on messaging. Messaging is everything. I know that whenever we see a natural disaster in my home province of British Columbia, the government's right there to take the photo. But when it comes to providing results, they're nowhere to be found. The same thing can be said about building houses. So I'm wondering if you can expand on the fact that photo ops just aren't getting it done right now.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona in 15 seconds.
Thanks. And of course, photo ops have never gotten the job done when it comes to the construction of housing. And we've had lots of ministerial photo ops from Liberal and Conservative governments over the last 30 years, none of which make up for the cancellation of the National Housing Strategy and the end of the operating grants that sustained so much affordable and social housing in Canada up to today. It's why we need a new version of that to ensure that we're not just building at the high end of the housing spectrum, but that people are getting non-market housing as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona for really shining a light on the fact that this government and the governments before them, both the Liberals and the Conservatives, walked away from those operating agreements. We've known for 10 years, Madam Speaker, that those operating agreements were going to expire for social housing. We knew that community by community, and these governments did nothing. So I thank the member for sharing that. Today we are debating this, what's called Housing and Grocery Act, but Madam Speaker, I'd like to call it the Finally Addressing Corporate Greed Act, because really this is about the fact that corporate greed has been unchecked, again, through a series of Conservative and Liberal governments. And Madam Speaker, it's now at the point where it's harming people and communities to epic proportions. No longer is every Canadian able to have the essentials of life, which is starting with having a house, having a roof over their head, and having food to eat. Unbelievable that in Canada, not every Canadian has a roof over their head or food to eat. And I think just here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker, today, I walked here along Sparks, and there we know that there are people living on Sparks and Bank Street. We know them by name. We see them. It's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, that they are having to be living out in the cold, in the rain, covered with a tarp, their sleeping bag covered with a tarp. And yet, Liberals who have the power to change this walk by them every single day. So I wanted to just share a story from my community, the juxtaposition of the massive amounts of luxury condos that are going up, at the same time an increase in the amount of community organizations that are trying to feed the community through food rescue and recovery. Madam Speaker, this is a brand new area since COVID, food rescue and recovery. It came out of the need during COVID-19 when shutdowns first came. There was a lot of food inventory that was in restaurants, airline food that needed to be redistributed, all kinds of redistribution, and the community groups came to help. They jumped into action. They came to redistribute that food. Madam Speaker, it's remained. It's remained because the grocery chains, the grocery CEOs saw an opportunity window where there was a conversation happening in the media that input costs, transportation costs, all kinds of costs were increasing. And so consumers were ready to accept some increases in their cost of goods. But they saw an opportunity to skyrocket food prices and to take advantage of consumers. And in that window, since COVID and now, food prices have gotten out of control, and the food rescue and redistribution has become a necessary staple in our community. And Madam Speaker, just last week, I was out visiting some of those food rescue and food recovery organizations in my community. One of them is actually out of the Legion in my community. And Madam Speaker, those lineups were lined up of people that were looking for a healthy meal, healthy food for their kids, seniors, families, all looking for an opportunity to have a healthy meal. And Madam Speaker, this Liberal government has put this burden on community and community groups with no resources. And at this point in time, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about an organization in my community that's feeding over 3,000 people a month, over 130 volunteers. The logistics of this is very, very, very difficult, but they're doing it because they love the community and they know people need it. And Madam Speaker, they applied for the Local Food Infrastructure Fund. And someone from this program, this ministry, came out, saw the organization, and he said, yes, you know, these grants, and these are the amounts of the grants that we have. Well, Madam Speaker, the Local Food Infrastructure Fund recently responded to this community group to say that they would have to inform them that while the program received a high volume of excellent project applications, there's only $10 million available for the whole country. And as a result, only a portion of project applications submitted will be given consideration for funding. And we regret to inform you that your project application will not be considered. Now, Madam Speaker, these are on-the-ground community groups feeding 3,000 people a month, and the government has a $10 million program for all these kind of organizations across the country. Totally unacceptable. Totally not enough resources. Just this week in Huma alone, we're doing a study right now on volunteerism, Madam Speaker. And these volunteer community groups, including food banks, are saying that they are desperately in need of infrastructure money to keep these programs growing. Now, I say this, Madam Speaker, on the backdrop of the fall economic statement, where the Competition Tribunal payment alone, in regards to the Rogers-Shaw merger, is getting $13 million. More than food distribution or small community groups in our community that are keeping people fed. So, Madam Speaker, I go back to the corporate greed. Corporate greed is harming people in our community, and I want to talk about persons with disabilities. Corporate greed, corporations, CEOs not paying their fair share of taxes is hurting persons with disabilities. Right now, this government, this Liberal government, is holding back on the Canada Disability Benefit. It is law. This whole House has said we want this Canada Disability Benefit out in our communities. This government is holding it. They're holding it back by not taxing corporations, super wealthy corporations efficiently, so that we can fund people living on disability, Madam Speaker, that are making less than $10,000 a year. Women with disabilities are disproportionately affected by this, Madam Speaker. 58% of them living on less than $10,000 a year. And this month, Madam Speaker, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. We know that women are already at higher risk of gender-based violence, and women with disabilities even more so. Madam Speaker, this is, I won't say it, Madam Speaker, but this is totally unacceptable. So I say right now that this Liberal government, I recently sponsored a petition from a disability community. The government filed their response yesterday. Nope, they're not going to do anything about an emergency response benefit for persons with disabilities. There's a gentleman out on the island, was in the newspaper last week, demo-evicted from their accessible, affordable home, living in a hotel, using 84% of their income, living in a hotel because it's the only place they can get right now to get a roof over their head. This is the choices that this Liberal government is making. So, Madam Speaker, now this all relates to C-56, and of course the NDP are going to support C-56 because it makes some small movements towards addressing corporate greed in the grocery industry, in housing, but definitely not enough, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to take also this opportunity to talk about why it's not enough and why corporate greed has really taken over the essentials and the necessities of life. I think about the fact, Madam Speaker, that this Liberal government and the Conservative governments before walked away from social housing. And you know what they did, Madam Speaker? They commoditized housing. They made it okay for large corporations, real estate investment trusts, to buy up apartments and apartment buildings and then chop them up into shares, units, and trade them on the stock exchange. They actually made housing a commodity, literally allowing it to be traded on the stock exchange. And Madam Speaker, those are the reasons that our rents are going up in our communities. In my community, $2,600 a month for a one-bedroom. So again, the NDP is supporting this bill. We are happy to see movement, although it be very small. But I just want to point out that this Liberal government and the Conservative government before them for 30 years let corporate greed go unchecked, and it's literally starving out our communities. I'll close by saying that the member from Burnaby South has an additional bill, C-352, to address this corporate greed. I hope everyone in this House takes this very seriously. We have people living on the street without food in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important because we often hear it from, in particular, the Conservative Party, but often at times even from the Democrats, where they seem to want to blame 100% of the problems of society on the federal government. So when you talk about people on the streets and living on the streets, I think there are politicians of all political stripes that have a great deal of sympathy and want to see action. That's the reason why the federal government has invested historic amounts of money in housing. But would the member not agree? I was a provincial politician for almost 20 years. Provincial governments also have to step up to the plate, not to mention municipal governments. And there are other stakeholders. The federal government has a role to play. We are investing and playing a leadership role, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, would she not at the very least acknowledge that other levels of government also have to step up?
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just reiterate to the member that the Local Food Infrastructure Fund is severely underfunded. It's oversubscribed, just like the Rapid Housing Initiative. And will the government go back and increase this Local Food Infrastructure Fund so that they can fund projects so that people don't have to go hungry in Canada?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
I have a question. You know, I hear my colleague advocate heavily. As we know, there is a massive homelessness crisis. The housing minister's own province, own main city has 30 tent encampments. If she's such an advocate, why does her party continue to be in a coalition agreement that will not allow this Liberal government to get out of the way so that we can help people? I think people at home don't understand that the NDP are supposed to stand up for these people, and yet they continue to prop up this Liberal government, this Prime Minister, because they stay in a coalition. Why?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, it's not these people. It's people that live in Canada that we're standing up for. And I would say that the Conservatives are refining their social media game more than they are bringing forward policies. So I think about how successful the NDP has been for Canadians in these past 2 years. It is because of the NDP that we are debating this today. If it wasn't for the NDP, we wouldn't be looking at the Corporate Greed Act. We would still be dealing with exorbitant grocery prices and no GST exemption on purpose-built rental.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Nunavik.
The Honourable Member for Nunavik Bay James EU.
I thank my colleague for the speech. But if we don't do anything to reverse the trend, then we're headed toward a true national tragedy. With everything that my colleague mentioned as well, we need to triple the amount of rental housing, new rental housing that we're building. This bill does not clarify what type of building, what type of housing, nor are there any affordability conditions. So what is the government waiting for to take action and truly help people, to help Canadians and Quebecers?
Report Woody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I really wish I knew what this Liberal government was waiting for, especially as it relates to the Canada Disability Benefit, because we know that persons with disabilities are really highly at risk. And I want to talk a little bit about Indigenous communities as well and the lack of Indigenous housing and infrastructure. I know that my colleague from Nunavut has stood up many, many times to talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure gap around housing up in Nunavut and Indigenous housing. And again, I want to talk about the 16 days of activism for gender-based violence. My colleague, the member from Nunavut, has talked about how this is so negatively impacting women that are in abusive homes that have nowhere to go. This government has no excuse not to be investing in Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Although today I do rise with a very heavy heart. First, Madam Speaker, I want to begin by recognizing a tragic motor vehicle accident in Kamloops Thompson Caribou that took the life of Owen McInnes. He perished just a few days ago. He was a very young man in his early 20s, engaged to be married, from Guelph, Ontario. He was traveling. He was a member of the TRU, Thompson Rivers University Wolfpack volleyball team, traveling with others from the team, and just a tragic situation. May perpetual light shine upon him, and I offer his family, his loved ones, his friends, and the TRU community my deepest condolences. I also want to recognize his teammate, Riley Brennan, a resident formerly of Kelowna, who is also on the Wolfpack volleyball team. I've read that he has a severe spinal injury, and I'm not sure about the prognosis, but I wish to advise him and his loved ones of my best wishes for him, onward to a speedy recovery. Last, we have Owen Waterhouse, another TRU volleyball player, also from Kelowna, British Columbia. I just read that Mr. Waterhouse remains in a coma in critical condition. So again, my deepest condolences to all impacted and those from the Thompson Rivers University community. Madam Speaker, there's just so much we can discuss here as we dive into the contents of Bill C-56. I'm often thinking about the price of housing when we look at this. And I remember when I first got out of law school, Madam Speaker, my wife and I were saddled with, back then, what seemed like insurmountable loans, probably about $100,000. And we thought, how are we going to make it? And there's this perception among some people that the moment you become a lawyer, you make a ton of money, and that just wasn't the case. It's still not the case. And I remember being stretched very thin to buy our first home. We had to balance that with a car payment because our cars were on their last legs. And here we bought a house for, I believe it was about $350,000. And we were thinking to ourselves, how are we going to make it through? This is not going to be easy. That same house today would sell for $700,000, with the lion's share of the increase of that house falling during the past 8 years of this Liberal government, and more recently, this Liberal NDP government. Housing has been an unmitigated failure when it comes to this government. What I see in my area of Kamloops Thompson Caribou is a lack of investment in infrastructure. This Liberal government, we've learned, they talk a wonderful game, We've got wonderful places, though, in my riding, beautiful areas in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, that simply don't have the infrastructure to build. One of the things that I'm trying to do in the North Thompson in my riding is to bring natural gas and high-speed internet. There are companies that would love to expand, especially in the industrial area, and they don't have the places to build or the places to manufacture. And if only they had natural gas, could they actually come and build factory or manufacturing operations? We don't see the government doing any of that. None of that. They want to focus where they think they're going to get votes. And that's not what a government is supposed to be. You're either a government to all or a government to nobody. This is precisely why they had their carve-out that we just learned about a couple weeks ago, was because, hey, the Atlantic provinces, they voted enough Liberals to be at the table. If only we had voted enough Liberals. Perhaps if I was a Liberal, there would be natural gas being funded to those areas. There would be more natural gas, more high-speed internet. People should not be punished because they don't vote Liberal. And this government, unfortunately, has been a government to a few. And now, to top it off, they're refusing to give the same carve-out to people, like in my riding, who heat their houses on propane. Propane is incredibly expensive. They don't have the option for natural gas, and yet they're still paying a punishing carbon tax, and this government doesn't seem to care. Madam Speaker, this is a key issue because the infrastructure is just not there, and housing is at a critical threshold. If we listen to the housing minister, Madam Speaker, there's something that he repeatedly says, and there's something that the Prime Minister repeatedly says. If you listen to them when they speak about housing, this is what they frequently say. We're going to. We're gonna. We've just announced. We're partnering with. Do you know what you don't hear, Madam Speaker, at all? We have done. We've completed. You never hear that unless it's something about the future. We've completed an agreement to do something. We are going to do this. Why is it, Madam Speaker, that we don't see results? We saw a cabinet shuffle, and it was obvious, Madam Speaker, that this government came out of the summer break, they looked at the polls and they said, oh boy, housing's a big issue. We got to start getting out those photo ops because this is a government that doesn't govern based on what's good for the people. It governs based on what message it thinks the people want to hear. I referenced a question earlier. This government is so quick to get there for photo ops. Any natural disaster, they are there. But when it comes down to it, what about after a natural disaster when there needs to be rebuilding? What about when we're dealing with displaced people? Where is this government then? Nobody's around for photo ops, and that's emblematic of how this government deals with things. We don't need photo ops. We need actual results. And then complicating matters, Madam Speaker, when it comes to housing, is the fact that we have mortgage rates that are substantially higher. The Prime Minister told a reporter years ago, I believe he said, Glenn, mortgage rates are at an all-time low. Borrow as you see fit. Borrow, borrow, borrow. And people did. Why? Because they listened to their leaders. So they borrowed and borrowed. And like me, perhaps their mortgage is coming due. My mortgage is due in 2024. I was recently doing the calculations, and I thought to myself, geez, I'm going to pay just under $1,000 more for my mortgage. I'm going to have to write that into a budget. Now, there are a lot of people, though, who don't have the fortune I do to be able to absorb that. That's incredibly problematic. And yet, day after day, with interest rates that have skyrocketed, perhaps not as high as we had them historically, but we didn't have mortgage rates, or pardon me, housing prices that were this high historically. And yet, when it comes to a confidence motion, the NDP, they vote time and time again to support this government. If you listen in question period, you would think that they were diametrically opposed to this government when it comes to housing. And yet, when the time comes to either close debate or to vote against the government, they will always stand with the government. This is utterly perplexing, Madam Speaker. I don't understand how a party that is so focused, heard my colleague speak with great passion before me from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, about helping the poor. And what do we see? We see tent cities and how bad the Liberals have failed. And yet, when it comes down to a confidence measure next time, they will stand up and support this government. If they want to get things done, they should stop supporting this government. Then we may see things actually change, Madam Speaker. I know I'm running low on time, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, I think people are tired of seeing tent cities. I've seen tent cities just proliferate in my riding and throughout Canada. That's not good for anybody. Now, Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to recognize one final person, and that's Thomas McNulty Sr. I read that he recently passed away. I went to school with his granddaughter. The family has played a significant role in the community of Kamloops, within Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. My deepest condolences go to his family, and may perpetual light shine upon him. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you. Just like to ask my colleague a question in regards to, just the issues of housing that he was talking about, and the fact that there are so many areas of the country that still need tremendous affordable housing. And if he could elaborate more on the kind of issues that our leader of the Conservative Party, member from Carleton, is talking about.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson's Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Brandon Souris. It's always so great to hear him. It feels as though I should be listening to some sort of radio program with him on it, because he's got such a great voice. One of the things that I admire about the leader from the Conservative Party is that he's not afraid to tell us what he believes in. And one of the things that I think is quite appropriate is that he says to municipalities, and has said to municipalities, if you get the job done, you will get more money. It's kind of like saying there will be a reward. One thing that we see with this NDP Liberal government is that the NDP will say, well, even if you don't get things done, we'll still support you. The leader of the Conservatives is saying, no, if you're not going to get things done, you're not going to get your fat bonuses, and you're not going to get the money. You get things done, you'll get even more money, and I believe that's the right way to go.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier today, I asked the finance critic a question in regards to just the general pattern and direction of the Conservative Party today. You talk about that MAGA conservatism where they've adopted a pattern of Donald Trump, and it's infiltrated the leader of the Conservative Party's office, and to the degree in which they want to filibuster legislation, and in some ways even vote against important legislation like Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. My question to the member is he not concerned that the Conservative Party seems to be more interested in catering to the right than coming up with good, sound policy?
That's an excellent question.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
That's a terrible question, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, we're looking at this and we're saying we are wondering why the Liberal government is attempting to divide in order to distract. We're here to talk about housing, and here we are with their NDP colleagues, and they want to talk about anything other than their disastrous, unmitigated disaster of a housing program that has resulted in house prices doubling. Used to be that you could get a mortgage for 25 years. Now it takes you 25 years to even save up for a down payment. And they want to talk about this. We're not the United States. We're the Conservative Party of Canada, and we will bring home lower prices.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Housing is extremely important, particularly in wintertime, when being homeless or being kicked out of your house for several reasons, for any reason, can be problematic for your health. Right now, what we're seeing is not only companies that are facing high mortgage rates, which prevents them from building because it reduces their margins, but also companies that have to end construction. We've seen this across Quebec, companies that have to wait before they build. I'd like to know if my colleague has noted the same issue in his writing and what solutions could be brought forward to help these construction companies.
Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
Madam Speaker, the question is about interest rates, as I understand it, and how volatility and high interest rates are preventing development. And I actually had a discussion with a developer about this very issue and about the difficulties that come with CMHC and not approving financing on time. Again, we talk about one thing that the leader of the official opposition would do is stop giving out fat bonuses to these people that aren't getting their approvals done on time or within 60 days, which is the benchmark. So yes, it's certainly an issue. One thing that I've noticed, Madam Speaker, is that this government wants developers to take on all the risk. They're unafraid to say to developers, take on all the risk. Yet the volatility with interest rates is so significant that it's essentially making it untenable and an issue where they may not make any money, which makes people afraid to build.
Debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-56. I think it's unfortunate the manner in which this bill has had to be dealt with in terms of the programming motion. This is a bill that has targeted measures in it for Canadians. It's a bill that I believe that the entire House supports. I know the Conservatives have voted for it at a previous stage. The member from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon has stood up and said that he supports this bill. But yet the Conservatives have used multiple tactics to slow the bill down from moving along each step of the way. Yet they support it. And so I find it really troubling that Conservatives know better than to vote against this because they know it will have meaningful impact for Canadians, yet at the same time choose to drag it out and delay the vote on it and delay the actual measures getting to Canadians. So they support the measures, but they just don't want to see them get to Canadians because that might make the government look like it's doing a good thing, and the Conservatives could never actually allow something like that to occur, even though they clearly are in favor of this. So I do find it very interesting that for months this is the unfortunate reality of this bill. I mean, this was an extremely important measure by the Minister of Finance. It was if not the first, one of the first measures that was introduced in this House when the House resumed in September. It was tabled. Conservatives continued to put up speakers on the issue and then finally did vote in favor of it to go to committee. At committee, there was lots of discussion there, and then finally we had to say it's time to program this to get it back before this House so that we can actually vote on it so that people can get these measures because it's been 3 months now since it was introduced. And so I find that to be extremely disingenuous, and I think it feeds into the narrative of the question from the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader a few moments ago, where he asked about why Conservatives are taking this approach, especially when it comes to something that they believe in and they support and they recognize is so important for Canadians. And so it comes back to this core fundamental of the Conservative Party of Canada right now, Madam Speaker, that the only thing that matters to them is to delay and prevent this government from actually doing anything, and they'll use every procedural tactic to do that, as we've seen with a number of different issues, including the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that
the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And simply using as a reference some of the interventions that very parliamentary secretary has made, I think that it would be incumbent upon the chair to ensure that he maintains relevance in his remarks and stays
The honourable member has kept relevance. He's talked about the process, and we're not going to start a debate on this. The honourable Deputy House Leader.
So for Canadians who may not pay a lot of attention to what goes on in this House, Madam Speaker, I'll just explain to them what happened there. I spoke about nothing but this bill and the relevance of this bill. Somebody in the back rooms of the Conservative caucus decided we better send somebody in there because he's about to talk about Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. The member literally sat on the edge of his seat waiting for the word Ukraine to come out of my mouth, and as soon as it did, he jumped up on a point of order as though just to try to indicate that there's no relevance. That's what's going on right now. That's where the Conservative Party of Canada is right now. That's where they feel about that issue, Madam Speaker. They are so afraid of Canadians finding out where they stand on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that they literally send people in here when they see that I've gotten up to speak to sit on their edge of their seat, waiting in anticipation for them.
That's where we stand. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
So I find it somewhat disingenuous, using his word, that he would suggest that somehow Conservatives don't care about Ukraine when actually the opposite is true. But, Madam Speaker, my point of order...
We're not going to start a debate on this. I'm going to let the honourable member finish his speech, yes.
Madam Speaker, the House Leader of the Liberals was warned about some of the absurd comparisons that they're making regarding this issue. Madam Speaker, I would encourage that you remind that member to not allow his comments to devolve into the absurdity that the House Leader of the Liberal Party allowed herself to the other day during debate.
We are going to try to finish this before the beginning of oral questions. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Talk about sitting on the walking on eggshells. I haven't even got to that point yet. He is trying to predict where I'm going in my speech and rising on a point of order preemptively because he's afraid that I'm going to make a comparison between the approach of Russia and the approach of the Conservative Party of Canada. I haven't even got to that yet. But he's preempting, and nor did I, Madam Speaker. All I said was that he was afraid that I would do that. I didn't even actually make the comparison.
The honourable member for Oxford on a point of order.
The comments coming from this member are absolutely ridiculous.
And I warned the member.
Comparisons are beneath this office. I understand he's going to lose his seat. Tory gain happening in Kingston, but
we're not. Can we stop with the accusations and try to remain on focus with the bill that we are discussing at the moment?
You can tell that. We're in a position that makes them feel very uncomfortable, aren't we, Madam Speaker? And I think that's quite obvious based on what's going on from that side of the House. But Madam Speaker, I can focus my entire comments on this particular action that they're doing right now, and these are measures that the Finance Minister introduced in September, measures that they voted in favor of at time to send this to committee, but yet still are in a position now where they're not even willing to let this move on. We had to get to a point where we had to program this because they're not interested in actually getting supports for Canadians, Madam Speaker. They never have been, as long as this government's been around. All they've been interested in is delay tactics and trying to prevent pieces of legislation from going forward in every possible way that they can, just for the point of preventing anything for this government from doing anything. So they're not even doing what they should be doing in this House, which is to try and hold this government accountable. And so what...
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot on a point of order.
It would bear mentioning that you cannot do indirectly what you are not allowed to do directly, because certainly the many accusations that are being made in a somewhat indirect way that member is impugning the
honourable member is debating the bill in question, and I'm going to let him finish. The honourable Deputy House Leader.
maybe the member can familiarize himself with the rules, Madam Speaker, so that next time he stands up, he can actually reference what it is that I did that was against the rules. Because he's not even doing that. He's just calling a point of order so that he can ramble incoherently. Madam Speaker, the reality is that this bill.
For Peterborough, Kawarta on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent. This is the points of order that the member from Kingston and the Islands has done just this session of Parliament alone. So
The Honourable, we don't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, actually, could the member bring those to me, Madam Speaker? I feel so incredibly proud to represent a community and to be able to tell them that I have stood up on their behalf so many times in this House of Commons, Madam Speaker. If she would like to perhaps do a joint householder with me to our communities to compare how many times I've stood up versus how many times she stood up, I think it would be a great opportunity for us to celebrate how we're able to represent our constituents. I get a kick out of it every time when Conservatives stand up and say this person has spoken so many times.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawarta on a point of order.
Like the member opposite would love me to table this, so again, I will ask for unanimous consent.
There's no unanimous consent for tabling. I imagine the Honourable Member would like to receive them hand to hand. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Pretty sure I heard some of her own members yell no there, Madam Speaker. Listen, Madam Speaker, what this really comes down to is this comes down to a bill that has substantive measures in it for Canadians. This is a bill that Conservatives voted for to send to committee. This is a bill that the whole House seems to be supportive in terms of the measures that are contained within it. I think that even the Conservatives know better than to try to vote against this one. So what do? They absolutely put every delay tactic possible in place to prevent the bill from actually moving forward and getting supports to Canadians. This way, they can say, no, we were supportive of it the whole time, even though they absolutely allowed no efforts to let it actually get through the process. And so once again, we're now in a position where we've had to program this. You want to interrupt me for a question period?
The Honourable Member will have 2 minutes, 2 minutes and a half to finish his speech after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Madam Speaker, President Zelensky gets it. The Prime Minister gets it. The countries of the European Union get it. Milton Friedman got it. A price on carbon is not just good environmental policy that will be responsible for up to 1/3 of Canada's emission reductions by 2030. It's also good trading policy. It's also good trade policy, especially for a trading nation like Canada. All member states of the European Union are part of the EU emissions trading system. Ukraine prices carbon too because it wants to integrate the EU market. The EU is implementing its carbon border adjustment tariff, which will penalize goods from countries that don't price carbon. Why does the leader of the opposition want to shut Canadian companies out of the European market? Where's the common sense in that? Why doesn't the leader of the opposition get it? Canadians get it, Madam Speaker. They get that he's just not worth the risk.
Andrew.
Christmas is a time to give and share. And in my home communities, many volunteer organizations work tirelessly to make the season brighter for those in need. From the Cochrane Event Society to the Airdrie Food Bank, volunteers have been doing amazing work throughout the year, and especially during this Christmas season. The Cochrane Active Vets support families by ensuring that they have food and other essential items. The Helping Hands Society and Cochrane assist those who are struggling with housing and basic needs. The Airdrie First Club and Volunteer Airdrie work hard to ensure that families have access to necessities. Meanwhile, Meals on Wheels has been delivering meals to seniors who are unable to leave their homes. And the Banff and Bow Valley Food Banks have been providing support to all who need it. And Volunteer Canmore and Volunteer Banff help to support their communities as well. As we approach the holidays, I want to thank all of these organizations and the countless other individuals who dedicate themselves to helping others. You make a real difference in so many lives. Thank you from your grateful communities for all that you do. Merry Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'environnement est un...
The environment is a subject that is important for all Canadians, and we have a responsibility to our next generations.
An ambitious and affordable plan to combat the effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, did you know that a recent analysis from the ECCC shows that pollution pricing contributes close to 1/3 of the expected emissions reductions the country will achieve by 2030? And did you know that under the previous Conservative government, Canada was going to blow past our emissions targets, on track to add another 12% of emissions by 2030? We have been working hard to correct the path we're on, with over 100 new measures that are bending the curve on emissions. Already, we are 85% of the way towards our 2030 emissions reduction goals, and we have the best record in the G7 over the last 2 years. Nous ne laisserons pas les conservateurs.
We will not let Conservatives take us back to the Stone Age in terms of climate action. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, whether it's field crops, dairy, beef or vegetable production, our honey, our wide variety of apples and, of course, you guessed it, our famous maple syrup that makes us the maple capital of the world, agriculture is part of the DNA of my riding. In fact, since 2021, a citizens' committee set up by the municipality of Saint-Joseph-du-Lac has been working on implementing an eco-responsible system aimed at achieving food self-sufficiency. Well, Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of October, the municipality officially launched its action plan, making it a special food community. I quote, "It will be possible to have access to quality produce throughout the year, and this by reducing the cost of the grocery basket. This development will lead to the creation of a network of sharing and mutual aid between locals, local farmers, and local organizations." Mr. Speaker, we can never do enough to promote our agricultural territory. I therefore invite this chamber to join me in congratulating and thanking all those involved in this inspiring project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, our government has cut poverty in Canada almost in half. This has been made possible thanks to measures such as the increase in childcare places, the introduction of the Canada Childcare Allowance, and access to improved access to dental care. These initiatives have lifted thousands of families out of poverty. It is also important to note that investment in childcare has a positive impact on our economy. This, especially in times of labour shortages, it helps women in particular to re-enter the workforce more rapidly. We remain determined to work to ensure that Quebecers and Canadians do not go back to the Stone Age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
There's no core identity, no mainstream in Canada. That's what the Prime Minister said in 2015. And after 8 years, we see what that ideology has brought. Canada's becoming a place where neighbours threaten violence over conflicts wrought abroad, as this government for years encouraged them to sort themselves based on what divides rather than what unites. This must end. Canada does have a national identity. We are a people united in the freedom to worship freely, to speak freely, and to prosper freely, knowing that any differences that we may have must be set aside to protect that identity which so many fought and died for. So as we head into the holiday season, a time when Canadians need hope, I ask the Prime Minister to reject the dangerous notion that we don't have a shared identity, to stop to stop dividing Canadians for political gain.
Well said.
We must fight to save Canada's peaceful, pluralistic, and prosperous national identity, no matter the cost. Because if he keeps Canada on the path we're currently on, the cost will be much higher still, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Mr. Speaker, last week, the leader of the Conservative Party in this chamber said that what happened on the Rainbow Bridge was a terror attack. He was hasty, he was wrong, he misled Canadians, he misled this House when saying that. And again, the Conservative Party is seeking to heckle me as they did my colleague from Brampton Centre. He had to repeat his statement in this House 5 or 6 times. When the leader of the Conservative Party said that, as my colleague from Brampton Centre said, it evoked memories of the Harper government. I personally thought that the Conservative Party was well beyond those sentiments and ideas of maligning minority communities. What happened was wrong. We cannot return to the Stone Age. We cannot return to the Harper government's policies and rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that within 10 years, 1 in 2 Canadians will be of retirement age, we need the entire active population in the labour market, including women. As Quebec has been demonstrating for a number of years, access to educational childcare services at reduced rates is a major incentive for young parents to return to the labour market as soon as they are ready and with peace of mind. That is the reason for which our government is committed to building a pan-Canadian early learning and childcare system. These $10 a day childcare services provide parents with a high-quality, flexible, inclusive and affordable service. Children can develop their social and cognitive skills, which will help them do better at school later on. This is a winning investment for our children, but also for our economic growth. Will the Conservatives cut funding for childcare in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada? Mr. Speaker, we will not be going back to the Stone Age.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
They say good men speak more with action than words. Don Tanis was that type of man. A beloved husband, father, and grandfather, Don's distinguished life was one of leadership in his family and his community. An educator and Rotarian for over 7 decades, Don mentored countless community leaders and builders, leaving a priceless legacy in High River. Don, his silent and quiet leadership served him well. Over 14 years as an MLA for Highwood, Deputy Speaker, and he helped build the Alberta Advantage. He was so proud to represent an agricultural riding, and we shared a passion for bison and Alberta's ranching history. Determined to preserve our endangered Alberta grasslands, he worked hard to protect rough fescue as Alberta's official grass, ensuring the preservation of our rangeland for generations to come. His love of politics never waned. He was always the first to pick up a campaign sign and share some sage advice, moments I will cherish forever. Condolences to Christine, Scott, Bruce, and their family. His loss will never be forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to highlight our firm commitment to Canada's middle class. The government is investing in policies that support families, including through affordable childcare and child allowances. We understand that the well-being of the middle class is the very pillar of our prosperous economy. At the same time, we are strengthening pension plans to ensure the financial security of seniors and investing in clean energy for a green and prosperous future. For Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation, our government will continue to move forward and progress, investing in human capital, fostering equal opportunities and promoting a modern economy. We are not going back to the Stone Age, Mr. Speaker. On the contrary, we're resolutely moving towards a prosperous and equitable future for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, when you tax the farmer that grows the food, it only makes common sense that the food becomes more expensive for the people who buy the food for their tables. And yet, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is still bent on his ideology to shame people for buying what they need, food. Food produced under the increasing cost of the carbon tax, and now the Prime Minister wants to quadruple that tax. Richard's Farm already pays thousands of dollars in carbon tax to grow healthy food for Canadians and will have no choice with the increasing quadrupled carbon tax but to pass it on to consumers trying to feed their families. More tax on growing means even more tax on eating. Common sense, common math. Will the Prime Minister take his carbon tax off of Richard's food production and all farmers, families, First Nations? Finally.
I thought you were going to say in show. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the so-called Workers' Party, the NDP, made it official that they've turned their back on Canadian workers. The NDP Liberal government is spending $40 billion on vehicle battery plants that amount to a subsidy of $5 million per employee. Ka-ching! Newsbreak, up to half the workers are coming from offshore, so taxpayers will be subsidizing foreign replacement workers. The battery building strategy has always been a boondoggle to transfer Canadian taxpayer dollars to the shareholders of foreign multinationals. It's an economic race to the bottom that this government wants to win. On Friday, I asked the Minister of Check Signing to release the contracts. He told this House that he negotiated this fiasco, but he said the opposite when asked the same question at committee. This evasion and doublespeak is the opposite of transparency. After 8 years, it is obvious that this government is not worth the cost. While common sense Conservatives are demanding that the contracts be released, the NDP are now on board to help the Liberals cover this up.
Well done.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-l'École. Mr. Speaker, we are sadly witnessing an upsurge in misogynistic comments here in Canada. A recent report by Léa Carrier in La Presse Plus highlighted this phenomenon among Canadian teenagers, and it's very worrying. We are fighting to counter this phenomenon and to ensure that women of all ages continue to live in an open, inclusive, and egalitarian society. In the Liberal Party, women have their place and make their voices heard. The Liberal Party holds the record for the number of women MPs and has a cabinet with equal numbers of men and women. We can see the difference in the measures and laws that are tabled and adopted. On the other side of the House, the Conservatives has the weakest women representation, with only 18% of female MPs. In Canada, we are out of the Stone Age, and we don't want to go back to the Stone Age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Hate and violence against 2S LGBTQI plus Canadians, and especially against trans and gender diverse people, is clearly on the rise, including a recent spate of hate crimes in my own constituency. What we need now is action from the federal government to help communities build the resilience they need to fight back. Yes. In an e-petition, more than 5,000 Canadians have already called on the government to implement the recommendations from the White Paper on the status of trans and gender diverse people. As well, unions are calling for amending the Employment Equity Act to include 2S LGBTQI plus Canadians for the first time. This would help trans and gender diverse Canadians who are among the most economically marginalized get access to employment in the public service and federally regulated industries. Yes, we need leaders at all levels to speak out against hate and violence. But even more, we need to empower 2S LGBTQI organizations so that we can all take our place as full and equal citizens.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for the 5th time in history, Distillery Beamer in Roberval in my riding has distinguished itself in an international competition. Its gin got a gold medal, and they were deemed Gin Masters in 2023 in the London Dry Gin category. It is made by local products. It has a unique taste. This gin is named after Horace Beamer, who built the 135 last miles of railway line between Roberval and the city of Quebec. Philippe and Alain, since 2017, have made of this microbrewery an absolute success. I would also like, Mr. Speaker, to commend my friend who associated with this microbrewery. To Beamer, congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party understands a home is the center of everything you do in your life. A home is the place you're secure. A home is where you raise your family. And everyone but this Liberal NDP coalition understands that this dream is being ripped from hundreds of thousands of Canadians.
Exactly.
When the government stands in the way of you getting a home, it stands in the way of your entire life going forward. That is why Conservatives have a plan to build more homes. We will, 1, require big cities to complete 15% more home building per year as a condition of getting federal infrastructure money. 2, we're going to give building bonuses to cities that exceed that target. 3, we're going to require every federally funded transit station be permitted for high-density apartments around it. And 4, we're going to sell off 15% of federal buildings and thousands of acres of surplus federal land suitable for new homes. Housing costs were not like this before the Liberals were elected. Housing costs won't be like this after they're defeated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, Our government is committed to building a green Canada. Security, prosperity, and health go hand in hand with a safe environment. Every Canadian deserves clean air, clean water, and protection from extreme weather events. This is our golden opportunity to develop a thriving, sustainable, clean economy for ourselves, our children, and grandchildren. The leader of the opposition and his party are still stuck in a Harper-era mentality where exports of carbon fuels are considered as the way to prosperity rather than a potential albatross in a world that is decarbonizing very rapidly. Let's put this rhetoric aside. We must not regress and allow industrial polluters risk the future and the security of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question oral. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Housing hell. How are we going to get out of it? That will be the title of my Common Sense documentary. In fact, it is, and more than 4 million people have watched it on the X platform. It shows that the cost of housing has doubled. Canada has one of the worst markets in the world, with much more expensive homes than in the U.S. People are living in tents. Will the Prime Minister become the 40 million and first person to watch the documentary to understand how to put an end to this housing hell and help people find housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Conservative leader is asking the government to withdraw from the housing sector. But we will not repeat the mistakes that he made when he was housing minister under the Harper government. The Conservative plan would not enable enough houses to be built quickly, and it would create more useless red tape. The plan would also stop funding housing projects and would further tax affordable housing. The Conservative leader is focusing on his online popularity, but meanwhile, we will be making sure that everyone has a roof over their heads.
But, Mr. Speaker, people do not have roofs over their head. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled. Toronto's the worst housing bubble in the world, and Canada has the worst mortgage bubble in the entire OECD after 8 years of his policies. That's why nearly 4 million people on X alone have watched my groundbreaking and much acclaimed documentary, Housing Hell, How We Got Here and How We Will Get Out. Will the Prime Minister become the 4 millionth Canadian to watch this documentary so he can see a common sense plan to reverse the housing hell that he's caused?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians need our bold action to keep moving forward on the problem of housing affordability. Unlike the Conservative leader, we know that the federal government plays an essential role in leadership in housing. On this side, we're making historic investments in housing, we're linking public transit dollars to housing density, and we're working with cities to modernize and accelerate the way we build homes. While the Conservative leader focuses on clickbaits and views, we're focused on building homes for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's funny, he released a video the very same day of him in a starter home pretending that he was a real estate agent. But in reality, everyone laughed because they know that he's doubled the housing cost. Right. He's delivered an economy where we have the fewest homes per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. And Toronto is now the worst housing bubble in the world after 8 years of this Prime Minister. So that's why I'm putting partisanship aside and offering the Prime Minister and the Liberal caucus a private screening of my documentary. Will the Prime Minister put his ego aside and join with me personally to take in this documentary, Housing Hell, How We Got In and How We'll Get Out of it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative leader continues to call for the federal government to get out of the business of housing. And we will not repeat the same mistakes he made when he was housing minister under Stephen Harper. The Conservative leader's present plan won't build enough homes fast enough, doesn't reach enough cities, and creates unnecessary red tape. He'd also defund affordable housing projects and tax affordable rental construction even more. While the Conservative leader focuses on clickbait and views, we're going to focus on building Canadians more homes.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, he did try to make a video. It was a total failure. His videos don't get clicks, and his houses don't have bricks. After 8 years, that's why housing costs have doubled. He shouldn't have to read his entire answer. I'm offering to inform him. If he would just take 15 minutes away from his photo ops, he can watch my brilliant documentary on X or YouTube with a common sense plan to require cities permit 15% more homes, give them bonuses if they exceed the target, require transit around every new federally funded, require housing around every federally funded transit station, and sell off 6,000 buildings. This is common sense. Let's bring it home.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader's plan is to pick fights with municipalities, to create more red tape, and to withdraw funding for affordable housing and affordable apartments. That's not a plan to build more housing. But he has demonstrated that he's extremely satisfied with his ability to spread misinformation and disinformation online, which, yes, I will admit, he's very good at. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on delivering solutions for Canadians. We're focused on building more housing for Canadians, not focused on self-aggrandizement like the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he is the king of self-aggrandizement, as evidenced by the fact that he's attacking my much-acclaimed documentary when he claims he hasn't even watched it. How would he know about the common sense solutions if he hasn't had the attention span to sit there for 15 minutes on YouTube or X and watch it, Mr. Speaker? We'll even try to get it on TikTok so that he can find it. Mr. Speaker, it includes a common sense plan to cut bureaucracy and taxes so that we can bring it home.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when I came into question period today, I didn't think it'd be I'd be hearing an infomercial for how great Pierre Poilievre's social media skills. Sorry, the leader.
We'll back up. I mean, the Honourable Prime Minister knows he's not supposed to use the names of members of Parliament. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I didn't think Canadians were going to be hearing an infomercial for the Leader of the Opposition's YouTube page. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is Canadians deserve a government focused on delivering housing for them. That is exactly what we are doing with historic deals with cities right across the country, with measures to build more housing quickly. We are concretely solving that while he's talking to himself online.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to listen to this review of amateur film, meanwhile, the media is in crisis. Our journalism is getting weaker. Arts and culture, too. Our rural regions, French, they're all under pressure. Will the Prime Minister recognize that there is no worse time to cut 800 positions at Radio-Canada CBC? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been very concerned for years about what's happening in our media, arts and culture. That's why our government has taken concrete measures to support media throughout the country, to invest in local journalism, to defend journalists and their essential work to our democracy, to defend them from, for example, the web giants. We are very pleased to say that we have an agreement with Google under C-18. We will keep being there to support journalists throughout the country, especially local journalists who play a key role in our democracy. The Honourable Member will very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that is just not enough.
the government is getting $100 million from Google. We'd really like to see that agreement, actually, but that is good news. Private media, however, had already cut more than $100 million in their operations. Not only does the Radio-Canada CBC want to get money out of that fund, but it also wants to cut French language and regional local services. And it also wants to give itself bonuses. Will the Prime Minister recognize that CBC needs to be held accountable to the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always support CBC, Radio-Canada, and its services to local communities throughout the country. One of the first measures we took as a government was to cancel the Harper government's cuts to our public broadcaster. We supported local journalism and media, and that's very important during this difficult time. That's why we brought in Bill C-18. At a time when, unfortunately, the leader of the opposition is not doing anything about this issue, we will continue to support local media and journalists in Canada.
East. These out-of-touch Liberals have let the housing crisis get so bad that in Halifax this winter, a man died alone in a tent. The average rent in Halifax is now over $2,000 a month. Leaving it up to big developers won't bring down rents. People are being rental evicted. We need real action, not just words. The Liberals are running around announcing and re-announcing existing funding that will not deliver homes for another 4 to 7 years. Will the Prime Minister take immediate action to secure existing empty buildings to get people off the streets this winter?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to reach out and work with communities, with municipalities, and with provinces right across the country to deliver. We've been announcing projects completed that we started years ago. We're announcing projects that are starting today that will be completed in the coming years. We understand the efforts involved in solving this housing crisis. It requires us all to roll up our sleeves, which is why we put forward $4 billion in a housing accelerator to make sure that municipalities could build more homes. We're putting forward $15 billion to accelerate the construction of rental units. We're going to continue to be there for low-income and homeless people as well.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, food prices aren't going down. A record number of Canadians are turning to food banks for their meals. Before the doors open at Bridges to Hope Food Bank in St. John's, there's already a lineup waiting to collect food hampers. Meanwhile, big grocers like Sobeys, who was here yesterday, are seeing heaps of excess profit, all while offering a nickel to its employees. The Liberals are failing to lower food prices. When are they going to crack down on the corporate greed that is driving Canadians to food banks?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, more competition means lower prices, more choice, and more innovative products and services for Canadians. Our affordability legislation will empower the Competition Bureau to hold grocers accountable and prioritize consumers' interests. The Fall Economic Statement proposes further amendments to the Competition Act to crack down on predatory pricing, to better respond to anti-competitive mergers, and more. We're ensuring that Canadians have more competitive options, and we're limiting excess profits by corporations at the expense of Canadians.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, we just heard shocking testimony at the Human Resources Committee from the CEO of the Central Okanagan Food Bank. He says projections are another 100% increase in food bank demand in the next 3 to 4 months due to inflation. He expressed how donors and volunteers are now clients. Liberal inflationary spending and carbon tax are adding to the cost of food. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister take the tax off of farmers, families, and First Nations? Finally.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in strengthening social security programs like Old Age Security, Canada Pension Plan, and support for families like the Canada Child Benefit and $10 a day national childcare. programs which the Conservatives continue to vote against, totally lacking empathy and understanding for the struggle that Canadian families are facing. On this side of the House, we'll continue to do the hard work to ensure that we're there to support Canadian families.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that answer won't satisfy all the Canadians lining up in a food bank for the first time in their lives, or the food banks that are losing donors and volunteers due to Liberal inflation. We heard from not-for-profits how they see the rising price of gas as a barrier to volunteering, and how senior volunteers are being forced back to work to afford basic necessities due to inflation. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister take the carbon tax off of farmers, families, and First Nations finally?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we focus on affordability for families, and it's also important that we look at facts when it comes to the carbon price that we've put in place. It's also important to remind Conservative members that they ran on a carbon price, and carbon pricing is the most efficient and the cheapest way to lower our emissions, Mr. Speaker. But with respect to food prices, particularly those facing lower income families, Mr. Speaker, today an article lists here that 94% of households with incomes below $50,000 receive far more rebates exceeding their carbon tax costs in 2023. Mr. Speaker, lower income folks are enjoying more rebates than carbon costs because our carbon pricing.
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government has made life unaffordable for Canadians in every province and territory. Canadians are suffering under this Prime Minister's oppressive carbon tax. And while he taxes, he also divides, pausing the carbon tax on home heating oil in Atlantic Canada because he wanted votes, while he quadruples the tax on every other Canadian. When will this Prime Minister finally cancel the carbon tax on families, farmers, and First Nations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll focus my response on an economist's response to the rhetoric in this House with respect to the carbon price. He said if we got rid of the carbon tax and the rebate, then this would harm a much larger fraction of lower and middle income households than it would higher income households, Mr. Speaker. Very clearly, the economist from Calgary indicates that our carbon price sends more money back to 94% of families who earn less than $50,000, Mr. Speaker. It's an affordability measure and it fights climate change.
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
At a time when this country is working towards reconciliation, the Liberals have saddled First Nations community with a punishing carbon tax. First Nations are so burdened by this unfair tax that they have decided to take the government to court. Canadians everywhere know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. So, when will this Prime Minister finally remove the carbon tax from farmers, First Nations, and families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll note that our carbon pricing mechanism sends more money back to lower income families than it does. That includes both the fiscal amount and the economic impact. And something the Conservatives love not to focus on is the impact of climate change, Mr. Speaker. Climate change impacts the price of food more than any other factor, Mr. Speaker. And we're also helping farmers because farmers are the ones that know climate change is real because it impacts them first, and that's what's driving up the cost of food, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, food banks can barely keep up. In my region, in Loretteville, there's the Accueil Saint-Ambroise organization, which helps 50 to 60 additional families per month. Meanwhile, what's happening here in Ottawa? This Liberal government wants to impose a new additional carbon tax, and the Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase the tax. When will the Liberal Bloc finally understand that it's time to give a break to these struggling families? The Honourable Minister of Families. Mr. Speaker, we know that many families are struggling to buy groceries. We are here to support Canadians through targeted social programs and income supplements like the Canada Child Benefit, as well as the grocery benefit. We are also offering more support to charitable organizations and food banks. We are continuing to work hard to fight food insecurity. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to very sincerely thank the Minister for her efforts to speak French. But the fact that she's speaking French doesn't actually help with the content of what she's saying. In fact, it shows very clearly that this government is not worth the cost. Let me come back to what's going on in my riding. Again, Accueil Saint-Ambroise last year prepared 176 Christmas baskets, and this year already 238. Meanwhile, the Liberals are inventing a new tax, and the Bloc wants to increase it radically. My question is simple. Why create a new tax when people are struggling? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, this was an important moment. My colleague congratulated my other colleague for speaking French. I guess that's a bit of an attitude change among the Conservatives, but we should go further. We should congratulate my colleague for rising and speaking French despite the tyranny of his colleagues who might not want him to speak French. We will always support his right to speak French in this House. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, do you know how many times this government has met the fossil fuel lobby over the last 2 years? 2,000 times. 2,000 meetings with oil and gas companies over 2 years alone. That's 3 meetings a day, 7 days a week, no holidays. If each of those meetings lasted 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker, that would be the equivalent of watching every single Simpsons episode, 35 seasons, and then do the same thing twice more. So if we're asking ourselves why this government doesn't get more done, well, it's very simple. They're too busy meeting up with their oil and gas sector buddies. What are they really talking about? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a slightly odd question. We meet with stakeholders in all parts of the economy. It's very important for the government to hold conversations to ensure that we are listening to all perspectives in order to be able to produce good public policy. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and the fossil fuel lobby is basically a beautiful love story. 2,000 times they've met up. I mean, at this point, they should just move in together, I think. I have a friendly piece of advice for my colleagues on the Liberal backbenches who feel that that cabinet doesn't listen to them enough. Resign and then become an oil lobbyist. Is that why the Environment Minister invited Suncor, Imperial Oil, Meg Energy, and Cenovus to COP28? Is it that he can't stand a single day without seeing the oil companies? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we have created a plan to fight climate change. It is the strongest and most detailed in the entire world, and that's something we're very proud of. We have a plan. We believe in fighting climate change, and we are taking appropriate action every day in order to help our children and grandchildren have a better future. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, 2,000 meetings with the fossil fuel lobby over 2 years. That's why Canada hasn't yet announced its plan to cap the fossil fuel sector emissions, because the oil companies are still drafting the plan. And in fact, they don't have time because they spend their whole day meeting with Liberals. Meanwhile, the Global Carbon Project has announced at COP that we are going to leave behind the 1.5-degree warming target within 7 years. So while the Liberals and oil companies continue with their love fests, the planet is burning. Could the Liberals cancel 1 or 2 meetings and take care of the planet? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, we implemented regulations to reduce methane emissions by 75%, and we are the first nation in the entire world to have done that. That's something we must do to act against climate change, and that's something we're doing every day.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, I want to help the NDP Liberal government understand why, after 8 years, Canadians know that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Just look at the carbon tax alone. A recent report by APAS shows that Saskatchewan farmers will pay over $40 million in carbon tax just to get their grains to port. A rebate doesn't even come close to covering that cost for our farmers. The solution is simple. Axe the tax. Why won't they just get it done?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Meeting farmers right across the country, the first question they ask me is, why does the Conservative Party of Canada not have a plan for the environment? I tell them we have a plan for the environment. We will work with governments.
I mean, for gosh sakes, he's right here. I can't hear him. So, hold on. Are we ready? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture from the top.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question that I get from farmers across the country is why the Conservative Party of Canada does not have a plan for the environment. I tell the farmers right across the country, we do have a plan for the environment. We will work with farmers right across the country, and for an example, in Saskatchewan, we announced $4 million with the Western Grain Research Foundation, just to make sure that the farmers stay on the cutting edge, that they're able to yield larger crops and make more profit. We have and will continue to work with farmers right across this country.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, farmers know that they are the leaders when it comes to environmental stewardship. Now, just imagine, Mr. Speaker, that you are a young producer. You grew up on the family farm, and your goal is to take over after your parents retire. You start looking over the bills and the costs associated with farming, and one of the highest line items is the carbon tax imposed by this Prime Minister. Rather than hiring a helping hand or upgrading your machinery, you're paying an increasing carbon tax. So, why won't the Prime Minister let his senators pass Bill C-2, 3, 4 and axe the tax for on-farm fuels?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with my honourable colleague. Yes, the farmers are on the front line of the environment. They know that winds of over 200 kilometers an hour, destroying burns, destroying crops, and floods right across the country, and fires right across the country. They want a government that will deal with the environment and make sure that we work with governments, with agricultural clusters to make sure they're able to meet the demands. We will work and continue to work with the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ballyfer's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks to feed their families. The Prime Minister's punishing carbon tax is directly fueling the affordability crisis in this country, and still the Prime Minister plans to quadruple it. The Prime Minister and his failed policies are simply not worth the cost. It's time to axe the carbon tax before it bankrupts all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister finally take the carbon tax off for our farmers, our families, and our First Nations?
The Honourable Minister of Family, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the support that I continue to share in this House that we do for families, we've also introduced programs to support organizations that are working with Canadians to help address food insecurity, including over 300 organizations, Mr. Speaker, through the Community Services Recovery Fund. We've also invested almost $150 million to strengthen food systems and improve food security, including over 100 community projects. While the Conservatives continue to impose these investments, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work on behalf of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, the Ag Minister, and the Environment are simply not listening to farmers.
a pork farmer with a pork farm just down the road where I grew up. His natural gas bill in February was $4,300 just for natural gas. His carbon tax, $3,300, 75%. How can any farmer make a living when you got to pay that much carbon tax on the natural gas you use on your farm? When will the Prime Minister take the tax off farmers, families, and make it fair for farmers? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern, but the fact of the matter is farmers are concerned about the environment. Farmers are on the front lines. Farmers understand that you have to take care of the environment. When you have winds of over 200 kilometres an hour destroying all the infrastructure on a property, that adds no doubt to the farmer's costs. It adds to the price of food. It adds to everything. That's why it's so important that our government has an environmental plan to make sure that our agricultural sector will continue to thrive.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, not only is the Minister of the Environment going to COP28 with a record number of oil lobbyists, it seems to be a pathological habit. When it comes to the seat of power, the PM Finance's office, guess who the Liberals meet with and listen to the most? Bingo, the oil and gas companies. According to a TVA compilation, the Liberals open their doors 3 times more often to the fossil fuel industry than to environmentalists. 3 times more. If the Liberals are missing their greenhouse gas reduction targets, could it be because they're puppets of big polluters? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, we meet with participants from all industries. Obviously, that includes oil, but it also includes auto and many other industries. And as I've already said, we announced something that is a first in the entire world. Yesterday, we announced that we are going to put in place regulations to reduce methane emissions by 75%. We're the first country in the world to have done that. That's leadership for you on climate change.
Victoria.
Canadians are experiencing the horrific impacts of the climate crisis, while Liberals delay, disappoint, and fail to protect our planet. Young people are not only worried about their future, they want to be part of the solution. Hundreds of them just delivered mock cover letters applying for a youth climate corps, and 2 out of 3 young people would consider enrolling in this program to respond to disasters, to create climate resilient infrastructure, and to reduce emissions. Today, I tabled a motion to create a youth climate corps like President Biden did. Will the Prime Minister listen to our future leaders and establish a youth climate corps?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd just like to take a moment to welcome my friend and colleague back to the House. It's good to have her back, not only because it's good to talk about how we fight climate change and not whether we fight climate change in this House. Mr. Speaker, I think the idea with respect to a youth environment corps to fight climate change and bring forward great ideas is an awesome one, and I'm looking forward to talking with the member. And it also gives me great pleasure to announce in this House that Canada is the first country ever to commit to an oil and gas methane emissions target reduction. 75%, Mr. Speaker. Other countries will follow in our footsteps, and we'll bring down our methane emissions by 75% by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, we Quebecers and Canadians are proud of our culture, our French language, and our commitment to protecting the environment for future generations. In the face of conservative policies that would set us back to the Stone Age, could we know from the Quebec Lieutenant, the Minister of Transport, what initiatives the government is taking to safeguard and enhance our commitments to the environment, language, and culture? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his excellent work. Quebecers are proud to take part in the energy transition, and our government is proud to support it. The Conservatives think it's all a waste of time, but we will continue to support our language and our culture and build these things up, whereas the Conservatives would tear it all down. The Conservatives aren't even letting their colleagues work in French, but we are making French a priority for Quebecers. And the Conservatives would take us back to the Stone Age.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
After 8 years, workers know they cannot rely on the NDP. The NDP leader initially called for the release of EV contracts, but last night the NDP flip-flopped and voted with the Liberals to bury them. These contracts will cost taxpayers over $40 billion. That's about $3,000 per Canadian family, and the money will be used to fund foreign replacement workers instead of Canadian paychecks. The NDP Liberal government betrayed workers and are complicit in cover-up. So what did the Liberals offer the NDP to get them to change their position and abandon workers and taxpayers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Investments like the LG Stellantis EV battery plant represent a win for the economy, a win for Canadian workers, and a win for the fight against climate change. But the Conservatives are so committed to their doomsday narrative that they just can't admit that anything good is happening. In a recent article in the Globe and Mail, a journalist writes about the Conservative leader. He has not said he opposes subsidizing these battery makers. Rather, he is seeking to rile up working-class voters by falsely suggesting foreigners might be stealing their jobs. While the Conservatives are blinded by their self-induced rage, we're focused on realizing a positive vision for the future of our economy.
Does say there's a lot of chatter in the chamber. I just hope we bring it down just a little bit. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I have a simple proposition for the member. If the NDP Liberal government is genuinely proud of their work, then release the contracts. Let all of us see them so that we can know. But the NDP is complicit with the Liberals in trying to bury these contracts. Why? Every Canadian family will pay $3,000 for these deals. So they want to know what is in these deals for them. Again, what did the Liberals offer the NDP to get them to change their position, abandon workers, and hide these contracts? What are they hiding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to share positive news. Canada is number 3 in the world in foreign direct investment, which is something that we should all be proud of, Mr. Speaker. Brendan Sweeney from the Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturers said, and I quote, about specialized expertise workers needed from outside of Canada to help set up the giant facility. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of Windsorites going off to the U.S. to help set up, test, and service machinery in plants. It's a little hypocritical to fail to take into account the way foreign direct investment works.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
To help pay for overseas replacement workers, the NDP Liberal government is going to send every Canadian family a bill for $3,000. The formerly pro-worker NDP have refused to stand up to the Prime Minister and demand the release of contracts that detail the number of foreign replacement workers that are going to take Canadian jobs. This Prime Minister clearly isn't worth the cost to Canadian workers after 8 years, and neither are the NDP. So will the Prime Minister finally stand up and tell Canadians how many foreign replacement workers $40 billion buys?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's curious after 8 years in opposition to listen from these Conservatives and how little they have learned on foreign direct investment, Mr. Speaker. Clearly nothing. How little they understand about free trade deals, Mr. Speaker. Clearly nothing. How little they understand about creating good middle-class jobs, Mr. Speaker. What they are clearly against is 2,500 full-time jobs at the Stellantis plant, 2,300 construction jobs there. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that under a Conservative administration, Canada would be closed for business. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? Not on our watch.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, let's let's talk about what's happened under their watch. The Canadian Building Trade Union says that so far, this NDP Liberal government has cost them $300 million in wages. So if they are so proud of their record and so proud of these great deals that are going to cost every Canadian family $3,000, why won't they just release the contracts? They know that releasing those contracts will expose that $40 billion is buying a lot of foreign replacement workers that should instead be funding Canadian paychecks. Why won't they release the contracts today?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, there are smart people on the Conservative benches, including trade lawyers and people who understand that contracts between nations and between countries need to stay confidential because of important trade secrets. Mr. Speaker, what do the Conservatives have against the fact that Canada is now third in the world in foreign direct investment, Mr. Speaker, after the United States, after Brazil? Who is it? Canada, ahead of China, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, they're against Dow in Fort Saskatchewan. They're against Stellantis. They're against Bécancour. When are the Conservatives going to be on the side of workers, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. Maybe they do.
I don't know why the chatter went up. Je comprends pas, là. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, not even 2 weeks after the government's economic update, CBC Radio-Canada, a Crown corporation and the public broadcaster, paid for mainly with our tax dollars, is cutting 800 positions and firing 600 people. The media crisis that affected the private sector is clearly spreading to the public sector. This will affect the quality of information, news, TV series, soaps, and our ability to tell stories. How long has the minister known about this? Did she agree with the decision? And if she didn't, what's she going to do to try to prevent the bloodletting? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' concerns about the future of CBC Radio-Canada and about the future of the media in general. And that's why our government is working. We modernized the legislation to better support broadcasting all across the country. And obviously, when it comes to CBC Radio-Canada, in our 2015 budget, we restored funding that the Conservatives had cut. We also supported them through the pandemic. We will continue to be there to defend the future of CBC. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada does better than CBC with its news and other programming. Everything works better at Radio-Canada than at CBC. And why is that? We know that there are fewer employees at Radio-Canada, but they're suffering just as many cuts as CBC. We can't imagine that the Heritage Minister was unaware that this was coming. Did she inform the Finance Minister before the update? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we are obviously concerned about the future of CBC Radio-Canada, and that's why we supported them adequately during the pandemic. And when we took office after the Conservatives, we restored a great deal of funding that they had cut. We respect this Crown Corporation. We respect their independence. We would encourage management to be more transparent about this type of decision, but we will work to ensure the long-term survival of this organization.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, in little under a decade, Canada's housing costs have basically doubled. Earlier today, members of the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations shared with me a story of 7 individuals living in one apartment. We know that there are many similar stories about this across this country. After 8 years, students are becoming homeless under this NDP Liberal government. This PM is not worth the cost. When will this government step aside so we can get Canada back on track?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I thank the members of the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations for their advocacy. In fact, I used to be a member when I was in student government at St. FX University. Mr. Speaker, I should say, when we actually compare the policies of the Conservative Party to the policies that the government is putting forward, it is clear that their policies will do more harm than good and raise the cost of living. We are putting policies in place that's going to remove the tax on new apartment construction so we get more apartments built. They are going to put the tax back on. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in affordable housing when they're campaigning on a commitment to make sure they do not invest. When it comes to supporting students and the housing that they need, the solutions lay on our side of the House.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, our leader unveiled a documentary on the housing crisis to explain to Canadians its causes and some proposed solutions. There have been over 4 million views, and for good reason. After 8 years of this Liberal government, housing prices have doubled, rents, mortgages, and homelessness is going through the roof. People are suffering. Will the minister check his ego at the door, watch the Leader of the Opposition's documentary, and adopt the suggested solutions to help Canadians afford housing? The Honourable Minister.
Accept a question talking about checking your ego at the door regarding the opposition leader who uses his space on the floor of the House of Commons to invite people to watch a video. I'm curious how many of those views are actually the opposition leader.
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to question how many of those views are the opposition leader actually going home at night and watching himself on the internet. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to which party has a plan to build more homes, it is clear that it is the government. We have a plan to cut the cost of building. We have a plan to invest in cities. We have a plan to invest in affordable housing. We will get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the minister may laugh, but what's he going to say to the young man in Sherbrooke who can't afford $1,500 a month for rent, so he's living in a tent it's like a refugee camp right in the middle of Sherbrooke. And that's because of all the things the Liberals have done in the past 8 years. None of them are working. And even with every effort that ordinary people are making, they can't even afford to pay their rent. What's the government going to do about this? Mr. Speaker, I understand this situation. And as a matter of fact, that's why we've invested in affordable housing in Sherbrooke. That's why we're investing like $900 billion with our partners in the province of Quebec. It's important to continue making those investments. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker, that this member and the Leader of the Opposition opposed investments in affordable housing. It's essential to keep investing.
To build the homes that Canadians need, including in Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, our businesses here in Canada have been attracting amazing amounts of foreign investment. And in Quebec, we know that 99% of businesses are small and medium-sized businesses. They play a key role in our economic growth. We must avoid retreating into an economic stone age that would favor foreign, polluting multinationals. So I have a question for the Minister of Economic Development for Quebec. How are we supporting entrepreneurs in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's right. Our government partners with small business, not just in Quebec, but all around the country. Unlike the Conservatives who'd like to invest more in fossil fuels, we're investing in green energy, like a company in Montreal and in Thetford Mine, in the Gaspé. We're supporting wind power. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue investing in the economy of the future. I'd like to know, what are the Conservatives going to cut back on for entrepreneurs in Quebec?
Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, New Brunswickers are struggling to pay the rent. After 8 years, he's just not worth the cost. While rents are too high in major cities, recent increases have been the biggest in New Brunswick. According to Stats Canada, rent has inflated nearly 30% just in New Brunswick in the last 4 years alone. Will the Prime Minister agree that now is the time to get the gatekeepers out of the way so more rental housing can be built in the province of New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. When it comes to actually getting gatekeepers out of the way and reducing red tape, I point the honourable member that we recently signed an agreement with the City of Moncton so they can change the way they allowed cities to be built in that city. We are going to see thousands of new homes in the city, and now we are working with other cities and across New Brunswick and rural communities as well. What's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives were concerned about reducing the cost of rent, they should abandon their plans to put the GST back on rental construction. They should avoid the mistakes of the past by abandoning their commitment to stop investing in affordable housing. We will get...
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government's incompetence and lack of caring, we have seen a housing hell unleashed on Canadians. They've actively caused housing, mortgages, and housing-related costs to double in the last 8 years. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. We have people living in 10 cities and in their cars, Mr. Speaker, and this is when the dream of home ownership is evaporating for younger Canadians. They are putting photo ops ahead of housing. When will this Prime Minister realize that he's built more tent cities than houses?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the enormously difficult situation that families are going through who are having trouble affording the cost of a place to live. But I will not accept criticisms from that member or the Conservative Party of Canada when they stand up to, when the cameras are on, to make hay for a political reason, when they had the opportunity to stand up to vote on whether we should support initiatives that are going to help the homeless population in Canada. They vote against them. They are currently campaigning on a promise to get out of the business of housing. We've made that mistake for 30 years. We started this government in 2017 with the National Housing Strategy to invest in affordable housing. We need to invest, not make cuts, as that member wants to.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister has created housing hell. Mortgage payments have more than doubled, and housing prices have also doubled. Makeshift encampments where people sleep in tents are popping up all over Canada. In Sherbrooke, for example, a young man in his 30s has no choice but to live in his tent because he can't find a room anywhere. Will this Prime Minister put an end to his inflationary spending so Quebecers can have a roof over their heads this winter, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to have a solution to the problem. Currently, we are investing in the construction of affordable housing in Sherbrooke. We're investing in partnership with the province of Quebec to build 8,000 new affordable units. It's very important to continue this work. The opposition to these programs from the Conservatives is unfathomable. It's just impossible to keep answering these questions. The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, several countries have agreed to triple their production capacity for renewable energies like solar, wind, and hydroelectric. This commitment contrasts sharply with the Leader of the Opposition's approach, who favors oil production and symbolizes a retreat to the Stone Age in the fight against climate change. Can the Minister inform us of the commitment made by our government at COP28 to advance Canada and its renewable energy production capacities? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. I'd like to thank my colleague for her hard work. This global goal is consistent with our work to provide affordable energy while protecting Quebec's advantage in reliable, clean energy. The new federal clean investment credits will unlock projects and create jobs. While we work hard to build up, on the other side, the Conservatives want to tear down Quebec's clean economy, and the Bloc has nothing to offer but talk.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker,
In British Columbia, 2 people died, and one is still missing at sea because their vessel could not be found. It was discovered that life-saving direction-finding technology has been unavailable. Those on the water deserve to know that help will be there to find them. But instead of investing in the safety of people, the Liberals followed the lead of the Conservatives, slashing funding and closing 10 Coast Guard communication centres. Canadians deserve better. When will the government provide the Coast Guard with the necessary resources to keep mariners safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of DFO and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, ensuring the health and safety of Canadians at sea is a top priority for our government. The Coast Guard is working around the clock to modernize and replace the radio detection system with a more robust and accurate network. While this work continues, Mr. Speaker, there are a wide variety of other systems in place, including a radar installation and shipboard detection finding system on Coast Guard vessels. But be reassured, Mr. Speaker, and I want Canadians to be reassured that the Coast Guard's mission of safety at sea is unimpeded by this work.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this summer Canada relied on volunteer firefighters and search and rescue to risk their lives to keep us safe, but the Liberals have been letting them down. 9,500 volunteer firefighters quit in 2023, and the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs, who are here today, say that doing the work and paying for the equipment is unaffordable. Well, the Liberals are in luck. The NDP has a bill that would up the volunteer firefighter tax credit to $10,000. So will the government support our volunteer firefighters by voting yes on the NDP's plan to increase the volunteer firefighter tax credit?
The Honourable Minister.
For the very important question. In fact, actually, just yesterday I was in West Kelowna visiting the firefighters after the devastating wildfires that took place in West Kelowna and all across British Columbia. We talked about many different measures that the firefighters were going to be supporting. In addition to training of 1,000 firefighters, and we have a lot of options currently on the table. But make no doubt about it, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting our firefighters. Thank you.
Good. And that's all the time we have for question period today. I've got a recognition to do, and then we'll do some points of order afterward. Wish to draw the attention of the members, the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Richard Mustin, Minister of Community Services and Minister responsible for the Workers' Safety Compensation Board of the Yukon. And she's not. All right. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Point of order on decorum. During member statement, the member from Chateauguay-Lacal called the women of the Conservative Party weak. Now, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but weak isn't one of them. The member's language tearing down women and reducing our value to a quota is exactly what discourages women from running for office and makes it harder for every single one of us here. Strength comes from courage of action, no matter someone's gender, not from tokenization. If the member wanted to show some strength of her own, she'd apologize.
I'll just say quickly that we must be judicious in our words. We will go back and listen to it and come back to the House if something needs to be done. I believe the Honourable Government House Leader has something to table. There you go. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. Pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Eric Jantz to the position of Clerk to the House of Commons. That the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know, maybe the next step should be to ask him if he really wants to be there. It being 316, the House now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division, the motion to concur in the 13th report on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. Call in the members. Okay, just being sure before I start reading. Okay, the question is as follows. Monsieur Desilets, appuyez.
Mr. Desilets, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moved that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Thursday, November 9th, 2023, be conferred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Schmale.
Pardon me. Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford-Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford-Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Leipert.
Weber.
Pardon me, Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Debrusin.
Ms. Debrusin.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Iacano.
Monsieur Iacano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Madame Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Speaker, I had trouble using the app. I would have voted yes.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 15 minutes. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on December 4th by the House Leader of the official opposition concerning the Speaker's participation by video message at Provincial Party Convention on December 2nd, 2023. Dans une déclaration faite plus tôt dans la séance, le président.
The Speaker, in a statement earlier in the sitting, had explained that he had been asked to record a personal message to be played as part of a tribute video to a colleague and friend from the National Capital Region, whom he has known for many decades. He apologized for the perception of partisanship that his involvement in the said convention created. He also indicated that if concerns were brought to the floor of the House, he would recuse himself from discussions on this matter. As such, I fulfilled the role bestowed upon the Deputy Speaker to weigh the arguments from honourable members, assess the procedural authorities and precedents, and prepare a ruling on this matter.
It is exceedingly rare that actions involving the Speaker are questioned in the chamber. It requires a thoughtful and serious response. The role of Speaker is central to our parliamentary institutions. It cannot be seen to be diminished or drawn into partisan debate. It is with this in mind that I approach this ruling. In his intervention, the House Leader of the official opposition alleged that the Speaker failed in his responsibility to uphold the impartiality of his office. He did so by providing a video tribute in an allegedly partisan manner from the Speaker's office and dressed in the Speaker's attire for the departing interim leader of a provincial party, which was shown at the party's convention. He contended that the Speaker clearly indicated a partisan preference. The member quoted extensively from numerous procedural authorities on the high expectation for impartiality that is attached to the position of Speaker of the House of Commons. The member argued that the matter should be viewed as a contempt of the House. He pointed to House of Commons Procedures and Practice, 3rd edition, which emphasizes that a matter of contempt can be addressed by the House, even in the absence of any specific breach of privilege. In a subsequent intervention, he called on the Speaker to resign. Le député de la Prairie, pour sa part, a insisté pour dire que la...
The member for La Prairie, for his part, emphasized that the Speaker's participation in a partisan political activity was a breach of his impartiality. He posited that speakers need two qualities to successfully fulfill their duties. They must always show impartiality in all their activities and must show good judgment. On both counts, according to the member, the Speaker has failed to do so, and as such must resign. The member for New Westminster Burnaby also spoke of the gravity of the situation. According to the member, the Speaker's actions went against the principle of impartiality, so important to the position. He called on the Deputy Speaker to find a prima facie question of privilege, and that the matter be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Other members also intervene on the matter, but I would like to highlight a quote from the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 323, that the House Leader of the official opposition cited. It bears repeating because it succinctly sums up the requirement for impartiality by the Speaker. It says, quote, When in the chair, the Speaker embodies the power and authority of the office, strengthened by rule and precedent. He or she must at all times show and be seen to show the impartiality required to sustain the trust and goodwill of the House, unquote. Allegations of partisanship against the Speaker are a very serious matter. To protect the integrity of the position, it is generally not permissible for members to call into question the Speaker's impartiality. If members wish to object to the Speaker's conduct, there is a clear process by which this is to be accomplished. Comme on peut lire à la page 323 à la procédure.
As one can read on page 323 of House and Commons Procedure and Practice, quote, "The actions of the Speaker may not be criticized in debate or by any means except by way of a substantive motion," unquote.
Position acknowledged as much in his remarks, noting that this is the usual manner in which complaints against the Speaker are dealt with. While he would have this motion brought forward before the House by way of a prima facie finding a question of privilege, this is not the course of action that has been followed in the past. As it is further stated at pages 620 and 621 of the same work, quote, "Only by means of a substantive motion for which 48 hours written notice have been given may the actions of the chair be challenged, criticized, and debated," unquote. Il existe des exemples de situations.
We do have past examples of similar occurrences. On June 1st, 1956, at page 4540 of the debates, Speaker Baudouin directed that a motion be first placed on notice to address complaints about his conduct. Similarly, on March 13th, 2000, Speaker Parent took the same approach when faced with a comparable situation. In both cases, Speakers Baudouin and Parent declined to rule on their own conduct and did not ask another chair occupant to rule on their behalf. I will note that the matter at issue in each case was dissatisfaction with a procedural ruling. In the present case, what is at issue is the Speaker's conduct outside of the House, and whether or not it has brought into question his impartiality. As we saw, the Speaker decided to recuse himself and to entrust me in guiding the House as to the next steps to take, if any, regarding this matter.
Official opposition elected to bring his concerns through a question of privilege and not through the preferred means to which such a matter forward to the House, that is to place a substantive motion on notice. I allowed the arguments yesterday, even though it is not the usual course of action, as I recognized the grave concerns some members had and wished to express. La présidence se trouve dans une position difficile.
The chair finds itself in a difficult position, having to determine if, on the face of it, a colleague's behavior brings into question the impartiality of the chair. This is more properly an issue for the House to decide. I also acknowledge that for all of us, the House, chair occupants, and members, to settle this matter as soon as possible.
That basis alone. Rather than insisting that a substantive motion be placed on notice, I find that this matter should have priority over other orders of the day and will allow the House Leader of the official opposition to move his motion. In future, if members wish to take issue with the conduct of the Speaker, rather than raising points of order or questions of privilege, I would instead direct them to place a substantive motion on notice. I thank you all for your attention. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Speaker's public participation at an Ontario Liberal Party convention as Speaker of the House of Commons constitutes a breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities, and therefore move that the House refers that matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy.
I'll just wait for that copy to come up. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Bertal, moves that the Speaker's public participation at an Ontario Liberal Party convention as Speaker of the House of Commons constitutes a breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities. And therefore, the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy. Debate. The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the difficult position that this whole scandal has put you in, and I appreciate your ruling where you spelled out the normal course of actions for members to follow when dealing with a chair occupant or dealing with the Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that you also acknowledged the time-sensitive nature of what this scandal has caused for the House and for members. As you know, I made substantive remarks yesterday in making the case for this motion, for this privilege motion. And to save the House's time, I won't go through all of those again, but just to sum up the points. The Speaker has incredible authority here in the chamber. The Speaker makes decisions that are not subject to appeal. There's no higher authority that members can ask for a second opinion should they lose out on a point of order or a question of privilege. The Speaker's word is the command during debates. If the Speaker doesn't like something that was said, the Speaker can take away the floor from a member. The Speaker has the sole authority to expel a member from the chamber. And the Speaker is the only person that can name someone and force them to leave the chamber for the rest of the day. And that decision is not appealable either. In other parliaments, that type of thing must be ratified by the House. In our chamber, the Speaker has sole executive authority. And the reason why I'm talking so much about the incredible powers that the Speaker has is because for members to accept someone to hold that power, there has to be trust in that person. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just mention at this point in time that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. So that is the type of authority the Speaker has here in the chamber. Around the precinct, the Speaker also has incredible authority as well. He chairs the Board of Internal Economy. The Board of Internal Economy sets the rules about how members are able to use resources to fulfill their functions. Everything from printing protocols and ensuring there's adequate translation services to what types of expenses are allowed. It's a very important role. And for members to accept someone to hold that authority, they must have 100% trust that the person who holds that position is exercising their duty free of any partisan bias, free of any favoritism or preferential treatment. And it can be challenging. You know, we all get elected through a political process. All of us seek a nomination. We join a political party. We sell memberships in that party in advance of a nomination race to win that nomination. During general elections, we go out and we pound in signs promoting our party, both in terms of the brand and in terms of the policies and in terms of the leader. And we all understand that. When somebody enters this place and decides to run for Speaker, usually somebody who chooses that option goes to some length to assure members that they do have a nonpartisan side, that they can put aside their partisanship, their partisan affiliations, take the Speaker's chair, put on the Speaker's robes, and be impartial. Now, in the case of the current Speaker was the former president of the Liberal Party. The current Speaker was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister right up until he ran for Speaker. In the course of this Parliament, between the last election and the date that he was elected as Speaker, the current Speaker was engaged in very partisan activities. He was on, as the Prime Minister's parliamentary secretary, he was busy because there were a lot of scandals the Prime Minister was involved in. There's all kinds of ethics violations and spending scandals and allegations of corruptions across multiple departments. And the current Speaker would dutifully go to committee, defend the Prime Minister, engage in filibusters to prevent the committee from arriving at a decision, and go on TV with other members of other parties and make accusations and defend his boss in a very partisan way. So we were all asked as MPs to go on a bit of a leap of faith with this current speaker, that after being elected, after winning a majority of the votes in the House, that he would go above and beyond what might be expected. Because his partisanship was so intense and so recent, we went out on a bit of a limb to believe that he would put aside all that partisanship and conduct himself in a way that would earn that trust and justify that trust. And we did give him the benefit of the doubt. And that's why it was so shocking. I could not believe my eyes when I saw the image of the Speaker in his robes, in his office, here on Parliament Hill, at a hyper-partisan political event. I mean, this was no quiet dinner amongst friends. This was a leadership election convention for the Ontario Liberal Party, a party that he doesn't even, in a province that he does not currently reside in, Mr. Speaker. So I was shocked. At first, I honestly thought it was a bit of a joke. I thought somebody was trying to troll me or something like that, and I didn't believe it at first. And then upon seeing the other images shared and seeing the video itself, I realized, oh my goodness, the Speaker has actually done this. And here's why it matters for Canadians. You know, we've heard the Speaker's excuse yesterday. We talked about the incredible authority, the need for the trust between the House members and the Speaker. And if we think of other institutions in Canada that we could all instantly recognize the need for impartiality and the need to make a serious change if that impartiality is ever broken, we can think of many such examples. Imagine the case in the NHL. If there were images displayed of an NHL referee wearing his referee's uniform, giving a pep talk to the Toronto Maple Leafs in their locker room during an intermission, how would fans of the Montreal Canadiens, the Ottawa Senators, the Edmonton Oilers, how would they feel if they ever had to see that referee ref a game between those two teams? Now, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if the referee did that because he happened to know one of the players, or maybe he had some close personal relationship and he didn't expect it to be videoed. He just thought that he'd go in and say a few encouraging words and then leave. Because once you see that image, you can't unsee it. And that doubt will always be there. And doubt is the opposite of trust, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Imagine a court proceeding. Imagine you're a defendant in a court case, and you see an image, someone texts you an image of the judge in his robes at a backyard barbecue with the Crown prosecutor. Now, again, the judge might have all kinds of context that he would want you to understand before you jumped to conclusions, but would you want to go through a trial with a judge that had shown that kind of partiality and bias? I know I wouldn't. Imagine a situation between a union and management that has gone to arbitration, and then that arbitrator is seen at a restaurant in his attire in the same clothes he wears during the mediation session, and now he's sitting down with one of the parties involved in the dispute. Would a union want to accept a ruling, even if there was context, even if there was rationales behind it? Of course not. And that's the situation that we find ourselves here in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is why our recommendation to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs will be to recommend to the House that the Speaker resign. Because we do not believe that to go forward, to accept those rulings without appeal, that this current Speaker can fulfill that rule. Yesterday, I mentioned a few very important cases that are technically still under the purview of the Speaker. One touching on a budget bill, whether or not the budget bill was properly introduced because of a Ways and Means motion error that the government made. It's our contention that that motion should have been ruled out of order. That's a budget bill, Mr. Speaker. That's a Ways and Means motion. That's taxation and spending. And for us to trust that the Speaker made that ruling last week, free of any bias, free of any partiality, is just impossible after seeing those images. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope my colleagues in the House will agree with me that this situation is serious, that it matters not just to members, but to Canadians, because this is the pillar of our parliamentary democracy, support this motion, and support our calls at committee that the Speaker do the right thing, put the institution above himself as an individual, put the role primary in a primary way, and do the right thing and step aside. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing forward the motion, and of course, as a member of the New Democratic Party, I can echo much of the concern that he's expressed. We're very worried about this and the precedent that this is set, and we are very supportive of this going to procedures to the PROC committee for further examination. And I wonder if the member could comment briefly on what specifically he would like to see the PROC committee look into, what specific recommendations he'd like them to come up with.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and she touched upon a very important thing I'd just like to address. She talked about precedent. And one of the reasons why I brought this question through the form of a question of privilege is because I do fully believe that an important concept here was that future speakers see very clearly that this type of activity is so offensive to the House that they should take extra precautions to ever find themselves in a similar situation. The member asked what specific course of action we are recommending. I would just use this opportunity to again state that it is our belief that the Speaker has reached the point where to preserve that trust or reestablish that trust between the office of Speaker and individual MPs, that he should step aside. I'll let PROC decide how best to deliberate. We do believe that there is a timeliness to this because every day that goes by there are questions before the chair that need to be decided. It may interest the committee to hear from the Speaker to get to the bottom of the invitations and any correspondence that went back and forth between the Liberal Party of Ontario and the Speaker's office to help substantiate what the Speaker claims to have happened. I'll leave that to Procedure and House Affairs, but it is our belief that at this point the best thing for the institution would be for the Speaker to step down.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I listened intently to this motion and the last one, and it appears we're going to be heading towards a meeting at PROC to discuss this. We've heard from the two parties that represent almost 150 members of Parliament, which is almost the majority that is calling for the resignation of the Speaker. The only party that is the only other opposition party that hasn't stated a position on the remedy is the NDP. I'd like to hear from the House Leader on the pressures or the consequences if the NDP does not side with the other 150 plus members that are calling for his resignation. What would be the consequences for those members?
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I think my colleague has made an important point. We are, just with the Bloc Québécois and the Conservatives, we are almost at a majority of the House. And I just have to say, for anybody in a leadership capacity to lead a group, especially a group like members of Parliament of the House of Commons who are divided by party, you cannot maintain that relationship with such a significant percentage of the group not having confidence in you. And I hope the Speaker reflects on that, because while I don't want to prejudge what may or may not happen, and I don't want to deal in hypotheticals, but I don't see how a Speaker could continue in the role knowing that virtually 50% of the people that he has to administer over or guide have lost confidence in him. So I hope he reflects on that in the coming hours and days.
We have a little quick question, time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a representative democracy, people who elect us to serve here have to have a certain degree of faith that our voices count and that their voices are heard through us. And I believe that that's why we have the standing order that requires the Speaker to be impartial. My colleague from the NDP raised a question about what recommendations she'd like PROC to make. I'm wondering in that vein if the Speaker could also talk about the need for, in order for the public to have faith in the function of Parliament, the impartiality of the Speaker's chair to be maintained.
The honourable member for Regina Capel in about 30 seconds.
Well, that's a very profound question that warrants more than just 30 seconds, but I understand the time constraints. So I'll just quickly say, especially when you have a government that was elected with such a low percentage of the votes. I mean, we have a government that has, for 2 elections in a row, received fewer votes than the main opposition party. So the vast majority of Canadians did not vote for this government, and they need to have trust that at the very least the government is constrained by some of the rules and traditions of this House. And the Speaker is the guardian of that. And so Canadians also have to have confidence in the impartiality of the Speaker.
Reprise débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member for Regina Capel, the opposition House leader, for his speech. The member was Speaker of the House in the past, so when he raised the question of privilege, he knew exactly what was at stake and why it's important as Speaker of the House of Commons to be impartial, to be a referee and not one of the players on the ice here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. I was shocked when I first saw the video of the current Speaker of the House that was played at the Liberal Convention, the Ontario Liberal Convention. I was shocked by what he said. I was shocked by the fact that not only after he was elected Speaker, but before, in the speech he made to get elected Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member for Hull-Aylmer repeatedly mentioned the importance of words and acts and decorum in the House. As referee, as the person who's responsible for maintaining decorum in the House, as the person who has to do that, you have to display impeccable impartiality. And I would quote from that speech that the member for Hull-Aylmer made before he was elected Speaker. It's all a question of judgment, of course, but also of perception. And the member for Hull-Aylmer, before he was elected as Speaker, before all of us here in the House, he said this. He took his time. Each candidate gets a few minutes to make a little speech, and he took that opportunity to say this. The words we use matter. The symbols matter. I know full well, as your Speaker, I will act swiftly to restore honor to this chamber. I was shocked by that initially because I never felt that the honor of this place had been tarnished beforehand. But we as a group chose to elect the member for Hull-Aylmer as our Speaker. And in spite of that,
especially with that kind of speech, we would have thought that decorum would be untouchable here in this House. And the Speaker gave a statement before question period from his position at the front of the House. It was a surprising statement before question period to announce that he would seek to improve debate in the House of Commons. He intended to do better than previous speakers, Mr. Speaker. Who would have thought that just a couple of weeks later, not only all his attempts failed, but he showed partisanship at a degree that had not been seen since, well, I don't know since when. The words he proffered at the Liberal Convention in Ontario caused damage, great damage to his position as Speaker. Not only the words that were said, but the fact that they came after him saying that he wanted to bring better debate to this House. If a referee doesn't lead by example, how can one expect players to follow the rules? When the referee starts playing hockey, for example, if a referee were to start playing hockey and count goals as he wants to, if the speaker, if a referee starts scoring goals, this takes credibility away from any decision the referee may take. That's how it is, to give a sporting analogy. Just to remind everyone, why did we receive this, raise this point of privilege? I would like to quote as an answer certain words from the video that led to today's situation. In the video that was seen by Liberal activists at the Liberal convention to choose a new Ontario Liberal leader in Ontario, the speaker was in his professional garb. The video was filmed in the Speaker's office, no doubt using House of Commons resources. And these words were very clear. And despite his apology that he delivered this week, he simply cannot erase what he said in this video. He said as follows, speaking about the interim Ontario Liberal leader, speaking about this Mr. Fraser, he said that he was very calm, he had conviction, and he was a very determined individual. He held the bar during a very difficult moment of our party's history. So it's clear, our party, it's a possessive. Even if in his apology he said he wasn't a part of the Liberal Party, provincially in Ontario in any case, he didn't have a member's card, he didn't take part in activities, he still, in front of all these activists, took the time to say, our party. With regards to partisanship and perception, what is very clear is that the Speaker, dressed as Speaker of the House of Commons, in the office of the Speaker of the House of Commons, failed in his elementary duty of reserve. Other speakers have not gone to political conventions to do this kind of thing. This hasn't been the case in Canada. This hasn't been the case in other legislatures, in the Assemblée Nationale. It hasn't happened in the past in other countries that use the parliament, the British parliamentary system. There are a number of decisions made that clearly state that, pursuant to House of Commons Westminster statutes, clearly state that this cannot be done. It's a rule. It goes beyond tradition. It's a rule. A speaker should abstain from any display of partisanship. Madam Speaker, I would like to quote Parliamentary Procedure, 3rd edition, Province of Quebec, just to show that it's not only federally that we have to show this restraint as Speaker. So this is what the Quebec orders say. Speakership is ruled by the conventions that led to their appointment, but they must be neutral. Their neutrality goes through their behavior. Parliamentary procedures provide for a speaker to not be part of a party and the speaker must not vote unless there is an even split. The speaker will follow the rules to show their true neutrality and their appearance of neutrality. Madam Speaker, and I'm being very sincere here, unfortunately, the Speaker, through this video that was shown at the Liberal Provincial Convention in Ontario, failed in this obligation to show true neutrality and to appear as neutral. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to join I would like to join in what my honourable colleague said. This case should be sent forthwith to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And the only outcome should be asking for the Speaker's resignation because he has lost the trust of the members of this House. Madam Speaker, while I'm here, I would like to table an amendment to the motion. The amendment is as follows, that the motion be amended by adding the following. The committee should A, meet within 24 hours after the reception of this order of reference to study the matter. B, make this question a priority, an absolute priority over others. C, an absolute priority when it comes to using House resources. And D, that this committee report to the House at the latest on Thursday, December 14th, 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Tucker, moves the following, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Provided that the committee shall A, meet within 24 hours of receiving this order of reference to consider the matter, B, make this matter a priority over all other business, C, have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings, subject to the special orders adopted on Monday, May 16th, 2022 and Monday, December 4th, 2023. And D, be instructed to report back to the House no later than Thursday, December 14th, 2023. We will take this amendment under deliberation and then we'll go back to the House. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Barry Ince.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was also very shocked when I saw the Speaker addressing Liberal Party activists in Ontario. For most Canadians watching this debate, perhaps could my colleague talk about the trust of the House in the Speaker? Could he speak about what are the effects of the Speaker's decisions? There are more than 120 members that have asked the Speaker to step down. The NDP isn't speaking up now, but could my honourable colleague talk about this? The honourable member for Mégantic L'Érable. Madam Speaker, we're in a minority government situation. That means that there could be a vote, a very important vote, that would do as following. It could call Canadians to a general election at any time. At any time, this government could be toppled. And the importance of the Speaker, therefore, and of his or her decisions, of his or her neutrality, is essential. Because if we cannot trust our Speaker, the person who makes sure that rules are followed, we may be in an election if the government decides unilaterally to trigger an election just because they want an election. Unfortunately, when we don't trust in the Speaker, we will always doubt what he or she has to say. We will wonder from here on in whether the Speaker has followed rules or traditions or whether he or she has followed their own opinion. That is why Canadians have to follow this very closely, and that's why we've recommended this be sent to Proc. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been honored to serve under 6 speakers. This is my 6th speaker. And I have to say this is the most partisan speaker that I've ever served under. And it is such a disdain to bring this up, but with such great hope that we had for this individual, the hope that returning respect and improvement of decorum, but from his actions on the weekend, the only obvious solution is for him to resign. I would like to know, do you believe that future speakers will view this as a precedent, so that if we act in accordance to our traditions, it would be to further the position as being nonpartisan? But if we would decide to keep on the current speaker, it would lead to more partisanship creeping into that office. Would you agree or disagree with that stance?
I cannot pronounce myself, but I am going to ask the honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable.
Not in your name, Madam Speaker, but personally I would like to say that I agree with what my colleague has just said. Chaos. If we can't trust our Speaker, Madam Speaker, how can we trust and respect the decisions he makes in this case? His calls to order, how can we trust them? This is absolute chaos that we risk. I already have questions and doubts. There are two political parties that have asked for his resignation, another that have cast doubt upon the Speaker's sense of judgment for having participated in a partisan activity. 3 out of 4 recognised parties in the House of Commons have at least cast doubt on the speakership, on his sense of judgment, because of his participation in a partisan event. And so they cast doubt over his capacity to be non-partisan. And so from here, I don't see what other options we have. What options we have as colleagues? We must therefore ask the Speaker to step down. The amendment tabled is eligible, and so we shall now move on to debate on the amendment.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I take a great deal of pride in is the fact that having had the opportunity to represent the people of Inkster for just under 20 years in the legislature in the province of Manitoba, and since 2010 being able to represent the people of Winnipeg North here in Ottawa, I have a passion for the debates that take place in the chamber, and I know at times even I can get somewhat political, Madam Speaker. And I know that's a little tough to believe. There are some things in which I would suggest to you should be treated in an apolitical fashion. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that this is one of those situations where we should try to our greatest ability to ensure that we treat this matter in an apolitical fashion. And what I'd like to do is to read the motion that was actually introduced, the essence of the motion, Madam Speaker. The House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy, Madam Speaker. When I read the motion, just like when I first heard the motion, I believe that the members of the Liberal caucus would say with me, as one, that it seemed to be a very fair motion. Let's have the issue, because we all recognize the serious nature of it, Madam Speaker. Let's have the Procedures and House Affairs Committee deal with the issue. And we're okay with that, Madam Speaker. We're okay with Proc dealing with the issue. But I would want to emphasize that in the motion, it makes it very clear that the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction, and this is the most important part, Madam Speaker, of the motion, that it being the Proc Committee, recommend an appropriate remedy. Now, you know, I'm not a lawyer by profession. I can tell you that much. But I'm concerned in regards to some of the statements already by the mover and the seconder of the motion. I actually wrote down specifically what the most recent speaker said, and I quote, "The only outcome should be asking for the speaker's resignation because he has lost the trust of the members of this House." Madam Speaker, that seems to be an absolute opposite in terms of what the motion itself has said. It's as if members of the Conservative Party have already drawn a conclusion, and that concerns me. It should concern all members of the chamber, Madam Speaker. I have confidence and faith in the membership of the Standing Committee of Procedures and House Affairs. I would hope that any debate that happens to be taking place on this important issue this afternoon, and I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that what is best is that we reinforce 2 points. Number one, that this chamber and members should have confidence in the membership of the PROC committee. And number two, we let the PROC committee do what is actually being asked of them to do, Madam Speaker, and that is to recommend an appropriate remedy. The PROC committee, Madam Speaker, has the resources to be able to do what's necessary in order to come back to the floor of the House. The amendment, and this is a problem that I have with the amendment, in particular where it tries to put a deadline on the PROC committee, Madam Speaker. It is saying that it wants PROC to report back to the chamber by December the 14th, Madam Speaker. Again, I think that now through the form of an amendment to the motion, we are interfering with the PROC committee if in fact you believe, as I do, and as members I would suggest to you of the Liberal caucus, that we need to put politics, partisan politics to the side on this issue because we are talking about the Speaker of the House, Madam Speaker. That at the end of the day, I would suggest from a personal point of view that the amendment not be supported, and we support the actual motion itself. So if you believe and have confidence in PROC, number one, and number two, want to depoliticize this issue, I would highly recommend that members seriously consider voting the way in which I have suggested from my perspective, Madam Speaker. With those few words, I'll leave it at that in hopes that PROC will be able to come up with a remedy as recommended by the motion itself.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the issue at hand is one of great urgency. It speaks to the confidence that the House has in the Speaker to perform his abilities in an independent and nonpartisan manner. I think the amendment is completely appropriate given the circumstances that we find ourselves in, and that is that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee deal with this matter expeditiously and then come back to the House with a recommendation. Does the honourable member not believe that the confidence of this House and its ability to hold the Speaker in a nonpartisan way, to have the ability to make the decisions that are required, and there are many decisions to come, does he not believe that this matter needs to be dealt with in the speed at which this amendment calls for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, where the amendment references that PROC deal with the matter in an urgent fashion, I agree. But where the politics is entering in a very real way is when members that are speaking to the motion instruct that there has to be a resignation, and that's the outcome. I think that that's a huge jump, and it is a politically partisan jump. On the issue of the urgency, yes, in proc, but when you say to proc that you have to have a report in by December the 14th, remember, December the 14th could be our last day. We're here at latest till December the 15th, unless there's unanimous support for us to extend sitting in the month of December, Madam Speaker. So it seems to me, yes, the urgency. No, we don't have to have the report the day in which the House is going to be recessing, or the day prior to the House releasing. If, in fact, we have the faith and confidence with the membership and we truly want to be apolitical in this. I'm taking people at their face value.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I find really interesting about this, and it speaks to the political partisanship of this particular issue, is that when the member from Regina Capel, the House Leader for the Conservatives, originally proposed his intervention this morning, he made no reference to calling on the Speaker to resign. Then the next intervention, the Bloc Québécois called on the Speaker to resign, and then, as though not to be outdone, the member from Regina Capel then ran back into the House, rose on another point of order, and said that the Speaker should resign. And now he's come to the conclusion, a mere couple hours later, that there's absolutely no other option than for the Speaker to resign. Yet, in his entirety of his intervention, when he started off on this morning, never once raised it. I'm wondering if the member can...
Oui, sur un rappel au règlement, l'honorable député Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Yes, Madam Speaker, it's very important to have the facts when we speak about partisanship and the Speaker of the House. This didn't all happen within the same day. This happened yesterday.
Lérable is referring to the fact that this started yesterday, not this morning. But it's putting perspective in the observations the member was making about a couple of hours, so it does make a point. Merci.
I still don't see the procedural error that I made there. I certainly made an error with respect to the timing. It wasn't a procedural error for the member to stand up on a point of order. In any event, Madam Speaker, my point was just to say that when the leader for, the leader for the Conservatives, the House Leader, rose on this original point of order, he never once made reference to the Speaker resigning. He didn't actually do that until he decided he needed to, because the Bloc Québécois was doing that. So to me, that just signals that there's a great degree of partisanship going on here. And then to the Parliamentary Secretary's point, when he actually made his comments and he was directing this issue to the House Procedure and House Affairs Committee, already precluded what the outcome would be. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary would like to provide his insight into that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would really like to emphasize a couple of points. First and foremost, at the end of the day, given the importance and the respect I would like to think that every member of the House has for our democracy and our standing orders and so forth, and the amount of respect that we should have towards the chair, I would like to think that we can put the partisan politics to the side. That is number one. And if in fact they're prepared to do that, Madam Speaker, I think then we can make some significant progress in enabling and supporting the PROC committee in coming up with what would hopefully be a unanimous report in terms of what should come of the Speaker's actions, Madam Speaker. My concern is that there are already hints that some say that they want to treat it in an apolitical fashion, but their actions seem to speak differently.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, when he refers to our House Leader coming or other members, individual members, it's 150 members of this place that raised the concern with this individual. It's not just one individual, one Conservative or one Bloc. It's the actual individuals, and it represents every region in Canada. And Canadians are watching. They're very disturbed what's been going on in this place. And now to find out that the head referee is in the tank for one of the sides, it appears, I would say that is very disdainful for Canadians that have fought for this country, fought for our democracies and freedoms, and for us to throw it away. in an instance where partisanship now is commonplace in the Speaker's office is shameful.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, here's what the member said across the way. The only outcome should be asking for the Speaker's resignation because he has lost the trust of the members of this House. That is drawing a conclusion before even Proc is assigned the responsibility of dealing with the issue. And that's what I mean. If the Conservative Party's approach is we want to hang them and hang them high, no matter what, Madam Speaker, we want a resignation, and that's the position that they take.
I ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to be prudent with the choice of words, considering the situation we are addressing. Please. Moderation.
Madam Speaker, I would, without any hesitation, retract the comment. And I would apologize. The point is, Madam Speaker, is that at the end of the day, if you really and truly want to be apolitical on it, then the words that you speak inside the House and what takes place in Proc should clearly demonstrate that. That's what I'm asking for. And at the end of the day, it needs to be consistent. And I hope that's what we will see.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that it's not proper parliamentary procedure to bring to the attention the presence or absence of a member of the chamber. What I don't know is whether I can do that to myself. So I will admit that I wasn't in the chamber when the amendment was brought forward. So my question to the member across the way is, this amendment is dealing with the deferring to the Proc committee and a time of returning a decision by December 14th. The amendment does not talk about a resignation, does it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you're right. The member is right. The essence of the motion is this, and let's be very, very clear on it. The House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs with an instruction that it being Proc, recommend an appropriate remedy. And the argument that I was putting forward is that if you really and truly believe that this should be apolitical, that we should treat the Speaker's chair with the utmost respect, put partisan politics to the side, then as a collective caucus, you should not be calling for the resignation of the Speaker of the House of Commons. Right. It's an absolute opposite. You cannot have it both ways.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I'm hearing the Parliamentary Secretary say is that he supports what is being proposed. He supports the Proc setting this issue and making a recommendation back. But he just believes that rather than trying to get an answer, or rather trying to dictate the answer from this House, like the member from Regina Capel did in his intervention, he's saying that let the committee do their work and provide the recommendation back. This is why I'm led to believe that this is nothing more than a hyper-partisan game, another one put on by the Conservatives, because of the manner in which they're treating this issue that they claim to take so seriously, but then on the other hand, treat it with such disregard as to say, well, there's only one possible outcome.
Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds.
Speaker, that's why I started off my comments by talking about my history and respect that I have for the institution. And at the end of the day, given the importance of the Speaker's chair and the role that it plays, I would like to think that going to Proc, the Liberal caucus supports that. But it's critically important that everyone recognize that the partisanship needs to be put to the side. The most appropriate action would be for opposition members, if they're going to continue to talk about it, is to concur with that thought, that we need to put the parties. Let's not draw conclusions.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This debate is of great importance. The partisan jabs that I'm seeing from both the Conservatives and the Liberals, I find them very inappropriate. This is an important debate, and it's one that affects the very foundations of our Parliament. So I think that these jabs are not appropriate at all. Madam Speaker, I rose not long ago, in October. I rose about the crisis at that time regarding the former Speaker. At that time, Madam Speaker, that every day, members trust in the Speaker to guide Parliament through difficult circumstances. At that time, Madam Speaker, I said that the current Speaker at the time had acquitted himself of his duties extremely well, whether it be with early COVID, the occupation of downtown Ottawa, or the hybrid parliament system. But nonetheless, according to the practices of the House of Commons, the Speaker holds not only a procedural but also a ceremonial and diplomatic position. And the Speaker must often be the representative of the Commons. At that time, I said that for the NDP caucus, rather, and if you look at the precedents and practices and values of this House, I said at that time that with great regret, I was going to have to ask for the resignation of the former Speaker. Madam Speaker, you will recall that at that time, we were the only party to rise in the House to say that we would be asking for the Speaker's resignation. Given our values and due to the procedure of the House, and with great regret, this is not something that should stem from partisanship. It's not something that should be done overly quickly. All Canadians care deeply about this, and we really need to look at the next steps.
That precedent that was set in October, the NDP approaches this issue with that same thoroughness of thought, looking at the procedures, looking at the principles of this Parliament, and the best way to advance the Parliament and ensure that this Parliament is something of which all Canadians can be proud. And when I rose yesterday, Madam Speaker, I did say very clearly that we were dismayed seeing the Speaker in that video tribute to the outgoing interim provincial Liberal leader. Even more so, Madam Speaker, because the video was shot from the Speaker's chamber and in the traditional Speaker's robes. J'avais dit aussi que, tel que mentionné dans...
I had also said that, as mentioned in the House of Commons procedure and practice, it is very clear that in order to guarantee the impartiality of his position, the Speaker must abstain from all partisan political activity. I also said at that time, Madam Speaker, that the apology made by the Speaker partially explained why this regrettable situation occurred. We understand that the video was for distribution at a small party for a personal friend. It is still the Speaker's duty to ensure that the message not be used in a partisan context. We, of course, agree about the fact that the Speaker has recused himself in this important matter.
I rose to say, on behalf of the NDP caucus, that we believe the proper way to deal with this is to refer the matter to committee, to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, for them to study and recommend any appropriate remedies to ensure that this never happens again, Madam Speaker. And that's, I think, something that all members of Parliament should share, that we need to ensure this never happens again, particularly because of what was a parliamentary crisis, I think it's fair to say, in the month of October, that we need to have that assurance at all times that there is strict impartiality coming from the Speaker's chair. Now, we understand the Speaker's explanation and his apology, but we do believe that it needs to be referred to procedure in House Affairs, that this question needs to be fully studied and brought back in a timely way so that members of Parliament can deliberate on the decisions made by procedure in House Affairs. That is the committee that is charged with this type of situation. And Madam Speaker, the Speaker's ruling earlier today is, I think, sets that very clear direction that it needs to go to procedure in House Affairs for that timely study and those remedies to be brought back to the House. And so this is the approach that we certainly believe is important. It is something that we have been wavering on, Madam Speaker, and I do need to raise, I think, a point of consideration. I note that yesterday the member from Regina Capel, who I have a lot of respect for, provided a very extensive reasoning for his question of privilege that included referring this to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. I thought that the research that was done was thorough, it was effective, and I agreed with his question of privilege. And that's why I noted it when I spoke after question period, not having been able to speak before question period because I'm sitting on the Public Safety Committee, Madam Speaker. As you know, New Democrats in this House all do double, triple functions. So none of us have a single job. We all have 2, 3, 4 jobs. And so I couldn't be at 2 places at once, which is why I spoke after question period. Now, Madam Speaker, I should mention as well that the NDP, because of our 25 members, receives smaller resources through the House Leader's Office than any other party. And I wanted to say very clearly, in the very small team that we have, Blake Evans and Alexandrine Latendresse do a fabulous job in the House Leader's Office. Yes, absolutely. We have 2 members, and yet we prepared and provided in the House after question period that very lengthy and I thought well thought out argument that was based on what was said by the official opposition that has far more resources. We have a 2-member team. They have an official opposition office that is much, much, much larger. We came to the same conclusion, Madam Speaker, and I think that shows that even with smaller resources, you can have an equally effective team. I was surprised, Madam Speaker, after citing the member from Regina Capel, that he seemed to put aside the very learned and deep analysis that he'd given, referring this to procedure in House Affairs, and took quite a different stand. And I'm a little perplexed, Madam Speaker, that he would do that after providing in the morning something that I think all members of Parliament would agree to, that this should go to procedure in House Affairs. So I note that. I thank our team, the mighty twosome in the House Leader's Office for their terrific work. But the reality is we are unwavering. We're not changing our position through the course of the day. We're not saying something different today than we did yesterday. We believe this needs to go to procedure in House Affairs. We believe that the remedies need to be provided by that committee and brought back to the House. So we have not changed on this. We believe this is a serious issue. We need to ensure that this never happens again. And that's why, unwaveringly, the NDP is supportive of the motion. In fact, Madam Speaker, if it had not been proposed by the member from Regina Capel, we would have been providing that motion in another, taking another route, Madam Speaker. So it appears that the government, initially not seeing this as a serious issue, now has agreed that it is serious. I understand that we have some consensus that this be referred to procedure in House Affairs, and I welcome that, because on an issue like this, I think it's important that we have that all-party agreement. to refer it to Procedure and House Affairs, which is the venue that this should be directed to, and to allow them to do that timely work, and then to have the House consider the results of that work. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that the debate will continue on at Procedure and House Affairs. If we do have that agreement, that is where this should go. And on behalf of the NDP caucus, we would say this is a serious matter that needs to be dealt with in a serious way, in a thoughtful manner, and that's why we're supporting the motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for speaking on this matter, and I can tell by the somberness of his tone that he is taking this issue as seriously as it needs to be taken. My question to him is, when this, or if this does go to PROC, the matter needs to be dealt with in an expedited manner. It needs to be dealt with within the next week, in my opinion, and the opinion of many members of this House, in order to come to some sort of outcome, for PROC to make a recommendation to the House of some sort of outcome on what the Speaker has done. And it speaks directly to the confidence of not just this institution, but the confidence of all members in the Speaker's ability to make decisions free of any partisanship. So my question to the Honourable Member is, can we expect this to be done quickly at PROC in order to ensure that the confidence of the House is maintained, and certainly the confidence in the Speaker's ability to make nonpartisan decisions? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. He's former official opposition House Leader, and so he understands the rules and understands the importance and the gravity of this situation. The reality is, Madam Speaker, and I think the member was asking a rhetorical question because he understands, as I do, that this would have to take precedence for Procedure and House Affairs. If this is a House order at which the adoption of this motion would be, it then becomes the top priority for Procedure and House Affairs. So I have confidence that Procedure and House Affairs will treat it with the timeliness that is required and ensure that this is the top priority of that committee moving forward. And the rules of the House, Madam Speaker, as you well know, indicate that as well, that the committee can't simply continue doing other work. This is an order of the House, and so Procedure and House Affairs will have to put it top of mind.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from the New Democratic House Leader. I know he has been, in many ways, a parliamentarian first and foremost, in many different respects. And when we take a look at the matter at hand, and the idea that we need to ensure, as much as possible, that we take the political partisanship out of the debate. And I think that is achievable. And enable the Procedures and House Affairs Committee to ultimately make that determination. But it's so important, given the very nature of the institution, and if we are, as parliamentarians, making that as our first priority, that we will get the most positive result for the institution if, in fact, we take politics out of the or the partisanship out of the process. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to the institution and how important it is that we do make it apolitical.
The Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know I can be partisan often. I know the member can be partisan often. I think we both, with his long experience, and I've been in this rodeo a few times as well, that there are times when it is appropriate to be partisan. There are times when it is clearly not. This is one of those times when it is clearly not appropriate to be partisan in any way. We're dealing with an institution that has led our Parliament for more than a century and a half. It is vitally important that we preserve the institution, that we ensure that best practices are part of the institution, and the Procedure and House Affairs will be if we adopt this motion, which seems almost certain, then the Procedure and House Affairs Committee will be charged with finding those remedies to ensure that this type of situation does not occur again moving forward. And so I think all members of Parliament will approach this in a thoughtful way, in a nonpartisan way, and in a way that gives credit and merit to our Parliament. We are the reflection of Canadians and Canadian democracy, and we need to act in that way. There are times when it is appropriate to be partisan. This is not one of those times. We must all ensure that we are doing something that is to the benefit of Canadian democracy and to Canada's Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for New Westminster, Burnaby, and the House Leader for the NDP for the measured tone he's taken to this conversation, both in his comments this afternoon and of yesterday, and the substance as well. I think it has heightened our democracy, the approach he's taken. I'd like to follow up on these comments we've heard with respect to how the Procedure and House Affairs Committee would deal with this. Of course, we've seen in the last year that committee has been a particularly partisan one, where we've seen some measure of theatrics at times. And so I'd like to understand from him if he could give advice to the MPs on that committee and or to the House on how we might see Proc move ahead with this in a way that reflects the answer he just gave to the member for Winnipeg North. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question as well. He's a relatively new member of Parliament, but he certainly understands the importance of us removing our partisan hats at key moments in our nation's history. This is one of those times when we have gone through the convulsions of what was an unprecedented situation in October, where I felt very strongly it was appropriate, and the NDP caucus felt it was appropriate to ask for that Speaker's resignation. I have not done that in this time, because I feel the circumstances are different, but also I think we have to take a measured, thoughtful approach on this issue. That's why Procedure and House Affairs, I believe, I certainly hope, and I know the member does as well, that Procedure and House Affairs will step up, understand the importance of the situation, understand the importance in a nonpartisan way of offering those remedies that can be brought back to the House in a timely way. These are things that are of vital importance, and I know there have been times in this nation's history when all members of Parliament have stood together. One has to just think of the COVID-19 pandemic, where, as you'll recall, Madam Speaker, decisions had to be made by unanimous consent, and we did it together. We took those measures together to provide supports for Canadians right across the country. And that is something to every members of Parliament credit, that we all stood together to ensure that Canadians had the wherewithal to weather the pandemic. This is another example of that kind of situation where MPs have to stand together, and members of Proc, I think, will understand that and work together to provide those remedies.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I'm thinking of the Procedures and House Affairs Committee and the opportunity that will be there for the committee, I think in many ways the potential of witnesses. Canada is a part of the Commonwealth. In the Commonwealth, I think that there's experiences that we can be drawn upon that would help the Procedures and House Affairs Committee in being able to come up with a remedy to the situation. So I just want to get my colleagues' thoughts in regards to the importance of Proc being able to entertain, at the very least, least, the possibility of having some important witnesses that would actually be able to contribute, using even potentially some of our Commonwealth friends that are out there that have some real tangible experiences on the issue, and to reflect in terms of even what's taken place in Canada in the last 40, 50 years, that PROC does have the opportunity and will have the time to be able to look over and ultimately come up with a better remedy because of the research capabilities of a standing committee.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I did hear you say resuming debate, so okay, no, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. And I always appreciate the questions from my colleague from Winnipeg North. The reality is the Procedure and House Affairs will make those decisions. I do feel it's important that there be a timely resolution on this for obvious reasons. This is a priority. It has to be a priority, given that it's a House order for Procedure and House Affairs. At the same time, it's important that those remedies be provided in a timely way. So I will allow, and I think all of us will allow the Procedure and House Affairs committee members to decide how to balance out the timeliness with getting as well witnesses that help to provide those supports for developing the remedies. That's a balance that they will have to achieve, and I wish them the best of luck in doing that.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac Kingston on Correctional Services of Canada, the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Health, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to speak to this important motion that has been put forward by the member from Regina Capel. And the motion specifically calls, I'll read the motion out, that the Speaker's public participation at an Ontario Liberal Party convention as Speaker of the House of Commons constitutes a breach of the tradition and expectations of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities, and therefore the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy. And I think that this is a good course of action, Madam Speaker, a course of action that came out as a result of your ruling earlier today, that this is typically the proper course of action in order to deal with this. And I echo some of the comments that I've heard through the House in this debate, specifically as it relates to trying to reduce the partisan nature around this particular issue. As others have indicated, the Speaker's chair is extremely important in our democratic institution, in the Westminster parliamentary system specifically, which we utilize here. It is a role that, despite the fact that a Speaker is elected by his or her peers in this place, the Speaker might come from a particular political party, and obviously does. Well, not always, but we usually run under a political banner. And then once we get to this place and actually elect the Speaker to sit in that chair, they do need to ensure that they are completely impartial in terms of how they're running the House. And of course, that should extend to what they do outside of the House as well, because having the perception of impartiality is just as important as having actual partiality as it relates to the role of the Speaker. I come from a riding that has a tradition of having, a former Speaker Milliken was the longest serving Speaker in this House. And I must admit, when I first heard of heard what had occurred, he was the first one that I thought to contact to get his opinion on this. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. But I think that lending or calling on former speakers and former people that have worked in the clerk's office to seek guidance on this is extremely important. And that's why I think that it's important that we do get this motion or this issue before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee so that we can do that study. I know that there have already been calls in this House, predetermined outcome as to how people see the result coming back from committee. I tend to err on the side of allowing the committee to do their work, to properly investigate this, and to call people like former Speaker Milliken and other people who perhaps worked in the Speaker's office to provide important insight into the role of the Speaker and how they should be perceived inside the House, outside of the House, and how the importance of that role. So being a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, under the assumption that this motion will pass and be sent to committee, I look forward to the opportunity to do that. To properly do that research and to look into it, and to do it as the member from Burnaby said moments ago, as quickly as possible, given that the serious nature of this and the fact that it is something that we are tasked with dealing with immediately. What that outcome will be and how the committee ends up reporting back, I think will be based on the deliberations that occur in the committee, based on the content of the information that's received, how we assess the content based on other examples of what has occurred, and then the committee can make a recommendation back to the House in terms of what it sees the appropriate course of action being. For members to get up in the House, including the one that just heckled me moments ago, and to say that there's no other option and that 150 so members feel a certain way right now, well then my question to that member would be, what's the point in even sending this to the committee?
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe on a point of order.
Point of order is no one was heckling this member. He constantly does this for attention, Madam Speaker.
Well, I heard it, and I didn't interrupt it. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Corey.
Please, we do not name colleagues in the chamber. Please do not refer to members by name. If the Honourable Member could retract, please. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for validating my claim there, because it did occur. And the reality is that if
the Honourable Member to retract the mentioning of the name, please, of the person.
Well, another member said who. I said the person's name. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize, Madam Speaker. But just back to the substance, and what I was trying to say is that the member is still heckling me. The exact same member is still heckling me.
The Honourable Member apologized, which, okay, in my view, it means that he retracts what he said, because he apologizes for saying it. But the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Isles.
Like I said, when that member or other members stand up during questions during this debate and make claims that 150 members of his caucus already feel a certain way, then it makes me just wonder what's the purpose in even sending this to committee if the outcome has already been predetermined, at least by one particular group. But it doesn't diminish the fact that the committee can still do very good work in this matter, Madam Speaker. And I think that the committee can actually use this as an opportunity, Madam Speaker, not just to figure out the proper recourse in terms of what should be done now in terms of what has occurred and what the proper remedy is to it, but to set a precedent in terms of and to set certain rules and to establish a best practice to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. I don't know the context behind why the Speaker chose to do this, and nor will I try to guess as to what that was. But what I will say is that the Speaker has stood and apologized and recognized that it wasn't the best course of action, but he nonetheless has done that. And that's why I think that it's extremely important that we accept that, but that we still determine if there's the next other courses of action that need to be taken. We also have an amendment, Madam Speaker, on the motion that came forward after. It was odd because the motion was moved, and then a second, the second speaker from the same party put forward an amendment. I don't know why they didn't just include it in the full motion. And that was that the motion be amended by adding the following, quote, provided the committee shall A, meet within 24 hours of receiving the order of reference to consider the matter, B, make this matter a priority over other business, C, have the first priority of the use of the House resources for committee meetings, subject to the orders adopted on Monday, May 16th, 2022, and Monday, December 4th, 2023, and D, be instructed to report back to the House no later than Thursday, December the 14th. The original motion set the context of what the work that needed to be done was and how important it was, and then it appears as though the amendment that came forward just moments later seemed to get very prescriptive in terms of how to deal with the issue. I would have thought that this would have just all come together. It's certainly not a motion that was, not an amendment that was, well, it certainly does not appear to be an amendment that came out as a result of listening to the debate and then proposing it. It was obviously something that was, at least I perceive it to be something that was well planned in advance in how this was tabled. My sense it's probably to try to pressure political parties one way or the other from potentially voting against one part but not the other, and maybe tactically speaking, it's a good move. However, that certainly doesn't support the notion that's been widely spread around this House during discussion that this should be a non-partisan issue. If my assumptions there are correct, then that would suggest that there's a partisan nature to the manner in which this has been tabled, and obviously I would have a concern about that. But I do want to see this sent to committee. I think that it's extremely important that we have a resolution, that we set some parameters for how speakers are expected to engage in the future, and that we have something reported back to this House that we can then debate and determine how to move forward with, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I return to what I said earlier when I started, and that was on the importance of the impartiality of the Speaker. As you know, and as many people in this House know, a good Speaker, after a while, people don't start to look at them as being associated with a political party. They start to just respect the fact that they are nonpartisan, yourself included, Madam Speaker. But we do come from a partisan nature. The vast majority of us that are elected to this House are elected under a political banner. But it's really important that once we do get here, and then once somebody is elected into that position, they ensure that they do it with utmost impartiality in order to avoid a situation that can be seen as them favoring one side or the other. And I think that at least during my time here, I'll be the first to admit there have been times when I have agreed wholeheartedly with what speakers have said, and there's been times that I haven't agreed with them. And during the time that I've been here, all the speakers that have sat in that chair have been of the political party that I'm associated with. And sometimes I don't agree with them, and I'm frustrated by a particular ruling that they make. But I think that is appropriate in terms of, I think that that's an appropriate way to handle this in terms of when the Speaker is doing their very important work of being impartial. They receive advice from the clerk's table. I remember once asking Peter Milliken how he used to deal with situations where he would have to rule on something like that, and he told me, he said, well, I take the advice from the clerks around the table, and then at the end of the day, it's my decision in terms of how I will proceed. And that, having that kind of authority is extremely important, and that's why I think that we need to ensure that impartiality continues. So, with that, Madam Speaker, I will wrap up, only to conclude by saying that I hope that this goes to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee as soon as possible, so that we can deal with this matter there and report back to the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate what it is that the member has indicated and in his support, in essence, for the motion. I think that is a positive thing, Madam Speaker. I know when I spoke earlier, I talked about the second part or the amendment, and I had some reservations in terms of putting in a time limit. And I wouldn't want members to think that I wouldn't want or don't recognize the urgency of the matter. And I guess I'd look to my colleague just to provide his thoughts that, yes, at the end of the day, it would be nice to see PROC deal with the matter as quickly as possible and to get a report back also as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is, to be honest, my concern over this. The amendment that the second Conservative Speaker put forward basically dictates that this work be done by December the 14th, which is in 9 days from now. Any of us that have been on committees know the work that goes into finding the witnesses, bringing them before committee, listening to the witnesses, making sure that they're available to attend, having the resources, although I do recognize they've indicated that the resources are extremely important. But this just lends itself. I guess if you come from a perspective of already knowing what you believe the outcome should be, well, then you may as well just ask the committee to report back tomorrow because you already know what the outcome will be. I genuinely feel as though we need to have the proper time to be able to do this. I personally, and I don't think that anybody who sits on a committee of Parliament would argue with this, that 9 days just isn't enough time to properly do due diligence. But we'll see how Parliament ends up ultimately deciding on whether or not we as a collective think that 9 days is enough.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the member's comments, and I made reference to it in a questions and answers when I had the opportunity to deal with it. And that is, Madam Speaker, when you think about it, we want to see to it that the PROC, which has demonstrated has wonderful membership, to give a vote of confidence to the PROC committee. And that's in essence what the motion itself does, Madam Speaker. It says very clearly that it's PROC to come up with the remedy. And the biggest concern that I had was from the second speaker in particular that spoke on the motion itself that moved the amendment. When the member at the end of his speech indicated, and I would quote, Madam Speaker, the only outcome should be asking for the Speaker's resignation because he lost the trust of the members of this House. And it seems to me if members make that sort of a comment here, they're in essence making a decision potentially as a caucus so that when they go to the PROC committee, Madam Speaker, when it goes to the PROC committee, that we don't see that sort of a partisanship against PROC doing what it needs to do, and that's to make sure that they're very thorough on the report. And if the member can provide his thoughts.
Kingston and the Islands.
Well, the member, my Conservative colleague who tabled the amendment that Parliament Secretary references to was heckling across the way. I'm open and transparent, and I'm not going to disagree with him on that. He certainly is. He's very transparent. But all I would ask is, what's the point in the motion then? Why are you even bothering sending this to committee if your objectives in this are very open and transparent, which is what he stated, which is that there is no possible outcome that could come of this other than the one that he indicated. So, I mean, this lends itself to the member from Burnaby who talked about this. Anybody who's basically stood up to talk to us who talks about impartiality on this. Let the committee do their work. Yes, let the committee do their work. But I mean. I know there are lots of prosecutors in this room. Have they ever had a judge that sits down and says, "Well, I already know that the defendant's guilty, but let me hear the case." I mean, come on, like that. But that's what we're getting from the Conservatives. Now, I hope that we can genuinely see beyond that, Madam Speaker, and I hope that there's an opportunity here to. I hope there's an opportunity to really genuinely look into this at committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you for being great, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it's important, for all of us to remember that this current issue does arise in a context. And the context is that we just had the rather disturbing occurrence of having seen a speaker who just resigned because of a serious lapse of judgment. I think it's fair to say that the confidence of this House and of the Canadian public was tested and shaken. And we find ourselves with another issue now of a speaker whose judgment has been called into question. My question to my honourable colleague is twofold. One is, can he give us our thoughts or his thoughts on how the context of just having lost a speaker might bear on how we proceed moving forward? And second of all, there's not only an issue of impartiality, but also perhaps an issue of a misuse of House resources for partisan purposes. I'm wondering if he has any thoughts on that second aspect.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I mean, I'll address the second part first, Madam Speaker. I think that what the member is raising is exactly why this needs to go to the Proc Committee so the Proc Committee can look at that. If I try to prejudge that outcome now and tell you what I think the outcome is, as a member of that committee, I'm showing that I can't be impartial when I sit before that committee and listen to the evidence that comes. So I look forward to doing that. In terms of how this plays into what happened previously this fall with the Speaker. Well, I mean, it's certainly, I think, unfortunate that we find ourselves in this position, but I think that the two issues can be treated in isolation. I don't think that the two issues are connected in any way other than the fact that it's the Speaker of the House of Commons who is the subject of both issues. Having said that, I certainly do, regret, and find it troubling that we're here once again. But I do also respect the fact that I'm getting heckled again, but I do respect that I do respect that.
Interrupt the Honourable Member because it is true. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University, who is a former Speaker himself, should know better than keep interrupting members who are speaking. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
So as political as I am, Madam Speaker, unlike that member or the member from Regina Capel who were previously speakers and had to execute this impartiality, I've never been put in that position. So I do find it very interesting how some of the most hyper-partisan people from the Conservatives happen to also be former speakers. But in any event, Madam Speaker, I think that there's an opportunity here for the committee to do their work, and I look forward to doing that work at the committee and reporting back to the House.
Honourable Member for for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly do look forward to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee taking a serious look at this, and I'm interested to see what conclusions they will draw. I do think we would be remiss in this debate if we didn't call to the House's attention that the person who raised this issue initially is a former speaker. And the member for Regina Capel has defied a lot of standing conventions about what former speakers do. Typically, speakers don't run for the leadership of a political party. Typically, they're not the House leader. And I think that making the member for Regina Capel the chief spokesperson for the Conservatives in this regard has done a disservice to the issue. I would be happier to see the Conservatives pick some other capable person from their caucus to be the lead person on this criticism, because I think it's actually not appropriate for a former speaker to play such active partisan roles. I don't think it reflects well on the office. And when we talk about raising the specter of partisanship around the Speaker's office, a poor way to make that point is to be a former speaker now acting in one of the chief partisan positions in the House for a caucus like House Leader. And I wonder if the member wants to offer some of his own reflections on the appropriateness of a former speaker being the lead attack dog on an issue such as this.
Excellent question.
Order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I think that the member answered his own question. But, you know, I will say this. Before coming to this House, I was mayor of Kingston, and I had the opportunity to come to Parliament on a couple of occasions to the House of Commons. And I do actually remember meeting the former speaker, the member from Regina-Capel. And I remember thinking to myself how I remember reflecting on how calm and nonpartisan this particular individual was. And now, 10 years later, to be sitting here and for him to be one of the most partisan people in this House is something that is truly eye-opening to me. He's absolutely right. I mean, listen, I will be the first to say I am nothing like Peter Milliken. Peter Milliken was from Kingston and the Islands. He was a nonpartisan speaker. He did his role very well. He was elected under Conservative minority governments to be.
Leave it at that. The time is up. Yep. Resuming debate. Yeah, no resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved that the Speaker's public. Can I dispense? Can I dispense? Really? That the Speaker's public participation at an Ontario Liberal Party convention as Speaker of the House of Commons constitutes a breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities, and therefore the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it recommend an appropriate remedy. Amendment. Mr. Berthold.
Amendment, Mr. Berthold.
Thank you. Si un député
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Yellowhead.
Yes, I'd like a recorded division, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, the 6th of December, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, C-56, standing in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. Report stage. Resuming debate.
Okay. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. It is always a true honour to stand in this House of Commons and speak on behalf of the best community in Canada, Peterborough-Kawartha. After 8 years of a Prime Minister who has recklessly spent taxpayer money, we have a cost of living crisis. If the economy doesn't work, nothing works. Charities suffer, social programs suffer, everything that we need to take care of our most vulnerable is no longer available. Why do we have tent cities across this country? Why do we have full-time employed nurses living in their car? Why do we have seniors who are forced back to work? Why do we have the highest rate of food bank usage in history? Why are Canadians getting poorer? Why do we have the lowest GDP per capita growth rate since the Great Depression? Because we have a Prime Minister who does not care about monetary policy. Those are his words, not mine. This is Basic Budgeting 101. Every household, in fact, most kids can tell you that if you spend more money than you make, you're going to have a major problem. And that is exactly what this Prime Minister has done. He did not understand what would happen if he borrowed gobs of money. He was warned many, many, many times. But as we've seen over and over again, this Prime Minister refuses to listen to the people. He doubles down on policy that creates chaos and suffering. This Prime Minister promised everyone interest rates would stay low for a long, long time. Who remembers this exchange on CTV in 2020 with the Prime Minister? CTV's Glenn McGregor said, "Future governments are going to have to carry that debt. The servicing costs on that are going to be very high." The Prime Minister replied, "Sorry?" Glenn McGregor, "The servicing costs on that debt that you are going to have to carry, that you're adding to right now, right?" The Prime Minister, "Interest rates are at historic lows, Glenn." 3 years later, we are in a very serious situation. The current housing minister also is on record telling Canadians that interest rates will stay low for a long, long time. Don't worry. Well, surprise. Just like Conservatives predicted, they didn't. And now we have chaos and suffering. In order to understand how we got here, you need to understand why. What is the motivation of this Liberal NDP government? Well, they believe government knows best. They believe they will take care of you, that you are not capable. Not you, Madam Chair, the people watching at home. Let's take the Liberals' favorite talking point, for example, childcare. This is a classic example of a program that has created more losers than winners. The Liberals drove up inflation by overspending and borrowing gobs of money, which drove up the cost of living. So what happens? They promised money to make childcare more affordable. That promised money to make childcare more affordable becomes less valuable because this is the cycle of overspending. The childcare centers now need more and more money because money is worth less. So it's a vicious, vicious cycle, and you will never get out of debt. You just go further and further into debt. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that we right now are spending more on servicing our debt than we are on healthcare transfers in this country?
Shameful.
It's wild that you have a government in charge of fiscal responsibility and they haven't seen what they've been doing. They don't understand that when you spend more than you make, you accrue debt. The government doesn't have money, Mr. Speaker. They have Canadian taxpayers' money, and they can only make money by taxing people. And that is what we've seen in this country. People's paychecks have decreased over and over again. I want to read to you, because I'm the critic for families of children and social development, I want to read to you an open letter by ADCO, which is the Association of Daycare Operators of Ontario, that really explains the ideology behind this government and why it is so important to understand ideology. It says, the framers of this program, and she's referring to the $10 a day childcare, seem to have a strong preference for building government-run childcare systems, even if it means parents with young children have to work more hours so they can pay higher taxes to cover the costs. The assumption seems to be that all children are better off in government-managed, institutionalized care, and that parents can and should be employed full-time. This out-of-control spending has caused chaos in every sector of our country, Madam Speaker. Because as I've said, when the economy doesn't work, nothing works. And yet you have a finance minister and prime minister who continually gaslights Canadians and tells them they've never had it so good. Canadians are not stupid. They're miserable. I want to read you some messages that have come through to me. Hi, Michelle. I'm a single mom of 19. I'm a single mom of a 19-year-old in college and a 15-year-old in high school with no child support. I'm paying almost $1,600 rent plus approximately $1,000 for utilities, car payment, and insurances for a 3-bedroom townhouse in the ghetto of Burlington. As tenants move out, they are gutting the units, adding central air, stainless appliance, and raising rent to over $2,500. I work in healthcare and basically live check to check. I only buy groceries that are on sale or in the reduced bin. Thankfully, I was gifted with a large freezer and buy fresh items on sale and am able to freeze. I make a decent wage. I do not know how others do it, making less than I do. Something needs to be done. What about this one? We bought our house 6 years ago and have a variable mortgage, so we are already feeling the effects of the higher interest rates. Over the last year and a half, our mortgage has gone from $3,400 a month to $5,000. My husband and I both work full-time and we have 2 young kids. We've had to rent our basement in order to afford our mortgage increase. If even one single month goes by that we don't get the rent income, or we will not make our mortgage. If our mortgage continues to rise, even with the rent income, we won't make our mortgage. It's extremely scary. Every time the interest rate rises, I wait for the letter in the mail to tell me how much more higher my mortgage is going to be. It's terrifying and quite literally taking away from the quality of life that I can offer to my children. That is the message I can't say loud enough in this House. Our children are feeling the consequences of this. I recently went and gave a talk about basic politics to grade 5s. They're 10 years old. And we did a mock House of Commons. It was very fun to get these kids engaged in politics. And I said, okay, we get to decide what issue you guys want to debate. And I said, we'll take a vote, we'll do the majority. 6 kids raised their hand. 6 children, every one of them. Do you know what their number 1 issue was? Everything's too pricey. My parents can't afford gas. My parents can't afford food. We can't afford the mortgage. This is the burden we are putting onto our children when we don't put fiscal responsibility first, when we don't care about monetary policy. And that is exactly what this Liberal Prime Minister has done. And it is hurting our most vulnerable. Read any headline. Charities can't make it happen anymore. Today is International Volunteer Day. People can't find volunteers because they can't afford the gas to drive to volunteer. That is the reality of what we are living in this country. We have put forth lots of solutions, Mr. Speaker, and I believe I only have about a minute left. Is that right? And I'll be brief in what the solutions are, but the real solution has to come down to you cannot tax the farmer who makes the food. And Farmer Brown from Ontario phoned me this week, and he said, Michelle, I want you to ask the Prime Minister this. Or he said, I want you to tell the Prime Minister this. He said, carbon tax will make everything cost more money. Everything must go up in price. Whatever we spend to make the product, we have to get back when we sell it. Whatever you increase carbon tax by, the price will have to go up that amount. We have to get that money back. And the only way to do that is to raise prices. Farmer Brown gets it. Why doesn't this Prime Minister? It is long overdue for common sense, and Conservatives will bring it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very quickly, I am rising to respond to a question of privilege raised by my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois respecting the procurement decision relating to the replacement of the Aurora aircraft. First, I want to be clear, the government has not misled the House with respect to this matter. Let me run through the chronology of events as articulated by the member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Bagot to substantiate my assertion that the statements made in the House on this matter were accurate and truthful. The decision of the government to award the contract for the replacement of the Aurora aircraft to Boeing was taken in the evening of November the 28th, well after the time allotted for oral questions. The member referred to statements made by the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Defence on November the 24th, and the response to the question on this matter by the Minister for Public Services and Procurement on November the 28th. Both of these responses were accurate at the time they were given because the government had not yet made its decision on this matter. As I stated earlier, the government's decision to award the contract to Boeing occurred after question period on November the 28th. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. Questions were asked about the matter before the government's decision has been made, and the answers reflect that. There are no grounds to find a prima facie a question of privilege relating to this matter. Sorry for the interruption, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And as that says, that does eat up all the time. It being 5:30, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 23rd, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings, put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House. The question is on motion number 1. Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Epp, move that Bill C-56 be amended by deleting Clause 1. If a member participating in person wishes that motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Demande un vote par appel nominal.
Call in the members. Oh, wait, no, there's not a call in the members. Okay. Okay.
You can just.
All right. The recorded division on motion stands deferred. Okay. I like it when the table jumps up. La question à la mise au vote porte sur la motion numéro.
The question is on motion number 2. That Bill C-56 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 26 and 27 on page 3 with the following.
Conduct an inquiry into the state of competition, end of quote. B, by replacing line 30 on page 3 of line 6 to line 6 on page 4 with the following. 3, the end of quote. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Bellechasse, les Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, je demanderai un vote par appel nominal.
Recorded division, please.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. La question, la mise au voix porte sur la motion.
The question is on motion number 3.
Seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-56 be amended by adding the after line 16 on page 8 the following. Coordinating amendment 12.1, if Bill C-59, introduced in the first session of the 44th Parliament and entitled the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023, receives royal assent, then on the first day on which both subsection 247.2 of that Act and section 7.2 of this Act are in force, subsection 79.4.1 for the Competition Act is replaced by the following. 4.1, if as the result of an application by a person granted leave under section 103.1, may I dispense? Oh, very good. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
Monsieur le Président, demanderai.
I request a recorded division.
The recorded division stands deferred. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 23, 2023, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at report stage of the bill. Call in the members. The question is on motion 1. Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Epp, move that Bill C-58 be amended by deleting Clause 1. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Gould. Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Ms. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Desjardins,
Ms. McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Yeah, he didn't have. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to We're going to check to see whose clock's correct here. All right, but the screen went too, though. So
for some reason, broadcasting isn't this.
Well, we're not done the 10 minutes. Sorry, we jumped up a little too early. Just maybe bring everybody up to date on why we're sort of sitting around waiting. There has been a chat or problem with the back system of the computer system that registers the votes. So the votes are registered. We can see the numbers and all that stuff is fine, but they have not been broadcast for Parleview or for TV. So it's a part, but it is a part of the deal that if you vote on the app, that you can see how you voted. So we're just figuring out how to deal with that one. So we'll get back to you as soon as we can. All right. So I understand that there is consent amongst the parties to count the vote with the information that we have without what's going up. That's good? Let me just get a couple of the things out of the way because there's 2 votes that didn't count. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor.
Mr. Perkins, yeas pour.
I see the headset going on for Mrs. Bennett. Mrs. Bennett.
Against.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Nobody ran in? We're good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 139, 139. Nays contre 172, 172.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. The question is on motion 2. I see the point of order, but I figure I know what he's wanting to do, so I probably read is okay to do it? All right. The Honorable Whip for the government.
Merci et bonsoir, Monsieur le Président. Et je crois que...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you will find that there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the preceding vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting no.
Deputy Whip for the Conservative Party.
The Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with the Conservatives voting yes.
L'Honorable Whip du Bloc Québécois.
The Honorable Bloc Québécois Whip. Yes, the Bloc Québécois agrees and will be voting yay.
The Honorable Deputy Whip for the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the New Democratic Party has agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting no.
Okay, and I'm just looking to see if some of our independent members are going to put their hands up. No, and then very good. So this is on motion number 2. We will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 137, 137. Nays contre 171, 171.
I declare motion number 2 defeated. The question is on motion 3, the Honorable Government Whip.
Bonsoir encore, Monsieur le Président. Et...
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I think you will find that there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the preceding vote to this one, with Liberal members voting yes.
The Honorable Deputy Whip for the Conservatives.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yes.
Honorable Whip du Bloc.
Le Bloc québécois est en accord pour...
The Bloc Québécois agrees and will vote yes.
Honorable Deputy Whip for the NDP.
Le NPD accepte appliquer le vote.
The NDP agrees and will vote yay.
For Spadina Fort York.
Speaker, I agree to apply results of previous vote voting in favor.
Are there any under independence? No. We will now compile the results of this vote.
Yeas pour 309, 309. Nays, contre, none, aucun.
I declare motion number 3 carried.
We need to read the motion before recognizing.
Okay, so Madame Martinez Ferrada for Madame Freeland, seconded by Ms. Singh, moves that Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act be as amended, be concurred in at report stage with a further amendment. L'honorable whip du gouvernement.
Rebonsoir, Monsieur le...
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you will once again find that there is unanimous consent to apply the results of the preceding vote, with Liberal members, of course, voting yea.
Si, l'honorable whip des conservateurs.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yes.
L'honorable whip.
Honorable Bloc Québécois whip. Yes, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the previous vote and will vote yea.
Honorable whip des néo-démocrates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the NDP agreed to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
L'honorable député de Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of previous vote, voting in favor.
I'll just check.
Yep. C'est bon? Okay, and pass on notes. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas, pour, 309, 309. Nays, contre, none, aucun.
I declare the motion is carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed. No. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the bill mentioned in the schedule of this letter, December 5th, 2023, at 5:11 p.m. Thank you. Secretary to the Governor-General, Ken Killip. Next page.
Oh, I have to read the two. Okay. Projet de loi ayant reçu la sanction royale le mardi 5 décembre 2023, loi modifiant la loi criminelle, réforme sur la mise en liberté.
Bail Reform, Bill C-48.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows from the Governor General. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 5th day of December 2023 at 5:11 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ken Killip, Secretary to the Governor-General. The bill assented to Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform of Bill C-48. It being 6:28, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-219, Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, standing in the name of Mr. Cannings.
Je pense que the floor is free. L'honorable député de Alfred Pellant.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak to Private Members Bill C-219, the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights brought forward by the Member of Parliament for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, British Columbia. Before I speak of the bill, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize former MP Linda Duncan for her important work on this bill in previous parliaments. I would also like to acknowledge that much like the bill's former sponsor, the bill's current sponsor, the member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, has dedicated much of his career as an educator and proponent of conservation and environmental protection. I thank him for his important work in these areas. Returning to Bill C-219, Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to recognize the right of every person residing in Canada to a healthy and ecological balanced environment and to amend the Canadian Bill of Rights to include this right as part of the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. The bill also sets out a number of procedural rights. These include the rights to access information and participate in environmental decision-making requests, reviews of federal environmental laws and policies, and access courts and tribunals for matters regarding the protection of the environment. While the purpose of Bill C-219 and its proposals are intuitively appealing at first glance, upon deeper reflection and examination, they raise a number of significant legal, practical, and policy concerns. Madam Speaker, the government recognizes that environmental stewardship is essential for the well-being and prosperity of Canadians and is devoted to working with the sponsor and all members of Parliament to secure a healthy environment. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change has been mandated by the Prime Minister to follow the clear direction given by Canadians to take bold, concrete action to build a healthier and more resilient future. More specifically, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was tasked to recognize the right to a healthy environment in federal law and to introduce legislation to require the development of an environmental justice strategy. Madam Speaker, we have taken action to meet these commitments. On June 13, 2023, a right to a healthy environment was recognized under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, known as the CEPA. With the passage of Bill S-5, work is underway to begin developing an implementation framework, which must be completed within 2 years of royal assent. It will set out how the right must be considered in the administration of the CEPA and thus bring the lens of a right to a healthy environment to the programs that are enabled by CEPA. The government has also committed to making an environmental justice strategy a reality by supporting Private Members Bill C-226, National Strategy Respecting Environmental Racism and Environmental Justice Act. Instead of introducing its own bill, and in line with the government's support of C-230, the government reaffirms support for Bill C-226. If Bill C-226 passes, a national strategy will provide an opportunity to examine the link between race, socioeconomic status, and exposure to environmental risk, and to discuss how best to address environmental risks faced by historically marginalized communities. It would help structure discussions on addressing these inequalities and discrimination, which are the root cause of these many vulnerabilities. It will also complement other efforts that contribute to advancing environmental justice in Canada, even where the cause of environmental injustice or environmental racism may not have been directly identified or acknowledged. Supporting and advancing this initiative is where our focus should be now, especially given the flaws in Bill C-219. I will now turn to outlining a few specific issues with Bill C-219. Although both bills recognize a right to a healthy environment, the approach in C-219 is at odds with the approach that was taken with Bill S-5, and that is now in the amended CEPA. I will first talk about the path we are currently on following the passage of Bill S-5, and then address how Bill C-219 clearly departs from it. As we know, Bill S-5 recognized that every individual in Canada has a right to a healthy environment under CEPA, the cornerstone of federal environmental protection laws. The right to a healthy environment is a new concept in federal law. Given this, Bill S-5 included clear and robust provisions on the process to describe how this right will apply under CEPA and report on it annually. Bill S-5 proposed that the meaning of the right under CEPA be developed in consultation with Canadians and elaborated upon through a concrete implementation framework to ensure that the right is meaningful and tailored to the regime at hand. That framework, which is now under development, will set out how the right will be considered in decision making. It will also describe how related principles such as environmental justice, non-regression, and intergenerational equity will be considered. I believe these additional details are very important. Madam Speaker, Bill S5 provided a concrete path for clarity and greater certainty over time on what adding a right to a healthy environment to CEPA will mean. It also included related amendments that will support the protection of that right and built from established procedural rights and specific provisions for public participation, including public comment and notice periods and the right to request investigations into alleged offenses. And while we are already on this one well-considered path, which has been carefully studied here and in other places, Bill C-219 proposes a very different path. The approach in Bill C-219 is unclear and will likely lead to uncertainty in its application and resort to the courts to resolve the issue. The bill recognizes the right to a healthy environment, which is still a novel and undefined concept, but does not set out its meaning or provide a process like the implementation framework in S5 to work out the definition and how it applies. That very likely means that it will be the courts which will determine what it means in the course of litigation. The right to a healthy environment in Bill C-219 is broad, applies to all federal laws, and is difficult to predict how it would be interpreted by the courts. We must avoid environmental rights being so unclear that timeliness and certainty across all federal decision-making are compromised, and the right becomes a burden failing on litigants to operationalize. The approach already adopted via S5 is different, and let me remind the House that it is also better. Our approach is centered on public consultations and proposing a concrete way to elaborate on the meaning and the content of the right through an implementation framework. It applies only to CPA, the pillar of federal environmental protection laws. This is what an issue of this novelty and complexity demands. If C-219 goes ahead, we would end up with two different versions of the right to a healthy environment in federal statutes. One set out in CPA through Bill S5 and another set out in Bill C-219. This would result in two different framings of the right and two ways to implement it. The misalignment between the two approaches could hamper progress on this important and complex issue and slow down decision-making across government. If the main objective is to truly secure a healthy environment for Canadians, Madam Speaker, moving forward with the approach that is now set out in the amended CEPA, it is the only prudent approach. We cannot just suddenly endorse and bring in the new and uncertain elements of Bill C-219. Bill C-219 would also make changes to the Federal Courts Act and to the Canadian Bill of Rights. The Canadian Bill of Rights is not an appropriate statute for a new environmental right. As I said earlier, our government is committed to taking bold, concrete action to build a healthier and more resilient future with measures that are clear and effective. The proposed Canadian Bill of Rights amendment can provide neither clear nor effective guidance on this front. The Canadian Bill of Rights only codifies pre-existing rights as they were understood in 1960. For more than 60 years, that has been its sole purpose. Its interpretation always refers back to those historical origins. With the proposed amendment, Parliament would recognize and declare through Section 1 of the Canadian Bill of Rights that there have existed historical rights that have already included a right to a healthy and ecological balanced environment. It is uncertain how courts would attempt to interpret this new but backward-looking right, what pre-existing content that they would find in it, and where they would look for it. Not only would the amendment be wholly unclear, it would introduce significant uncertainty into the interpretation of the Canadian Bill of Rights itself.
The honourable member's time is up. I gave him a 1-minute signal a little while ago and was trying to get his attention there. But I'm sure if he has more to add, he can do that during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. No questions. Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I see that now. So therefore, resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we address Bill C-219. This legislation regarding environmental rights and protection is an important topic for discussion. It reflects a commitment to the environment that Conservatives share and strongly advocate for. Our party has consistently supported effective environmental measures, recognizing the crucial role of a healthy environment in a well-being of Canadians and for the future. However, while we stand in agreement with the underlying goal of protecting our environment, we have reservations about certain aspects of Bill C-219. Our philosophy towards environmental legislation is to find a balance between safeguarding our environment and implementing practical policies. It is essential that our efforts to protect the environment are matched with a realistic understanding of economics and policy. Our concerns with this bill lie particularly in its approach to environmental governance and the legal implications it may entail. It is crucial that any environmental policy not only achieves its intended goals, but also aligns with our principles of democratic decision-making. In addressing Bill C-219, it is crucial to discuss the implications this bill has on the judicial system and its role in environmental governance. The bill proposes a significant shift in decision-making power from elected representatives to the judiciary. This approach, while intended to strengthen environmental protection, raises substantial concerns regarding the balance of powers and the appropriateness of the judiciary in policy-making roles. The foundation of our democracy is built upon the separation of powers among the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. This structure ensures that no single branch overextends its authority, maintaining a balance that is vital for a functioning democracy. Bill 219's proposal to transfer environmental decision-making to judiciary disrupts this balance. It places judges who are not elected and therefore not directly accountable to the public in the position of making key policy decisions. This shift risks undermining the role of the legislative branch, where such decisions are traditionally debated and made. Moreover, the judiciary's primary function is to interpret the law and apply the law, not to engage in policy making. Judges are legal experts, but they may not have the specialized environmental knowledge. Decisions on complex environmental issues require a nuanced understanding of scientific, economic, and social factors, which are typically outside the judiciary's expertise. Relying on the courts to make these decisions could lead to outcomes that are legally sound, but may not be the most effective or practical from an environmental or policy standpoint. Furthermore, involving the judiciary in policy making can lead to increased legal disputes and litigation, potentially clogging our court system and delaying environmental action. Environmental policy decisions are often complex, involving various stakeholders with differing interests. Addressing these through the legislative process allows for more comprehensive consideration and debate. Another aspect to consider is the precedent it sets for other policy areas. Extending the judiciary's role into policy making in the environmental sector could open the door for similar shifts in other areas, further blurring the lines between the branches of government. While the goal of enhancing environmental protection is one we share, the approach taken by Bill C-219 involving raises significant concerns. It is imperative that we maintain the integrity of our democratic system and ensure that environmental policy making remains in the hands of those elected to represent public interest. Effective environmental legislation should balance the need for protection with practicality and respect for our democratic institutions. In considering Bill C-219, it's important to also reflect on Bill S-5, the Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act. Bill S-5 shares several objectives with Bill C-219, particularly on environmental protection and sustainable development. Both bills seek to modernize our approach to environmental governance, but do so in a way that may infringe on different jurisdictions and leaves too much of the decision-making power to the courts. Furthermore, this overlap between two bills raises questions about the necessity and redundancy of Bill C-219. Bill S-5, which has already received royal assent, makes amendments to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. It addresses many of the same environmental concerns outlined in Bill C-219, but also contains the same deficiencies, such as its overreach in the way of jurisdiction and leaving much to be decided in the courts. In respect to the redundancy, it is not just a matter of legislative efficiency, it also pertains to the clarity and effectiveness of our environmental laws. Having overlapping legislation could lead to confusion, complicating the implementation and enforcement of environmental protections. As we aim to strengthen our environmental framework, it is essential that we do so in a manner that is clear, coherent, and efficient, avoiding duplication of efforts and ensuring that our laws are as effective as possible in protecting our natural heritage. The Conservative Party firmly believes in adopting common sense policies that effectively address environmental concerns while fostering economic growth. A key component of our environmental strategy involves supporting innovative industries in Canada, particularly those developing clean technologies. By investing in these sectors, we aim to lead the way in sustainable development, demonstrating that economic prosperity and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand. Our approach is grounded in the principle of innovation rather than heavy-handed regulation, is the key to achieving long-term environmental goals. We advocate for policies that incentivize research and development in clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and green technology sectors. This not only helps in reducing environmental impacts, but also positions Canada as a global leader in the emerging green economy. It's about creating jobs and opportunities in fields that will define the future of both our economy and our environment. In contrast, the Liberal government's approach to environmental policy has often been marked by inefficiency and red tape. A prime example is the carbon tax, a policy that is not only ineffective in reducing carbon emission, but also imposes an undue economic burden on Canadian families and businesses. This tax affects every aspect of Canadian lives, from heating their homes to fueling their vehicles, without offering a viable solution to environmental challenges. It's a policy that penalizes rather than incentivizes, hindering economic growth without delivering the promised environmental benefits. Furthermore, the Liberals' environmental policies often fail to strike a balance between environmental protection and economic realities. This one-size-fits-all approach overlooks the diverse needs and circumstances of different regions and sectors, leading to policies that can be more harmful than helpful. The Conservative Party's vision for Canada's environmental policy is one that values practical, innovative solutions. We support fostering industries that contribute to a cleaner, more sustainable future, emphasizing the role of technological advancement and market-driven solutions. Our approach stands in contrast to the Liberals' reliance on taxation and regulation, highlighting our commitment to policies that are both environmentally responsible and economically sensible. In summary, the Conservative Party champions a balanced approach to environmental policy, prioritizing innovation and economic viability. We stand for practical, effective solutions over burdensome regulations, striving to protect our environment while ensuring prosperity for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of Bill C-219 in principle, as proposed by NDP member Richard Cannings. Oh, I'm not supposed to say his name. Sorry, the NDP member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay in BC, and we'd like to see this bill studied in committee. At first glance, this bill seems to be well thought out and well drafted. It's a departure from many NDP legislative proposals, which are all too often statements of principle with no provisions likely to have any real or beneficial effect on the people. We believe that this bill on the right to a healthy and environmentally balanced environment would have a real effect. And we can't say it often enough. It's high time we took concrete action on environmental issues. In fact, this country lags behind in many respects, and the report on today's COP28 is a cruel reminder of this, how far we are from our Paris Agreement targets. It's a bit late in the day, Madam Speaker. Sorry if I'm slipping up. In Quebec, the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms states that every person has the right, to the extent and according to the standards prescribed by law, to live in an environment that's healthy and respectful of biodiversity. So the Bloc is in favor of recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a universal human right. Better late than never. It was only in July 2022 that the UN General Assembly adopted a historic resolution declaring that access to clean, healthy, and sustainable environments, that's a universal human right. Obviously, Bill C-219 will not make the right to a healthy environment a fundamental right in the sense of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Ultimately, its scope could be less powerful than the Quebec Charter of Human Rights. That said, the bill will amend the Canadian Bill of Rights to provide that an individual's right to life, liberty, and security of the person includes the right to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment, which could give this quasi-constitutional scope. Whatever the case, this bill creates a real right in Canadian environmental law. It's a right that people will be able to invoke in order to require the government to investigate potential violations of environmental laws or bring an environmental protection action against an individual who has contravened federal environmental laws, or present petitions for the review of any federal environmental law, or to file an application for judicial review if the matter concerns environmental protection. It seems to us that, as drafted, this bill will apply to federal environmental laws without prejudice to Quebec legislation and Quebec's environmental sovereignty. And when it comes to environmental protection, that condition must be met for a legislative proposal to garner the support of the Bloc Québécois. On April 13, 2022, parliamentarians from all political parties in Quebec's National Assembly, once again being avant-garde, unanimously passed a motion affirming the paramountcy of Quebec's jurisdiction over the environment. Quebec's elected representatives unanimously opposed any intervention by the federal government in environmental matters within Quebec. The Bloc endorses this position and is committed to expressing Quebec's interests and values on the federal political scene. The Bloc believes the Quebec nation alone has sovereignty over public decisions around the environment on Quebec's territory. Quebec's avant-gardism in this area could teach the federal government a few lessons. That's right, once again. And you should know better than to bury your head in the sand Quebecers are not easily fooled. Canada is far from first in the class when it comes to the environment, and let's keep it that way. The Bloc intends to do everything in its power to ensure that the federal government carries out its responsibilities properly, reinforcing the right to a healthy and balanced environment by establishing measures and remedies that apply to federal laws relating to the environment is a way of making the federal government accountable within its area of jurisdiction for protecting the environment. Although we would like to study Bill C-219 carefully in committee to make sure it doesn't in any way contravene Quebec's environmental laws, we can already say that apparently the member for South Okanagan Kootenay West was guided by a concern to respect Quebec's jurisdiction and provincial jurisdiction and territorial jurisdiction when it comes to environmental protection. And we're happy about that. We believe Quebecers must be able to exercise control over their own environment, to protect it, and to express their indignation or even challenge when necessary when the federal government fails to meet its obligations. This legislation must always be for the benefit of generations to come. A healthy environment is of key importance to future generations, and we, as elected members of this House, must ensure the future and well-being of this planet that gives us so much. Our children and grandchildren and their children, our great-grandchildren, as we mentioned the other day, they need to be able to count on our support and leadership in protecting the environment. Some members here still question the climate crisis. And we are talking about a crisis. There's the housing crisis, the groceries crisis, and so on. But above all, there is the climate crisis. You have to wonder what planet these people live on when they believe there's no urgent need for action. I can tell you that for my part, I was able to see for myself the scale of the climate crisis during the floods of May 1st in the town of Bay St. Paul in the magnificent Charlevoix region in my riding. These people experienced distress, anguish, and uncertainty about whether their homes could be saved or whether they'd have to rebuild. There were 2 deaths, and the whole town was struck head-on by climate change, by waves of water that came in and affected hundreds of homes. We had never seen such a manifestation of climate change in the Charlevoix, never to such an extent. And it brought home the horrors of the climate crisis and its drastic and dramatic changes. Try telling the people in Bay St. Paul today that the climate crisis isn't real, that it's a hoax. They won't believe you for a second. Madam Speaker, this bill needs to be studied in greater detail in committee so it becomes the best possible law for the benefit of the people. But I repeat, everything must be done with full respect for provincial jurisdiction. Quebec has done too much to date for the federal government to come in and undermine all its efforts. The clear-sightedness of the people of Quebec is an important advantage when it comes to talking about the environment and the solutions needed. We have no right to abandon our future generations on this issue. We need more money for the green transition and much less going to fossil fuels. We need to bring our GHG emissions down to 0. We have to pave the way for future generations so they can live in peace and health in the world they will inherit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so glad to rise today to speak in support of my colleague, the MP for South Okanagan West Kootenay's bill on the Environmental Bill of Rights. And before I speak to the bill, I wanted to acknowledge that I'm grateful to the Algonquin Anishinaabe people and that we are here on their unceded territory. I'm grateful for their environmental stewardship and the leadership of many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities and individuals who continue to advocate for stronger environmental protections for present and future generations. In addition, I want to acknowledge the work that a fellow New Democrat, the former MP Linda Duncan, has done to make this bill a reality. Madam Speaker, I'm so glad to be speaking on a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights. And while I was thrilled to be able to push for, strengthen, and pass the Right to a Healthy Environment in the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, or CEPA, unfortunately, the government rejected many of our amendments that limited, they actually ended up limiting the scope of S5 so that we couldn't tackle enforcement. CEPA lacks the force and the scope to fully protect Canadians' right to a healthy environment. And this bill, Bill C-219, the Environmental Bill of Rights, would ensure that the right to a healthy environment is applied across Canadian legislation. And it would give Canadians legal tools so they, one, have the power to hold the government accountable on effective environmental protection, including ensuring they have standing before the courts and tribunals. It would give them a voice in decisions impacting their health and impacting the environment. And it would affirm the duty of the government to protect the environment for present and for future generations. And I want to touch on each of these three elements. First, the ability to hold the government accountable. It is critical because while the Liberals are willing to say the right things, more often than not, they refuse to do the right thing. People are tired and disappointed with broken Liberal promises. This bill provides concrete mechanisms for accountability, which would enhance public confidence in the administration and enforcement of environmental laws, including by allowing individuals to request reviews of laws, to apply for investigations of offenses, and to bring environmental protection actions. Second, the Environmental Bill of Rights takes a more comprehensive approach to safeguard our right to a healthy environment. And making sure that people have a voice in decision-making, it is critical. The bill ensures all Canadians have access to adequate information regarding the environment, justice in an environmental context, and effective mechanisms for participating in environmental decision-making. And third, the bill addresses the government's responsibility to protect the environment for present and future generations of Canadians. The right to a healthy environment for future generations was something that the Liberals and the Conservatives teamed up to vote against. And despite the advocacy of environmental organizations, First Nations leaders, and many Canadians, the government refuses to acknowledge its duty to future generations. Ensuring a healthy environment for present and future generations requires hard work. Ensuring a healthy environment means taking proactive measures to tackle the effects of our warming planet and to reduce our emissions. And I want to take a moment to talk about a related New Democrat proposal to establish a Youth Climate Corps. Like President Biden's American Climate Corps, a Youth Climate Corps in Canada would engage young people, create jobs, support conservation, and address climate change. Bill C-219 states, and I quote, "Canadians have an individual and collective responsibility to protect the environment for the benefit of future and present generations." And young people whose futures are most impacted by the climate crisis feel this intensely. They have marched in the streets, they have staged climate strikes, and they want to be part of the solution. A Youth Climate Corps would be a way to harness that passion and that power that young people have to protect and uphold Canadians' right to a healthy environment. New Democrats' vision of this would create jobs in three sectors: emergency response during extreme weather events like wildfires, heat domes, flooding. It would be also in strengthening community resilience. Things like making forests more resilient to fires, enhancing natural ecosystems, wetland protection. And third, it would also create jobs in greenhouse gas reductions. Things like apprenticeships in renewable energy, installing solar, wind power, and heat pumps. Doing building retrofits and building public transit systems. Mr. Speaker, this past summer was devastating. It was the worst wildfire season on record. Not only are we seeing enormous forest fires, And every summer now, we are seeing floods, hurricanes, heat domes that have killed hundreds in British Columbia. If we want a healthy environment for all, we need to take our responsibility to future generations seriously. We need to take strong actions. We need to meet this moment with actions that match the scale and the urgency of the crisis we face. And so I urge the Prime Minister to implement a Youth Climate Corps, and I urge my colleagues in this House to pass the Environmental Bill of Rights. The House of Commons legislative team has confirmed that it is constitutional, since it simply is building in tools for accountability to pre-existing federal legislation. We need to give Canadians the mechanisms for individuals to request investigations of unlawful activity that harms the environment, and to ask the courts to enforce federal environmental laws. The Liberal members who spoke to this claim they can't support it because the Canadian Bill of Rights isn't the appropriate place for the right to a healthy environment, and that their approach is better because it only applies to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. But legal experts, environmentalists, and citizens from coast to coast to coast are calling on this government to apply the right to a healthy environment more broadly, and critically to build in accountability. We can't allow this government to keep throwing up their hands when it is time to roll up our sleeves. Establishing a Youth Climate Corps goes hand in hand with an Environmental Bill of Rights. To guarantee a healthy and safe environment for all, we have to respond to the changing climate and extreme weather events. We need to lower greenhouse gas emissions. We need to mobilize climate action, strengthen community and environmental resilience, invest significantly in renewable energy, and we need strong regulations that protect the right to a healthy environment. This must be done in partnership with Indigenous peoples, frontline and vulnerable communities, labor unions, worker cooperatives, civil society groups, academia, and business, and it must include a whole-of-government approach. Earlier this year, we won a huge victory in establishing the right to a healthy environment in CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. And Bill C-219 would extend this right beyond CEPA to apply more broadly. But even more importantly, it would give people in Canada the ability to hold polluters to account when environmental laws are violated. So we know that the corporate-controlled Conservatives won't vote for it. It's, their national executive is mostly lobbyists from industries like oil and gas. But what we've seen from the Liberals is equally disappointing. Despite saying that they believe in climate change and the right to a healthy environment, when it comes down to it, they put the needs of rich CEOs over people and the planet. They water down, greenwash, and delay real action. They invited oil and gas executives to help write their climate policy, and they don't have the courage to stand up to big oil. Only New Democrats are willing to take on wealthy CEOs that are gouging Canadians while raking in record profits and destroying our planet. Now, the Prime Minister himself voted for this bill when the NDP put it forward in 2010. Now that he's in power, what is he going to do? I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Give Canadians access to the legal tools to protect the environment, give young people hope for their future, and give future generations a chance at a livable planet. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights sounds like a great idea. Who could possibly think that a healthy environment, especially clean air and water, was a bad idea? Certainly not me. That said, Bill C-219, an act to enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to it or to other acts, falls far short of what we are, as a country, we need. It is my hope that working together, we can make amendments to this legislation to make it something Canadians can be proud of. None of us in this House lives in a vacuum. When we consider legislation, we know that what we are doing is not an academic exercise in political science. What we say here and what we do here has implications to go beyond this room. That's why we debate proposed legislation and policies. We need to try, within our best of our abilities, to get things right. And there is probably no issue on which there is a greater need to get things right than when we are dealing with the environment. As a father, I want to do what's right, to set an example for my two sons. I want them to be able to look back on my time in Parliament and feel that their father spent his time doing good. He was working for their future and for the future of Canada. Of course, there are sometimes things over which we have little or no control. Climate change, for example, is a global issue. The parties in this House, though we may differ on our approach to this issue, are in agreement that Canada is a very small player when it comes to dealing with climate change. That doesn't mean that we should not do our part, but rather we need to understand that our best will only produce positive results on a global scale if we can convince other nations of the seriousness of the need for immediate action. So, let us take a look at Bill C-219, what it does, what it does not, and consider how we can improve it. Bill C-219 will enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, which provides that all residents have the right to, first, a healthy and ecologically balanced environment, the right to reasonable, timely, and affordable access to information regarding the environment, the right to effective, informed, and timely public participation in decision-making regarding the environment, the right to bring a matter regarding the protection of the environment before courts or tribunals, and the right to request a review of any act of Parliament respecting the environment, any instrument made under such an act, or any environmental policy of the Government of Canada. Bill C-219 also amends the Canadian Bill of Rights to provide that right of the individuals to life, liberty, and security of the person includes the rights to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. It is important that we safeguard these rights of the present and future generations of Canadians to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. We also need to confirm the Government of Canada's duty to protect the environment, so to protect the collective interest of Canadians in the quality of the environment for the benefit of present and future generations. It is also important to ensure that all Canadians have access to adequate information regarding the environment, justice in an environmental context, effective mechanism for participating in environmental decision-making, and to enhance public confidence in the administration and enforcement of environmental laws, including by allowing individuals to request reviews of laws, to apply for investigations of offenses, and to bring environmental protection actions. Protection of our natural environment has long been a core conservative principle. We want to conserve and strengthen what is good. As we know, it was a Conservative Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, who took a strong action to stop the acid rain problem. When confronted with a climate problem, Conservatives know how to get the job done. I'm encouraged that Bill C-219 calls for an increased transparency in information relating to environmental matters. Conservatives have long called for government transparency and access of information. I'm concerned, though, that under this bill, decision-making power on environmental matters would be transferred from the legislature to the courts. To me, this seems unwise, as I'm not convinced the judiciary has the necessary expertise to delve into policy issues. To my friend opposite, who I am sure is about to suggest that many in this House are also not policy experts, I say the responsibility still resides with us, and I would suggest we spend more time considering policy than most judges. Policy debates should happen through representative institutions and electoral politics. Courts are not well equipped to examine policy instruments, nor do they have the expertise to evaluate the consequences of various policy options. Not only do they not have the expertise to do so, they are not elected officials, and it is not within the purview of the court to make such decision. We have a very recent example of the problems that can ensure when the House delegates its responsibilities to someone else. The Liberal government, in its wisdom, or more accurately, in its lack of wisdom, has tasked the CRTC with implementing provisions of the Online Streaming Act. As a result, streaming companies are restricting what Canadians can access online, and the government does not know what to do as it tries to force them to pay what amounts to a tax. Furthermore, the CRTC, which has no expertise in these matters, has announced that it is putting all new radio license applications and any complaints relating to radio on hold for 2 years while it tries to figure out how it is supposed to regulate what Canadians can and cannot see online. It is abandoning its core functions to take on a task because this government has no idea of the effects of its legislation and what it's doing. Given that experience, is it any wonder I have concerns about transferring decision-making functions on environmental matters to the judiciary? We have judges to enforce our laws. This bill, it seems to me, transfers them into a legislative authority that is going too far. I think everyone in this House is in agreement when it comes to the need for a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. We are also in agreement on the need for more transparency and public input. Where we disagree is on how to combat climate change. The Liberals believe that you can tax Canadians until they no longer afford to heat their houses or drive their cars. They think that will solve Canada's emissions problem. In Canada, with our cold weather climate, our options are not as varied as in some other countries. I think it is important that we focus on the development of new technologies and Canadian ingenuity as the key lesson in then eliminating our dependence on fossil fuels. Conservatives believe that in order to have a strong economy and maintain good health, Canada must have strong, coordinated, and achievable environmental policies. The Conservative Party believes that responsible exploration, development, conservation, and renewal of our environment are vital to our continued well-being as a nation and as individuals. An environmental Bill of Rights is a nice idea in theory. This bill, though, needs a lot of work to make it acceptable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Edmonton Strathcona, and I will have to interrupt her at one point.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am so delighted to be standing here today to be speaking on the bill from the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. And I want to start by just saying how proud I am to be his colleague in the House. He is one of the nicest parliamentarians in this place, if not the nicest, and I think if you asked members from any party, they would agree with me on that statement. And he is also such an unbelievable champion for the environment and has been his entire parliamentary career. And of course, even before then, you know, I was actually at a bird sanctuary in my riding, the Beaver Hills Bird Sanctuary, or outside of my riding, and the name of the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay is sort of like the Wayne Gretzky of birds. They were very excited that I actually knew him in person. But he's also been a very big environmental mentor for me. I brought forward a bill earlier on in this Parliament that would stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains, something that's very important to the vast majority of Albertans. And in fact, it was his advice that helped me draft that legislation. And I also have to say that I am now standing on the shoulders, or I'm succeeding the amazing and incredible Linda Duncan, who was the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona, the seat I now hold, who brought forward this bill many times, the first time in 2009. And, you know, before Linda was elected as a member of this House, she was an environmental lawyer, and since she has left this House, has continued to be an absolute incredible advocate for the environment. It's her dedication, her commitment to environmental conservation, and her absolute tenacity that she brought to her work is nothing short of remarkable, and I'm deeply proud to be her successor in this place. Madam Speaker, this bill does three things. It confirms the duty of the Government of Canada to uphold its public trust duty to protect the environment. It creates a new human rights for Canadians, a Canadian right to a clean and healthy environment, and it gives people legal tools to all residents of Canada. And the reason this is important, I'm going to talk a little bit from the Alberta context right now. As an Albertan, the reason we need an environmental Bill of Rights could not be more clear right now. You know, right now in the province of Alberta, we have the provincial regulating of our polluting industries has been fully, completely inadequate. We have a regulator that works directly with polluters to cover up seepage of toxins into the environment downstream of Indigenous communities, Madam Speaker. You know, right now, Imperial Oil's Kearl site seepage and spill is the latest example of how this is happening. And the Alberta regulator has approved a massive...
One moment, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop the time. There seems to be a mic on or something.
Where? Online?
I'm not sure if it's online or what we're hearing, but we're hearing something. Yeah. Okay, I think it's okay now. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you. I was speaking about the Imperial Oil Kearl site seepage and the fact that the AER, the Alberta Energy Regulator, has now approved a massive oil sands development on the McClellan wetlands. So these are wetlands, very, very important environmental site, and they've approved putting a wall in the middle of the wetlands, and that is how they're intending on protecting our water from the tailings ponds. What could go wrong? You know, in addition to that, we have a premier, Danielle Smith from the UCP, a conservative premier, who is putting coal mining back on the table. Every Albertan thought that this was behind us, thought we had won this battle, thought that we had made it very clear to our government that we did not want to rip down our Rocky Mountains so that we could mine coal to ship to China to make a whole bunch of Australians really wealthy while undercutting our steel industry. We thought we made that clear. Clearly we didn't, because that's back on the table. So again, another reason why we need to have this environmental Bill of Rights. Because, you know, in Northern Alberta, where much of this industry is happening, that's where the Indigenous communities need to have more tools. They need more tools to protect their communities from toxic pollution. They are counting on the federal government to protect their treaty rights. You know, we had chiefs from the Mikisew Cree First Nation. Chief Tucker came to committee, and he said during the hearings on the Kearl site seepage and spill, and I quote, "One of the clearest lessons from this crisis that grew is that it is reconfirmed that the Alberta Energy Regulator is a captured regulator that is simply not a trusted partner in protecting federal interests in our community," end quote. So, Madam Speaker, as you can see, in Alberta, and I'm only speaking from the province in which I live, in Alberta there is so many gaps where people are not being protected, where industry is not being held responsible for the pollution that they're putting into our environment. So this legislation that the member has brought forward is long overdue. I am delighted to support this piece of legislation. I strongly urge all members to stand with the NDP and to fight for the human right to a clean environment for all people, now and into the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member South Okanagan West Kootenay has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's once again a real honour and a pleasure to rise here to speak to my private member's bill, Bill C-219, the Canadian Bill of the Environmental Bill of Rights. And I'd like to thank once again Linda Duncan, the former MP for Edmonton Strathcona, for drafting this bill and tabling it, I think, in 4 successive parliaments. starting back in 2009. She is such a real champion for environmental justice in Canada and an environmental lawyer who knows how to draft bills despite what some of the aspersions you've heard tonight. This is a good bill and a really necessary bill. Her bill, this same bill basically, passed second reading in 2010, and the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois joined the NDP in supporting the bill, and so it was passed at second reading, but unfortunately it died when the election was called in 2011. So I'm hoping that the Liberals will join the Bloc and the NDP in voting for this bill tomorrow when it goes to a vote. And I'd also like to thank everyone else who has supported this bill over the years, and especially helping me understand the legal ramifications of it. I know a lot about ecology, but environmental law is not my specialty, so I'd like to thank people like Lisa Gu from the David Suzuki Foundation, Stephen Hazel from Environment Canada, Josh Ginsberg and Melanie Snow from EcoJustice, Joseph Castrilli from the Canadian Environmental Law Association, and many others. Canadians are rightfully proud of their beautiful landscapes and clean environment, and they do not want to have it degraded in any way. And we, of course, have a number of pieces of federal legislation that protect the environment. They include the Canada Environmental Protection Act, CEPA, that deals mainly with toxins. We've heard a lot about it tonight. The Fisheries Act that speaks to aquatic ecosystems, the Pest Control Products Act, and others that deal with biodiversity and other aspects of environmental health. Now, CEPA, the revised CEPA through Bill S5, says that Canadians have the right to live in a healthy and ecologically balanced environment, but that right in CEPA is restricted to the protections within that act. It only applies to CEPA and not the other federal pieces of legislation. Bill C-219 doesn't add any obligations to the federal government with regards to environmental health. It merely broadens what is said in CEPA in terms of the right to a clean and healthy environment to cover the rest of federal government legislation. Now, this bill is long overdue. Canada voted in support of a motion at the UN General Assembly last year that said exactly that the right to live in a clean and healthy environment is a human right. That motion passed unanimously. Canadian provinces, Ontario and Quebec, have very similar legislation. And the courts are not clogged, despite what concerns I hear from the Conservatives. And the sky has not fallen, although I hope the sky is perhaps a little clearer in Ontario and Quebec because of the rights that are in those pieces of legislation. And I've had discussions with the Minister of Environment about this bill, and he had some concerns about the bill's constitutionality when we first talked. So I asked the House of Commons legal team for an opinion, and they were clear in their opinion. This is basically a human rights bill that adds no obligations on the government regarding the environment, other than living up to the obligations set out in other federal pieces of legislation. And because it is based solely on that federal legislation, it does not in any way infringe on provincial jurisdiction. It is clearly constitutional. And I'd like to thank the Bloc Québécois for standing with me on that. And it carves out CEPA, so there is no conflict with the powers set out in that act, despite what I've heard from members on the Liberals and Conservatives this evening. So, Madam Speaker, I'll close simply by saying the vast majorities of Canadians believe they should have the right to live in a clean and healthy environment. The government has international obligations to make this a reality, and my bill, the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, will do just that. So let's get this to committee to make sure it works to ensure a clean environment for all Canadians. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Ms. Barron, move that Bill C-219 enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. Si un député participant en personne désire
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
I'd like a recorded division, please.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on, pursuant to Standing Order 93. I was just a little ahead of myself there. The division stands deferred until Wednesday, December 6, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, dans ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on November the 24th, I raised a question relating to corrections. My question is one that I would like to restate tonight. What I'll do is I'll simply read what I asked at the time, and then I will read what the Honourable Minister for Public Safety responded. I said, Mr. Speaker, on a subject of corrections, on a recent visit to Joyceville Institution, I was informed that personnel at Correctional Services Canada had been trying to introduce Red Seal apprenticeship programs so that inmates can re-enter the workforce with real job training. After 8 years of Liberal government and the Liberals running the correctional services, how many federal inmates are enrolled in Red Seal programs? Which programs are they enrolled in? How many per program? How many have graduated and from which trades? And finally, is there a plan to assist inmates in to finish their respective programs upon release? And to this, the Minister responded, Mr. Speaker, I will be very happy to get those exact details and provide them to the member. He then went on and added the following comments. I can tell him that as the Member of Parliament for Beauséjour, when I visited the medium security prison, the Dorchester Penitentiary, I met inmates and Cork staff who worked on exactly those programs. I share as you that if we can give inmates the skills to ensure that, for example, they complete their high school education or a trade, it will make them much more likely to successfully integrate into society when they finish their sentences. That keeps Canadians safe. Sentiments, of course, with which I agree. I'll just observe that the nature of question period is you get 35 seconds to ask a question, 35 seconds to give an answer, and it goes without saying that it's not possible to answer the kind of detailed questions I was asking about Red Seal programs at that time. That's the purpose of these adjournment preceding questions where there's 4 minutes to answer, as well as some lead time to do the research. So having said that, I am very hopeful that tonight we will learn something which we can't seem to find from Corrections Canada's website, which is the answer to those detailed questions. How many federal inmates are enrolled in Red Seal programs? Which programs are they enrolled in? How many per program? How many have graduated and from which trades? And finally, is there a plan to assist the inmates to finish their respective programs upon release? That information would be extraordinarily useful in dealing with the critical problem of inmates returning to the community untrained, unprepared to find a job, and in consequence likely to reoffend, which causes damage to the community as a whole, and of course to those inmates themselves, or former inmates in this case, and their families. I don't blame the current government for the fact that Corrections Canada has done such a poor job of making these records available. I do, however, hope that we will have clear answers tonight to the practical, factual questions I asked. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to rise this evening to participate in a discussion about the benefits that correctional interventions, including the Employment and Employability Program, has for the safety of our institutions and for communities all across our country. And I'd also like to remind the honourable colleague that the Minister of Public Safety committed to the follow-up directly with him to provide this information that he asked for, and the Minister will do just that, and hopefully it'll happen relatively soon. at all federal correctional institutions on-the-job and vocational training, essential skills, and other employability-related training and services are offered to inmates. This includes Corcan-operated training sites at 36 institutions across the country and 7 community-based sites. In addition, training is offered through employment assignments under the supervision of the CSC or CSC areas, such as food services, institutional services, and maintenance, as well as vocational training being offered at all its correctional institutions. Through the Corcan program, on-the-job training is specifically offered to inmates within 5 main areas: manufacturing, construction, textiles, services, and agriculture. Vocational training is offered at all sites as either standalone or integrated within on-job training during employment assignments. These offer offenders the ability to learn and develop technical and essential skill sets which are transferable to the workforce in communities across the country, both urban and rural. In 2022-23, on-the-job training opportunities were provided to 2,628 offenders with one of Corcan's 5 business lines. During the same fiscal year, I'm proud to note that a total of 16,445 vocational training certificates were earned by inmates of all backgrounds. CSC also offers over a dozen Red Seal programs for offenders, which include trades such as carpentry, welding, plumbing, electrician, and automotive service technician. Since September 2020, a total of 147 offenders participated in apprenticeship programs, of which 64 have completed their certifications, with many more continuing to work towards it. Corcan utilizes extensive agreements and partnerships in their vocational training and employment services. This includes agreements with universities, colleges, as well as private industry and organizations across the country that provide established or developed curriculum to provide vocational training to offenders. CSC also engages with the provincial trade associations to sponsor and facilitate tracking of apprenticeship hours in a variety of trades. Furthermore, CSC also forms partnerships with Indigenous communities to further increase project availability to provide Indigenous offenders with additional on-the-job training opportunities. Madam Speaker, the delivery of vocational certificates to offenders demonstrate their acquisition of skill sets that rely on curriculums mostly developed by or in collaboration with educational facilities or private organizations. It is not accurate to state that these are not relevant to employment when, in fact, many of these same curriculums are delivered to individuals external to prison and who happen to live in our ridings all across the country. Madam Speaker, I would like to assure all members of the House of the benefits associated with the Corcan's program. The employment and employability programs provide offenders with meaningful correctional interventions and activities while they are incarcerated and upon release. This contributes to building self-confidence, transferable and technical skills, as well as improving their overall employability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there were some key facts in there and some numbers that were mentioned, so I'm grateful for those. There was a specific number for total number of inmates involved in Red Seal programs. And there was a mention of some of the programs. There was no breakdown of who's in which program. I wonder if I could ask for those details, and I'm aware that the Parliamentary Secretary probably doesn't have those at his disposal at this minute, but I wonder if I could ask him to undertake to ensure that the Minister or the Minister's Parliamentary Secretary will provide that at a reasonably brief interval from the President. I assume that information must be present given the fact that some partial information was provided tonight. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Minister. And I say with all sincerity, I'm encouraged by the members' interest in this area. It's an area that I've always had an interest in and been a very strong advocate of the Red Seal program. And I think it's great that it's incorporated into our correctional facilities, because at the end of the day, what we want to be able to see is individuals have a better opportunity through employment opportunities to be able to get back into our community communities in a very positive, more productive fashion. The minister it was very clear with the member indicating that at some point in time he will get back in terms of some of the specifics. I think this is a good start, Madam Speaker, and I would encourage the member, if there are some very specific aspects that he is looking for, that he might want to either write to the minister or maybe raise it with the minister, because I think there is good intent on both sides to try to get some real tangible numbers that maybe the member across the way is looking to receive for whatever reasons. It just seems to me that the member is trying to do what he can on a very important positive issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, I informed the Prime Minister that 35 doctors and addiction experts had recently wrote to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, recommending significant reform or outright abolishment of the Safe Supply drug addiction strategy. Madam Speaker, these were not cruel and heartless recommendations, far from it. The letter was a response to those who champion Band-Aid safe supply strategies. These misguided champions seem totally oblivious to a simple scientific fact. Harm reduction without treatment does not break the cycle of addiction. Madam Speaker, in Toronto and across rural and urban Canada, the safe supply strategy isn't working. It adds to, not reduces, addict deaths. Madam Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister to listen to what doctors and experts were saying. These were not some ideologically twisted individuals. They are caring healthcare professionals who specialize in addictions and substance use. Madam Speaker, I further asked the Prime Minister to provide appropriate funding to municipalities hosting injection sites so that they can keep their people safe. Instead of taking my suggestion seriously, the Prime Minister repeated the alleged mantra that the government will, quote, will remain grounded in science, not ideology, end quote. Madam Speaker, the government is not following the science. Additionally, why follow blindly questionable science that supports a strategy that basically amounts to government-assisted suicide? Madam Speaker, where's the ideology in questioning a dubious safe supply strategy? Are addicts' lives changed for the better by a strategy that, in the final analysis, leaves far too many dead? So, Madam Speaker, what do the experts say? Well, in the forthcoming Macdonald-Laurier Institute report by Adam Zivo, Dr. Meldon Kahan, who recently retired as medical director of the substance use service at Toronto's Women's College Hospital, said most patients, quote, who are actively using fentanyl will be far more attracted to the tablets than to opioid agonist therapy. Unproven fentanyl tablet programs could thus well end up diverting people away from life-saving evidence-based treatment, end quote. Dr. Martin Judson, an addiction physician who pioneered the use of methadone in Ontario, said offering powerful, short-acting opioids is, quote, the last thing which should ever be offered because that encourages the destabilization of the nervous system and physical tolerance, contributing to individuals seeking ever more supplies of opioids, end quote. Madam Speaker, in the letter to the minister, which I referenced to my question to the Prime Minister, the authors are all expert clinicians that have extensive experience in addiction medicine. They sent that letter because they're deeply concerned about the continuing rise in opioid-related hospitalizations and deaths and Health Canada's inadequate response to this crisis. Madam Speaker, they pointed out to Health Canada's current focus on safe supply ignores opportunities to fund and support the implementation of accessible, quality opioid agonist treatment to help people across Canada break the cycle of addiction. Madam Speaker, OAT is considered to be the most effective public health strategy for reducing opioid overdose deaths and opioid-related hospitalizations. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in addition to asking again, one, will the Liberal government listen to the experts on reforming or abolishing safe supply? Two, will the Liberal government prioritize the safety of communities who host injection sites and provide them with the resources needed to keep them safe? I also call for Health Canada to increase funding for projects that increase access to OAT and improve treatment retention rates of OAT programs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Substance use in the shaped by complex factors, many of which are beyond an individual's control. These factors include experiences in trauma, physical and mental health, income and access to stable housing, and the ongoing effects of colonization and the residential school system on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. That's why we need a comprehensive, integrated, evidence-based response it's grounded in the four internationally recognized pillar of substance abuse and use policy: prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. Not one or the other. Not one against the other. All of them, Madam Speaker. The toxic drug supply is killing people. People don't know what they are consuming. People fear the criminalization, which led them to use alone and die alone. Stigmatizing language like the member used, talking about closing essential health services, will just increase the harms. Creating false narratives is not useful to anyone. Through the investments we've made, we will continue to improve access to evidence-based treatment and life-saving harm reduction services and supports for people who use drugs. Since 2017, we have funded close to 400 projects across Canada at the community level through Health Canada's Substance Use and Addictions Program to support and build the evidence with respect to innovative approaches to prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery. These investments are part of our comprehensive strategy to address problematic substance which we have committed to more than $1 billion since we formed government. Madam Speaker, our approach to saving lives and protecting the health and safety of Canadians is rooted in evidence. This crisis is evolving every day, and our response must follow the same pace. We need to look at all innovative solutions to put an end to the strategy. We can't be working in silos or through an approach that isn't integrated. Madam Speaker, offering treatment alone is not enough. Providing a broad array of care options and wraparound supports allows people to access the right services at the right time to improve their overall health and well-being. Supervised consumption sites are essential to keeping people who use drugs alive, and by providing them access to a range of support services in a safe and supervised environment, staffed by trained professionals and peers. They have seen over 4.3 million visits and responded to 50,000 overdoses. Importantly, SCS are responsible for over 256,000 referrals to health and social services. Above and beyond the lives saved thanks to these sites, countless illness and infections have been avoided, prevented, or attended to. All levels of government must work together to ensure access to these life-saving services in a manner which also respects community safety. The Supreme Court of Canada, experts, service providers, and people with lived experience agree that supervised consumption sites save lives and often are the first step along the path to a healthier life. We remain committed to a collaborative, comprehensive, compassionate, and evidence-based approach to addressing the overdose crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary says they're following the science. They're following the experts, but I have cited experts who specialize in addiction and substance use medicine, and what they are telling this government is what's happening is not working. You can accuse us of stigmatization or at least false narratives, but the reality is if this government will leave their ivory tower and walk the streets of the communities that host these sites, they will tell you that harm reduction without treatment is not working. Look at the trend of deaths. It's unfortunately only going up. Why would we continue to do what isn't working? And now I've cited a number of times injection site in my riding. If the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't believe that, fine. There is one in Toronto Danforth, and there's a constituent I spoke to from the member of Toronto Danforth, Brooke, who said the injection site is, quote, not harm reduction, but harm facilitation, end quote. This government needs to listen to the experts and either abolish or reform safe supply.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I disagree with the member's approach. because at the end of the day, he doesn't recognize the reality of the consultation and the work that's put into ensuring that the right decisions are in fact being made. It's not a silo. We work with, Madam Speaker, different levels of government, first responders, victims, Madam Speaker, and I will call them victims. We work with community members. It's not one individual that makes the decision. It's not one individual that says, oh, I think it's a bad idea, and that person happens to have a DR in front of the name. That's not what dictates it. There's a much broader consultation that needs to take place, and we have seen the evidence has been very, very clear in terms of the success of programs such as this, Madam Speaker, and I would hope even the Conservative Party of Canada would recognize, Madam Speaker, that we are saving lives and peoples are put on a healthier path into the future.
It's Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was asking previously a question about Bill C-234 and the exemption to the carbon tax that it will be providing. Now, my questions today have changed a little bit because just earlier tonight, the Senate actually passed an amendment to exclude barns and buildings on farms from the carbon tax, or carbon tax exemption. I'll actually read the part of Bill C-234 that the Senate is now going to be scrubbing from the bill. And that is in 3.1F, property that is used for the purpose of providing heating or cooling to a building or similar structure. So we saw the Environment Minister go over to the Senate and basically exert his influence onto the senators to get them to strip this bill bare, so that way it would provide a limited exemption to farmers who grow the food, farmers who have done way more to protect and steward the environment than this government will ever have a hope of being able to accomplish. And that is what this government has decided to do. And they were aided by the Deputy Leader of the Progressive Senate Group, the Honourable Pierre Dalphond, who was the mover of the amendment that has stripped the bill from this part from the bill here to exempt buildings and barns from the carbon tax, which is absolutely ridiculous. You know, Madam Speaker, if we go back to when the carbon tax was first put into place and we were to do the calculations on it, there are many farmers, ranchers, cattle feeders that use over 100,000 liters of on-farm fuels in a given year. And given the rate of the carbon tax right now on those on-farm fuels, that would be about $25,000 a year. Now, the Liberals will say, oh, but there's this huge exemption that exists out there for farmers, so what are you complaining about? Now, there is an exemption that does apply in some cases, but not in every case, and certainly not for farmers and ranchers that are trying to keep their barns warm in the winter. As we know that winter is coming. In fact, it's already here, and it's going to be turning minus 30 here very, very soon. And in the summers, obviously, it gets up to plus 30. So with the wide variance in temperatures that we have all across Canada, there's various temperature controls that are needed in our barns, in the shops, to be able to actually do our jobs. Now, you think about in the prairies with the snowstorms and blizzards that we regularly get, especially as we get into calving season in February, March. Quite often you got to bring your cattle into to the barn so that way they can be calving without the threat of their animals being buried in snowbanks or being freezing to death. And then never mind the threat of predators coming after them and using the conditions to their advantage. So this is a very important part of agriculture, to be able to have these barns and these buildings, and yet the Senate has decided to gut this key and important bill. And it done so under the pressure that was put on them by this Liberal government, which is absolutely shameful, Madam Speaker. So when you look at the approach that this government is taking, it's almost as if they're trying to reduce agriculture and reduce its its impact and its footprint in such a way that it's going to chase people out of the industry, much like it's happening in the European Union and other parts of the world, where they have literally forced farmers and ranchers to reduce their herd sizes and the amount of crop that they are able to grow. So I think it's ridiculous what's going on by this government. They're being aided and abetted by certain members of the Senate. It's absolutely disgusting.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting how the member seems to be of the opinion that it's the government that has some sort of these links, and we're meeting with the senators and so forth, when in fact they are independent senators. The only ones that are politically affiliated to a political party are the Conservatives. You have Conservative senators, and it'll be, the member has his caucus meeting tomorrow. The Conservative caucus actually meets tomorrow. Both the members of Parliament and the senators of Canada, the Conservative senators. They're the ones that get together when the House is in session on a weekly basis in order to develop a strategy. You know, at the end of the day, the Conservative Party is using the farmers to try to highlight their bumper sticker. The bumper sticker that says, axe the tax. It's a political manipulation of the farmers. That's what we're seeing, just like when they make reference to other aspects of the price on pollution. I get it. The Conservative Party of Canada has flip-flopped for the 10th time, it seems, and on most recently, they're saying that they oppose the price on pollution. I get it. And that is what they are saying today, Madam Speaker. And I suspect there's a good chance that they'll stick with that because they already got the bumper stickers printed, I suspect. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, even though the world is leaving the Conservative Party behind, the world recognizes that climate change is in fact real. The Conservative Party continues to say nothing about an environmental plan, Madam Speaker. And what's somewhat shameful is that they're picking and choosing to try to cause division on a sound policy. The member makes reference, well, there are some exemptions. Well, yeah, for the rural communities, there's the top-off in terms of the rebates. Gas and diesel are exempt. You know, but at the end of the day, what we're finding, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservatives are trying to whittle away here and there and there. But their objective is to get rid of a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And I look at it from a point of view of that the price on pollution is something in which the Conservative Party stand alone in the House, completely. Whether it's Bloc, New Democrats, Liberals, Greens, we all understand the importance of a price on pollution, Madam Speaker. And what's nice about the price on pollution that we've put into place is that there is a significant rebate component. So when the Conservative Party goes coast to coast to coast, going into communities like Winnipeg North and saying, well, we're going to axe the tax, they don't say they're axing the rebates also, Madam Speaker. And you get, in Winnipeg North, you get more money back. 80% of the residents that I represent get a net benefit. A net benefit, Madam Speaker. But they don't talk about that. Instead, they continue on that far right that doesn't give a darn about the environment and continue to deny climate change, Madam Speaker. I think it's reckless and it's bad Conservative policy. Thank you.
Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, only that member would think that higher groceries is somehow a net benefit. Only that member would think that higher energy bills is a net benefit. I wonder how that goes over with the residents of Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, I was messaging a family friend earlier today, and they were telling me a story about their son who's actually started out as a young producer, and he's trying to be, he's raising cattle, and he has home heating oil in his house. Now, we've heard so much about the government's vaunted home heating oil program, but guess what? Yeah, he could get the heat pump, but heat pumps don't work in Saskatchewan because of how cold it gets in the winter, and this government knows that. He can't afford to buy the heating oil for his house, so he has to use electric heat, and it's costing him over $400 a month just to use electric space heaters to heat his house, and it's not even that cold in Saskatchewan yet, Madam Speaker. But to this member opposite, he seems to think that that's just fine because there's this rebate out there that's going to exist. It's going to make everything all better and rosy, and that he should just be happy for his rebate check. Who does he think should actually pay for that? This young producer?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the member across the way, as his leader in the Conservative Party of Canada, would have a little bit more credibility if they would actually share with Canadians what their policy is in regards to climate change, in regards to what, if anything, the Conservative Party of Canada would actually do. Best we can tell, Madam Speaker, is that the climate deniers are prevailing. They don't care about the climate change. They're the only political entity in the House of Commons that feel that they don't have to say anything to Canadians. That Canadians have no right to know what the real intentions of the Conservative Party is when it comes to deal with the climate issue, Madam Speaker. You know, the price on pollution is something that's just not unique to Canada. You know, even many American states, maybe not the country as a whole doesn't have it, but many American states have it. I think the Conservative Party needs to get with the times.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.